Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at typically 5 p.m. Pacific. I'll get into that in just a sec. I am your host, Brian Atlas. I'm joined by my co-host, Kiki. Rip. She's a bit shy. A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs. Are we live, by the way? One's in the chat if we're actually live. Please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. So some quick maths for y'all. If you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Now, who's going to be the Medici family and stand up and let me create more, or do you want to marginalize me until I'm out of my moment? Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. Donations and Super Chats $10 and up will be displayed in stream overlay. Donations and Super Chats $50 and up will be read/answered. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS. Text-to-speech message, that's $100 and up, triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. See the description for all other triggers and full details. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. You can also gift memberships too. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one, twitch.tv/whatever. We got merch, shop.whatever.com, stuff you can wear to not be naked. Don't be a criminal. Get some merch. Follow us on Instagram. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. I never post. Last post is from April. I'm not going to clog up your feed with bullshit food photos. Check out my nonprofit, Big Labia Matter. And Nick, if you can put in the corner, or BLM for short. He's got, yeah, okay, there we go. Any women who are considering getting a labiaplasty, I'm a crusader against this procedure. Shoot me a DM, I'll talk you out of it. If you can't catch the full shows, we have 3 clips channels, links in the description. Go subscribe. Before I have the guests introduce themselves, we had 10 Flakes today, 8 of which were, we had a couple no-shows. I think 7 of which were under 24-hour notice. So I'd like to just do a little shout out. Noelle claims to have COVID. Jazz claims to have COVID. Iona claims to have COVID. Masinze, I don't know how the fuck to pronounce your name, claims to have COVID. Alyssa, fence sitter whose boyfriend didn't approve. Katie, no reason given. Natalia, no reason given. Jitania, no show. Yaz, no show. Sarah, no show. Gentlemen, this is what you're going to be dealing with in the dating marketplace. You're going to get flaked on day of. They don't give a fuck. This is why you don't plan some elaborate first date, because any of you who've had experience with dating know that last-minute flakes are extremely common. When I was more active in the dating scene, I think my flake rate was for planned dates was like 50%. And they're going to flake right before the date, like a few hours before. So, yeah, that's what you're dealing with in the dating marketplace. Anyways, without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, and occupation. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Rachel. I am 21 and I am a student currently at UC Santa Barbara and I study biopsychology. Got it.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Ariel. I'm 23 years old and I'm a paralegal.
Okay. Do you want to become a lawyer eventually?
I do want to become an attorney, yeah.
Because your Instagram handle's like Miss Attorney. So you're not quite there.
Not yet.
But you want to be an attorney. Do you know what kind of law you'd like to practice?
I would like to either go into big corporate law or civil rights law.
I didn't hear that. Oh, if you can close the doors, Nick. Corporate law.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, got it. Okay. What about you?
I'm Yasmin. I'm 32 and I work in sales.
All right.
I'm Becca. I'm 29. I also work in sales.
What do you guys sell? Drugs?
No. I work for a tech company, so software.
Okay. What about you? Drug dealer?
Medical aesthetics.
Oh, so you work at a plastic surgeon's office? Right?
Sort of, but not really. Like, it's more like lasers.
Lasers. So what are some
Laser
what are you
facials.
what are you selling precisely?
Laser facials, laser hair removal, laser
Oh, okay.
tattoo removal.
Okay, so yeah,
injections.
that's not cosmetic surgery. That's
It's more
almost
non-invasive.
dermatology kind of.
Yeah, but it
within-
falls under
Okay.
laser, medical aesthetics.
Violet, what about you?
I'm Violet. I'm 23 and I'm a content creator.
23 content. What kind of content do you make, Violet?
I make adult content and travel, lifestyle kind of content
Okay, got it. How long have you been doing adult content for?
since I was 18.
Since you're 18. Okay.
And I've been making content since I was 17.
Like,
Not adult.
okay. And when it comes to the adult content, wait, at any point were you a dancer too?
No, I
No
mean, I was a
dancing.
dancer in high school, but not like a
Adult,
stripper.
like, yeah. And when it comes to the content you do, are you making solo content, BG content, girl content? What do you?
I mainly do solo. I have done collabs with girls. I prefer solo because I can kind of just do my own thing, and I've also done like boy girl with strangers and random people, but nothing like I collabed with a male porn star. I've never done that.
But you have done BG content, correct?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Are you at liberty to speak about the recent dilemma with your content creation, or?
Yeah, I can speak a bit about it. Are you saying like with my management?
With management, because
Yeah.
like you were working with a management company, and then
Yes,
you had
so
a falling out,
I
kind of.
was with
or-
them since I was 18, and that's when I got my name Violet Summers, and they put me on all my accounts, and I've worked with them. Oh, I'm so sorry.
You're fine. You're fine.
So I've been with them since I was 18, and they put me on all of my accounts, and it's been great. I just wanted to do something else, and I have no ill will towards them, but
Okay.
it's his decision ultimately in the end if I get to keep my accounts, and that just wasn't really what he wanted to do. So I totally understand, and it's good. I wish them well, but I wanted to move on.
Well, because didn't you have like a Instagram account with 13 million followers on it?
Yes, I did.
But it wasn't yours, it was the management company's account?
Yes, so he gave me that when I started working for him, and I built it up. But technically it's his because we had an agreement that I would make it money the whole time.
Okay. Have you thought about trying to buy the account, or did they delete it? What did they do with it?
So I talked to him and I was like, hey, I would love to still work with you on social media, or if I could buy the account. The only way he wants to do it is to have a brand. I don't know. He wanted me to make a brand, and then we could sell something from that account with that brand. But I just really want to focus on content creating right now, and I just don't want to do that. So I just told him no.
Okay. Oh, so there's not like a big falling out or anything, just...
No, it's just everyone has their own relationship and idea about Aaron.
Who?
Aaron is the
Oh, okay.
manager of Nudies. Sorry, you talked to him before.
Aaron?
Yes. Oh, no. Just kidding. But
Wait, what?
so yeah, he's just the manager.
No, I just there's a lot of OnlyFans management companies that reach out to me. So.
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah.
Okay, so he works with one. I'm sure.
Where was I? What was I saying?
You were saying it's all good.
Yeah, it's all
it's all
good.
good. Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
It's just parting ways, and that's pretty much it.
Okay, Madison, what about you?
My name is Madison. I'm 18 years old. I'm a student at SBCC studying business, as well as a host at a bar, and I work for the Whatever podcast.
Rock and roll. And then Violet's she's starting to work for the Whatever podcast too. She's going to be Helmet Girl number 2, and we're going to put her on the other side. But that was going to be the plan for today. However, we had to throw her on the panel because we had some no-shows. So, okay, we're going to go around the table once more. What is your current relationship status? So are you single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule, sex cult, harem, all of the above? How long have you been single if you're single? What's your longest relationship? Go ahead.
I would say I'm currently single. Yeah, I'll stick with that. And my longest relationship ever has only been 7 months.
Longest relationship, 7 months. You're currently
Yeah.
single, correct?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
I'm currently single as well. Longest relationship was 3 years, and I've been single for the past 5 months.
Longest relationship, 5 years. Currently single, about less than 2 years.
You've been single for less than 2 years. Got it. What about you?
Currently single, been single for over a year now, and longest relationship was a little under 2 years.
Sorry, repeat that. You've been single for how long again?
It's been over a year now.
Okay, 1 year. And longest relationship you said was 2 years, right?
Yes.
Okay. Violet, what about you?
I've been single since I was 17, and my longest relationship was in high school, and that was 2.5 years.
Okay, 2.5, but so you've been single for 6 years, right?
Yes.
Okay, 6 years. Madison,
I'm currently very taken. My current relationship is my longest, and it's been a year and a month.
all right, there we have it. Let's see. So everyone here is single besides Maddie. What does it mean, though, to be single? So I'm asking, there's a guy in the picture, right? There's somebody in the picture.
I mean, there's always somebody. Usually got a sneaky link or two, but
Sure.
I don't know. I see like being single as like independence. It's freedom. It's like the ability to do whatever you want.
Well, you said you're always seeing somebody.
Usually, yes.
What? And you mentioned sneaky link or two. How many? Do you currently have any sneaky links?
Yeah, I would say I have a sneaky link.
8. Singular, plural? You have just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, fortnight, or
I would say
baker's dozen?
I'm currently ignoring some, if that is an answer. I don't know. I'm really bad
You're-
at answering those types of questions.
You're ignoring. How many are you ignoring? Let's start there.
At the moment, I would say like 3, maybe 4, arguably.
Ignoring through the 4.
Yes.
So they're texting you, they're trying to hit you up, and you're just not responding, or you're kind of
Yeah, I'm actually maybe 4 or 5. Yeah, I'm just kind of being like a little snake on my
5
end.
to 6.
Oh
Could-
man, I
could be
have no
5 to 6.
idea. This is
It's hard to keep track after a while, you know.
Well, it's also like very many variations in like how those relationships kind of are. So, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I feel like I'm doing bad at this.
So there's a couple of sneaky links that you're ignoring.
Yes.
How many are you currently? Are you bi? Are you both ways?
I get that asked a lot. I mean, I don't really know what to call myself as far as sexuality goes because like I'm just extremely open-minded. Like I've liked girls before. I've liked people that are trans. I usually like date men and stuff just because they're really easy. But yeah.
Wait, you prefer to date men because they're really easy?
Well, it's not because I prefer to date men.
Oh.
It's just they are easy, so that's kind of how it goes.
Men are easy. You mean like
Yeah.
to get laid? Are you talking like getting sex from them?
I mean, yes, as a female, it's very easy to get laid by a man. You just kind of have to ask.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Pretty simple. Okay.
Yeah.
So do you have like a sense of like how many people you're currently seeing?
I would say currently.
That you're not ignoring? Like
I'm not ignoring.
sneaky links or whatever?
I
that
would
you're-
say like technically 1, yes.
Oh, technically 1.
Technically 1.
Okay, gotcha.
Yes.
Okay, got it. And I'm gonna come back to this, some of all this stuff in a little bit, but men are easier. Is anyone else here bi? Violet, are you?
No, I'm not. I do girl content, but I'm
You're not-
definitely not bi. Yeah,
Okay,
I
so
like
you're
a
gay
man.
for pay? Is that the term?
Yeah. I
think
mean,
that's the term.
for sure. I'll definitely have fun. And my girl shows, they're more like, oh, we're hanging out and we're, playing with ourselves together. We're we're kind of like being naughty little girls.
Word.
Okay. Cool. So just you.
Mm-hmm.
None of you have experimented and like kissed a girl and you liked it? Katy Perry?
No.
Have you ever like tried getting with a girl? I mean, you say like men are easier, so I'm wondering if you've like tried a woman and
I'm pretty sure she just tried.
see it's harder.
You've tried.
I mean, yeah, kind of. It's definitely like difficult. Like I've never hooked up with a female before. Like I've definitely like kissed and made out with girls like maybe a handful of times, not very many. It's really hard to tell with females whether or not they're just being drunk and nice or if they're actually trying to flirt with you, you know? Also, I get very intimidated by girls.
Okay.
I would imagine it's hard being a lesbian because I feel like girls are not very like confrontational. We're very like, you come up to me and then if I accept, I accept. But for girls, it's like, who comes up to who first?
Yeah, I feel like gender roles have been changing a lot too. Like even in relationships with men, I get really confused sometimes, like what is and isn't, you know, okay, or what to be expecting. So like, yeah, with females, like it's like extremely complicated.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's one person you're kind of dating now. Is it it's a guy, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Okay. And you have a couple sneaky links that you're ignoring. Got it.
Yes.
What about you? Do you have a couple sneaky links at the moment?
No sneaky links.
Situationship?
No.
Nothing.
None of that.
Zilch?
No. None. I'm a believer, so
What do you mean a believer?
I'm a Christian.
Oh, okay.
So
So
well,
you're
some do that. Some do, but not
Okay.
over here. so
So
no.
there's no guys in the picture.
I'm like dating. Is it?
Are you on
I
any
guess it's
dating apps?
I'm on dating apps. Yeah.
When's the last time you went on a date?
Ooh, Lord.
Lord have mercy.
3 years ago.
3 years ago.
3 years ago.
You're on dating apps, though. No luck
Well,
on there?
I just became single a few months ago.
You're newly
So,
single.
Newly single.
Newly single.
Yes.
Why did he dump you?
None of that.
Oh,
I dumped.
Oh, you dumped him.
Unfortunately.
Why did you dump him?
Quick answer. He was not a believer. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
How long were you dating him?
3 years.
You found that out 3 years into the relationship? Or did your belief change and so?
No, my belief was always the same, but he basically lied about it, and I didn't know until some things transpired.
It says here in the pre-show notes you provided, I was unaware that I was in a love triangle and I was the pawn. Are you this most recent relationship?
Is a different relationship.
Oh, that's a different thing.
relationship, yeah.
Different love. Okay,
Yeah.
not a love triangle. Okay, I see. Okay. So are you're Christian?
Yes.
Are you waiting until marriage
Yes,
to
I am.
get frisky?
Yes.
So are you a virgin?
Yes.
Okay.
I am. My purity ring. Right
That's
there.
that's the purity ring.
It's gorgeous. Most people are like, oh my gosh, you're married. I'm like, married to Jesus. That's what I tell them.
Okay.
Married to Jesus.
Let's say you're 23 now. Let's say you get to 33 and nothing happens. Do you become a nun? Like
I would
at
not
what
become
point
a
do you
nun.
become? Would you ever become a nun?
No.
What if you're 43 and it just like hasn't happened yet?
Nope. It'll happen. I'm not
For
worried
sure?
about that. Yeah.
Because that's what I always wonder. Like, what if you're really religious and like but just like nobody comes along? I'm not saying that's gonna happen. I'm just
I think
like, do you just you just go out on a Friday night at 43 and you're just like, all right, I'm just gonna fuck somebody.
Hey, some people have some mysterious stories, and some people get to become married at like 50, 60, 70.
But you want kids.
I do want kids. You're like, how is that going to work, huh?
Well, I mean, look, I'm just saying, let's say you hit 45, it hasn't happened yet. You can still get pregnant at 45. It's tough though.
I think
That's like
I think it's going to happen soon.
You're
Soon?
only 23, right?
Yeah.
She's got time. You have
He's trying to
time.
make it seem like I'm so old.
No,
And I
you're
think
you're
because-
young. You're 23,
I think
but
because you are like Christian, I think
Yeah.
like it's gonna
it can
happen for
happen.
you. Yeah, that's like the best pot of men you can like go
Yeah.
in and find. So
And then I'm going to a Christian university, so there's something called like
okay.
something where like they get married like really fast in the first 3 months.
Ring makes
so,
ring.
Yes, ring by spring. Yes.
Spring by spring?
Ring by spring.
I know it well.
What's that?
You get a ring by spring.
I used to
Get
go to-
engaged by spring.
Yeah.
Like everyone does that at that university.
At most private Christian universities, yeah.
So you just come out married.
Yeah.
All right. What about you? You're single. How long did you say you've been single for?
A little less than 2 years.
A little less than 2 years. Okay. Are you currently seeing anybody?
No.
One of the Nelk boys?
No.
Because isn't your girlfriend that you were going to bring, but I guess she couldn't make it, she's dating one of the Nelk boys, isn't she?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? Isn't she one of your friends?
Yeah.
Who's she? What's his name? It's not one like the, I forgot his name. One of the Nelk boys, whatever. Are you in that circle? Do you move in that circle?
No.
Okay, so are you on any dating apps right now?
No.
Is there any guy in the picture right now?
No. To sum it up, single and celibate.
You're celibate?
Until I meet the right person, yeah.
Until you meet the right person, or until marriage?
Until I meet my husband that I will marry.
Okay, but so you're not waiting until marriage to have sex?
I mean, I don't know. I haven't decided that yet, but I'm not gonna like be intimate dating, if that makes sense, until I'm with someone that I want to be with.
Okay, but you're not necessarily waiting until marriage, but you want to.
Right.
You don't want to just sleep with the guy on the first date type thing.
Exactly.
Okay. But so there's 0 guys in the picture.
Mm-hmm.
0.
0.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Wait, can I
Okay.
ask a question?
Sure.
Okay, so like since it sounds like there have been guys in the past, is this like more like a new choice type thing? Like you gotta like save some of that love for someone that's like really worth it?
Well, the people in the past have been like long-term relationships.
Okay, fair.
Word? Okay. So when's the last time you've been on a date?
Like a couple months.
Ago.
Yeah.
Wait, have you had sex before? You virgin?
Well, I've been in long-term relationships before.
Okay, so not a virgin.
No.
That's fine. I'm just curious. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, back up.
Yeah, so I've been single for over a year. The last like real date I went on was
Yesterday?
no.
Can you make that noise again, please?
No. Was back in June of this year. June.
Last date. Was it just a first date and that was it?
We went on 3 dates.
3
and
dates.
Then,
When was the last date? Was it June?
Last date was July, like mid-July.
Yeah.
And then haven't been on like an official date since then.
An official date. What about
Yeah.
unofficial dates? Any sneaky links?
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you mean by sneaky link?
Like
Like someone you hook up with, basically?
Yeah.
Is that pretty recent? or-
Yes. Pretty
Yesterday?
recent. Not yesterday. Like 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Was it the 3-date guy?
No, it wasn't him.
It was just
different guy.
Random dude?
Not random.
Previous sneaky links.
Yes. So I guess it is kind of a situationship, but
Kind of.
it's new to me. I've never dealt with it's with an old ex, and I've not. I usually when I cut things off, I cut it off. So this is new for me.
Oh, so he did you reach back out or did he reach back out?
He did.
Word? And then
Word.
you took him back or kind of?
Kind of trying to figure things out right now. It's all very new. So.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So are you going to try to pursue things with this previous ex, or I mean, you said it was 2 weeks ago you last saw him.
Yeah.
Is it just sex?
It's kind of like I guess kind of like a
friends with benefits thing.
Oh, this wasn't like the first time you guys got back together?
No.
So it's just been kind of infrequent hooking up type of thing? Okay.
Yes.
Good times.
Good times.
Good times. Are you happy with that scenario?
It's less than ideal.
Okay.
So I'm trying to right now put myself back out there and have
Get
options.
back out there.
Get back
Gotta
out
get
there.
back
you
out
know?
on the horse.
Have some options.
Got to get back out there.
You got to.
You got to.
You got
Okay.
to.
Violet, what about you? Is that your real? That's not your real name, though, is it, Violet?
No, my real name's Elizabeth or Lizzie.
Okay, I'll keep calling you Violet. Go ahead. There's a guy in the picture, right, Violet? You said you're single.
Yes, I'm single until I'm ready to, get serious on relationships. Then I'll start looking. But right now I'm just single and having fun, focusing on my career.
When do you plan on getting serious?
28.
28.
28.
Do you think that you would still be doing adult content by then, or are you planning to quit that and then find a serious relationship?
Right now I see I'll probably always be doing adult content in some way, but if I end up in a relationship where that's not if they're like, hey, stop doing that, obviously I would quit.
Okay.
So you've been doing content since you're 18, you're now 23. At any point were you in it says you never had a boyfriend in that entire period of time, but maybe you were dating a guy for a month, 2 months, 3 months. Have you had that?
No.
Have you had sex with a civilian in the past 6 years?
Yes.
Oh, okay. But you haven't had even like a situationship type of thing?
I mean, yeah, I have people who I've hung out with for a long time, and we trust
translate
each other.
what hang out means. What does that mean?
We're close. We have a close relationship, and some of those people help me with photography or some of my work. And
but you sleep with them too?
Yes.
Okay. So
depending on if I were to, I'm wanting it to be for content and to get it on camera.
Oh, if you sleep with them, you want it to be recorded?
Yes.
Ah, okay. I see. Okay.
Because it's kind of playing a fantasy for me. I like working the camera, and I like when you're recording. So it's a little bit of a fantasy.
The fantasy is like is it voyeur? Not exhibitionist kind of?
Sexhibitionist.
Okay. You like to perform for the camera?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. So no relationships. Do you think, is it because you just haven't wanted a relationship, or do you feel like the work that you've been doing has made it difficult? Where are you at on that?
Yeah, I just haven't had time to focus on a relationship.
Okay, but you said at 28, that's when you want to settle down. You want to get married?
Yes, I want to get married and have kids.
Have kids? How many kids do you want to have?
I want 4.
4. Do you think it's going to be difficult finding a husband because of the work you've done?
Maybe.
I mean, have you had any experiences with that? Like maybe you were interested in a guy, but he was maybe hesitant because he felt maybe uncomfortable that you had been engaged in making adult content?
No, I actually haven't come across that, which is strange.
You haven't?
No, I haven't. Everyone is very, even
it's 'cause
I'll
they
come
wanna
out of
sleep with
church
you.
sometimes because I go to church with my grandma, and I have people coming out of church can I get a picture with you, you know? And so it's
Sure.
yeah, it's interesting. You really see different sides of people when you're kind of in sex work.
So what kind of church is
I'm allowed at church, guys. I'm allowed to be there. It's not
doesn't just burn down when you step in? Okay.
I promise.
So you go to church, and the male churchgoers come up to you, and they're like, "Yo, what's up, Violet? I fucking beat it
I go
to
to
your
a
tape."
Catholic church, so
Catholic? You go to fucking, this shit's happening at a Catholic church. Holy.
Wouldn't you expect it more than a Christian church than a Catholic?
I don't want to expect it at all, to be honest, at any church.
I feel like Catholics are pretty strict.
You know, yeah, they're very.
Are you Catholic?
Though.
You're Catholic?
Yes, I grew up Catholic. I moved away from my religion when I started doing this.
But you still go to
I've
church.
come back around to it.
Oh, you've come back.
Yes, yeah.
Recently?
I've kind of come back around
How
to
recently?
it. A couple of years ago, when I just was going through some things, and I found my way back to God, and yeah.
Have you done a confession?
Yes, I have done confession. I did one a few months ago.
What did you say? Are you at liberty to share your confession?
No, I'm not comfortable saying.
Here,
what
if I'll
my
just turn this
confession
way, pretend that I'm the, what is it? Is
no,
it a
I face
bishop?
him. He faces me. So.
Oh, they.
Yeah.
Usually there's like a booth and there's like this kind of semi see-through screen. Okay.
It's a little more comfortable when you're facing
yeah.
them, though.
Awkward. So, but you're Catholic, and you go to church, like you're practicing, right?
I go with my grandma. I'm not like full-on Catholic or anything. Obviously, like look at my lifestyle. I'm not a full-on Catholic. I go with my grandma, and I pray. I have a relationship with God, but I'm not like a full-on practicing Catholic.
Does your grandma know that you do adult content?
She knows. My whole family knows, and we
They know?
don't
Okay.
really talk about it.
You don't talk about it. Are you on good terms with your family?
Yes, love my family.
Okay, and you go to Catholic church with your grandma. Does she like, Elizabeth, you need to stop your philandering, whoring ways? Does she say that shit to you?
No.
She doesn't? Okay.
How does she react to when you guys are at church and these people approach you asking for pictures? Like, does she sing?
It's usually when I'm like not with her. I'm like doing something by myself. It's no. She knows that like people know me though. Everyone in my family like know that people are gonna come up to me and be like, "Oh, I know you," and call me by a different name.
Yeah.
But they all support me, and I appreciate that because, yeah.
I have a question. What is your faith calling you to do when it comes to your career?
My faith calling me to do when
Is it calling you to stop doing adult content?
I think it's just telling me to do the best I can with what I have.
Is that what God is telling you to do?
Are you a Christian or Catholic?
I'm a man of God. Let's just
Okay.
say. But like, I'm having difficulty, and perhaps you can help me with this, reconciling being Catholic, but also doing adult content.
I just think we're in a broken world, and I was kind of born into that, and
You were born into what?
we were all born into a world of just like
Of sin?
of sin, of media selling like sex, and I think I'm just kind of a product of that.
So what do you mean you're a product of it? Like you were forced to do this?
No, I'm just a product of my surroundings
Of
as I
your
grew up. And
Where did you grow up?
Texas.
Texas?
But you can say that a lot of people were raised on Hollywood and media because
Sure.
we were throwing screens in front of our faces, and I think that that influenced me a lot as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
And so
You're not wrong. You're not wrong that there's like a societal
Impact.
push to, okay, all right, good times. Did you have more?
What was your question exactly?
Well, you said you're Catholic, right? So I'm thinking it's probably looked down upon within the faith to be engaged in sex work. So how do you reconcile?
Yeah, I don't expect any Christian or Catholic to
being
associate
Catholic?
with me, but
doing sex work?
yeah. I mean, I think we all have our, things we do.
You're a good businesswoman. I see it as like the equivalent of being like a drug dealer or something. Also, like, look at Kim Kardashian. Like, where do you think her fame came from?
Yeah, she did a sex tape.
Yeah. But
Do you think that that's something people should engage in order to
I'm not telling
procure
anyone, oh, you
fame?
should live like me, but it's just what's been working for me, and
Sure.
yeah.
Quick question on your work. My understanding is, you accrued 13 million followers on your Instagram, sounds to me like you were insanely successful. Can you tell us a little bit about, maybe we can, well, we have a bit of time. How much do you say you made in the 6 years you've been doing adult content? 7 figures?
Yeah, we could say, I would say 7 figures.
8 figures?
And that's probably as much as I'd go into.
Were you making 7 figures a year?
I'm not really comfortable saying how much I've made.
How about, in any year, did you ever make 7 figures?
Yes, Brian.
Okay, Violet.
What about you?
What about me? Well,
How much did you make on the Whatever
How much did
podcast
I
with you?
make doing OnlyFans?
No, on your content creating podcast. Is that what you do?
Well, I think it's an interesting question to ask someone who's involved in your kind of work, because you hear these reports of people making like insane amounts of money, like millions of dollars. I mean, some of the outliers, I know most women probably are not actually making that much money doing OnlyFans, but I think you're an outlier probably. So you hear these stories of women who make 6 figures a month, some 7 figures a month. Bad Baby made 40 million in her first month or first year, right? Something like that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You hear other stories of women making millions of dollars a year. So I think that's why it's kind of just an interesting question to ask. But okay, so interesting. Okay. Question for you guys. Do you guys think that, hold on, let me just double check here. Oh, okay. Do you guys think that, kind of related to her thing, would you prefer to date a guy who doesn't watch porn or watches porn? Or do you just not care? Like you wouldn't care?
Is there a man that doesn't watch porn?
Yeah, there's probably not. I mean,
Plenty.
there's probably degrees to it too. There's guys who will watch it occasionally, and then there's guys who are heavily addicted to it. So,
I mean, honestly, I see it as like it doesn't really matter all that much. Like, I wouldn't think about it. Like, I watch pornography. Like, there's nothing wrong with like watching porn.
okay.
Yeah.
No porn.
I would prefer a man who does not watch porn.
It depends on how much he watches, I guess.
Average amount, I guess. 2 times a week, let's say 2 or 3 times a week.
Then I think that's fine. I can work with that.
Violet, what about you?
Yes, in moderation.
Okay, Madison.
Probably prefer a man that doesn't watch porn because I feel like it just changes the way that they view sex, perceive it, and how they, like what they expect out of sex in general.
Okay. Do you guys, so kind of related to that, because we've definitely heard things from a lot of women who've been on the show before about how porn they think it kind of changes how a guy might view sex, like Madison just said, or how expectations of women or whatever, or they're just can have an impact on sexual function. But more broadly speaking, do you guys think that men are more feminine now than in days past?
That's an extremely like difficult question, because I feel like over like the last like couple years since being in college, a lot of the men that I found myself with, I would say potentially might have like not estrogen problems, but like testosterone issues. I don't know.
Okay.
If that makes sense. So I don't know what you mean by feminine. Like that kind of feminine, like biologically feminine, or like act feminine.
I mean, kind of both, I guess you could say, but
'Cause I
probably
like-
you like
Yeah.
what?
I like fruity boys. Like
You like fruity men?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Sure.
I do.
Okay. Okay. What about you?
I do.
Do you think men are more feminine now than in days past?
Yeah.
Okay.
1,000,000% yes, they're more feminine now.
Before the show, you were saying guys are no longer what?
Masculine.
What's the other word you used?
Beta? They're more beta now.
They're not alpha anymore. I
Right.
think. Yeah.
Alpha
Well,
masculine,
and we can
yes.
get into that a little later. What about you?
I think men are expressing more of their feminine side now. I'm not sure. I guess that would make them more feminine. So
Okay.
yeah.
Violet?
Yes.
Madison?
I guess I would say men are given the capacity to be more vulnerable and sensitive, which I feel like does tie to femininity in some sort of ways. So yeah.
Okay. Now, do you guys prefer masculine men or feminine men?
I feel like also
I
saying,
think.
oh,
yeah.
sorry.
No, go ahead.
I feel like saying masculine over feminine is like not necessarily the proper term. I like to say
What do you
like
mean?
people that are more human beings, like just like
Wait.
acting like a human, less like a gender role.
That literally made no fucking sense what you
think-
just said.
You know, it makes sense in my head, you know? It's like sometimes you meet someone and they're like trying to be like super barley and tough, or they're trying to act like a Barbie, but it's like if you're just like a human being, like for example, men have like a higher suicide rate than like females do.
Just
Oh,
say
my bad.
delete.
Can I
just
not say that?
Just say delete themselves. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry.
Just go ahead. Go
Sorry.
ahead. Go ahead.
But like I don't know, I know like because of gender norms and stuff, like men get very isolated in their emotions and stuff, and I think now that we're in like a more accepting society, because like females have always had outlets, like better socialization, so I feel like it's what you're calling feminine is more just more humanness.
So you're saying masculine men are inhuman and feminine men are human?
No, I would say there are feminine and masculine men, but I would say like
Masculinity,
vulnerability.
masculinity,
What she's trying to say
femininity.
is that men are, since they're more accepted or whatever, they're allowed to be more emotional, aka human.
yes, and I feel like
Like
people
that's what she's trying to say.
yes.
Okay. Fuck it. Okay. But so the question is though, do you prefer masculine men or feminine men? Because just earlier you said you prefer, what is it, girly guy? I forgot what you said. Fruity men. So you prefer, like if you had a choice between a masculine guy and a more feminine guy, which do you prefer?
Can we just like come back to this?
No, but you
real
already
quick?
you almost already
Okay,
answered
well,
it.
like with the fruity boys, it's like it doesn't necessarily mean they're not masculine. It just means they like you
So they're
know.
wearing a dress, and they're talking
I
with a
would
sort of
say,
a fet
yeah.
manner, and then
Also, like pearls look hot on a man. Just saying, like that's a good look.
wait, girls look hot on a man?
No,
Pearls.
pearls.
Pearls?
Yeah, and some people would be like, oh, that's like
Like earrings?
yeah,
Oh,
like
necklaces.
necklaces.
A pearl necklace on a dude?
Yes.
Okay. All right. To each their own, I
Makes
guess.
them a little more feminine.
Okay.
Masculine.
You prefer masculine men. What about you?
Definitely masculine.
Masculine, yeah.
Masculine with a beard.
100% masculine.
Don't do that. Okay. Madison, what about you?
I said 100% masculine.
Okay. All right. What do you guys, last question on this one, what do you think about masculinity? Good? Neutral? Bad? What do you think about masculinity?
It's good.
Start with you. We'll go around.
You know what? You had a very like yes. This is what I like.
She's speaking to the mic. Go ahead.
I mean, it depends on. I would say I'm not necessarily a fan of masculinity. I feel like, well, like I mean, there's levels of it. Like, I would say in moderation. Is that a good?
Masculinity and moderation.
Yes.
You're not a fan of masculinity. What does that mean? What do you mean by that?
I mean, like, I'm gonna be all barley or like barley and stuff, like drinking beers to feel like a man.
Is that
I don't think
is that
that's
what
what
masculinity
masculine
is?
means.
Well, not like necessarily that, but I don't know. I'm
Besides
bad
the beer chugging thing, is there anything
Well,
that
like,
you?
I don't know. I feel like there's toxic masculinity, and I feel like that's usually when I look at a person, I'm like, okay, that like the masculinity is showing, you know? That's why I'm like in moderation.
Wait, so you're saying when masculinity is apparent or showing, that equals toxic masculinity?
No, it's just sometimes it's like a little excessive, and that's usually when I like notice it.
What is excessive masculinity?
You know, like, can we just like loop around?
No, we got it.
Like,
Keep going. We got you. Keep going.
I don't know. It's just like, you know, like, oh, I need this like big old car. It's like, okay, you're compensating for something.
Compensating for what?
A lot of things. I can tell you that much.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. List it.
I mean, probably like their low self-esteem, and maybe their tiny dicks. Can I say that?
Sure.
Okay.
Tiny dicks. So men who want nice cars have tiny dicks? Is
No,
that
not
what you're saying?
necessarily. It's mostly, that's what I mean, like in moderation. It's like everyone wants a nice car, but it's like how you write it, how you do it, you know?
So do women who want nice cars, do they have loose pussies?
No, they got taste. There's
Oh, so it's only bad when men, it's only bad if men have a desire for material goods?
no. No. It's like I said, like it's how you write it. So it's like when a man is like trying so hard to seem like a dude, that's like
she's trying to say
excessive.
it's like an ego thing.
Yeah, like it's like ego. It's like it's the same with like the beers. It's like I know a lot of guys
The
that
what?
like
Beer.
beers,
Oh,
like chugging
beers?
beers. Yeah, because like I know a lot of guys that like will drink a lot of beer or will only drink beer around other men because they want to look like a man.
I actually think on the beer thing really quick, not that it's super related to dating, but gentlemen, beer has hops and that will produce, I believe that'll produce estrogen in you, so don't drink beer. If you're gonna be a man, I don't drink at all. I don't know, don't drink beer. It has hops in it. I think the byproduct of that will produce estrogen in you. Go ahead.
With
Well, you're saying teeny dicks, toxic masculinity, which by the way, I don't believe there is toxic masculinity.
okay, that's a very hot take.
That there's not toxic masculinity?
Yeah, I feel like most people would 100% disagree with that.
I don't believe that we need to attach gender to toxicity. I think people are just toxic. I don't think we need to is there toxic femininity?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, potentially yes.
Can't you just,
Say toxic.
it's just such a loaded word that I feel like you might mean it some way, but people are going to take it in the way that it's just a blanket attack on masculinity.
Can I
Like masculinity is inherently toxic, you know?
Well, it's not inherently toxic. Again.
But when you
it's
say
like-
toxic masculinity, without clarification, I think people are going to assume she means all masculinity is toxic.
Well, I could go into like biopsychology right now and like spew out statistics, but last time that got bleeped, so I'm gonna can I hot potato this? Like you said, you like masculinity.
we can come. Yeah, we'll come back to it. Go ahead.
Yeah, all for masculine men.
Okay. What about you?
Yes, for masculinity, I think that's what's missing in this world right now, and it's much needed.
Okay. Becca? Is that short for Rebecca?
It is.
Makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think of masculinity?
I think masculinity needs to be expressed just as much as femininity, and I think masculinity can include the traits that maybe aren't typically associated with masculinity, like vulnerability and emotionality.
Okay,
you know.
we'll come back to the vulnerability topic later. Violet, what about you?
Yes, necessary.
Necessary. Okay.
Yes.
Madison.
I think masculinity is great. I think men were born to be masculine for a reason, but I do feel like the term and the definition masculinity has been so deformed nowadays. Like you were like giving out examples like drinking beer makes a man and things like that. Like that's definitely not what true masculinity means, as in like being a protector, being a provider. So I feel like that really takes away the man in men, which is why it's so like it's not real anymore.
That was beautiful. That was beautiful, Madison. Thank you. Well, I'm definitely concerned about the ongoing feminization of men. There's a blatant attack, I think, on masculinity, and there is a rapid decline in testosterone levels, and I think it definitely serves our government, corporate overlords to have a bunch of weak and feminine men. They're way easier to control. And I do think our environment, it's filled with like estrogenic chemicals, plastics, junk food. We live very sedentary lifestyles. I fall into it too. But I think the media, like in its quest to reshape society, loves to just demonize normal masculine men, labeling them as toxic, as she said, toxic masculinity. And we can certainly have a discussion on that. Let's see. It's the testosterone level's been declining for decades. I guess they're tracking it somehow. Sperm count and strength in men, like, also decreasing exponentially. And apparently, I think I'm like probably 90% of this next statistics. There's a striking reduction in grip strength among young men. Look at these fucking dainty gamer hands. It's all my fault. I'm probably the blame for that. So I'm trying to turn things around myself, working on diet, fitness. So I'd like to take a moment to thank the sponsor of this video, Black Forest Supplements. If you can get a zoom in on this, Nick. Boom, other zoom in. Yeah, look at that. So they've got this desert plant. It's called Cistanche tubulosa, and it supports healthy testosterone levels. Oh, we can don't be zoomed in on my scary face. Promotes strength, boosts energy, and I've been taking Black Forest Cistanche with Tongkat Ali supplement. It's this one right here, and I've actually seen a noticeable difference in my energy levels, overall well-being, and they were so kind to sponsor this episode. So you can try Cistanche today with a special buy two get one free available today only at blackforestsupplements.com. So if you don't want to be a soy boy, get yourself some Black Forest. Okay, and they have a bunch of different other stuff. They've got turkesterone and a couple of other supplements, so be sure to check it out, guys. blackforestsupplements.com/whatever. Link is in the description. All right, thank you, guys. So toxic masculinity, let's talk about that. You said you wanted for us to come back to you.
Okay, well, going around the table, I have like now some more thoughts. Also, like with your little promotional thing, I would ask men to please take those instead of illegal testosterone that's not prescribed, because that can cause heart failure. Just a side note, but like, for example, I know some men would do that out of trying to be more manly. I think that's what I mean by toxic masculinity, is like you were saying, it's like masculinity is like a natural thing, but how it's like now defined is changed. And I think it's like more when men are overly trying hard to be more of a man. Like, you shouldn't have to try to be a man. You should just be you. You know?
Be you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask. So, okay, I hear this term all the time, toxic masculinity, right? I rarely ever hear discussions of toxic femininity, although you admit it is a thing, although I never hear it in the discourse. When people say toxic masculinity doesn't mean masculinity is toxic, if you could separate the toxicity from masculinity, what would be left that's not a gender-neutral trait?
Being kind. Wait, what? Wait, what's not a gender-neutral trait? Wait, I thought what was a gender-neutral trait?
So this is my position is that I don't believe in the term toxic femininity. I don't believe the term toxic masculinity. I think people can just be toxic regardless of your gender. And I don't think it's particularly helpful to use these terms, because I think it tends to demonize typically men, because you very rarely hear the term toxic femininity, and it demonizes masculinity. So my question is, if toxic masculinity does not mean that masculinity is toxic, if you can separate the toxicity from masculinity, what would be left that's not a gender neutral trait?
I still like this. All just sounds like word salad. I'm so confused by what you're saying. I'm so sorry.
Okay, what is something that men do that is toxic, that is exclusively something that
Just men do.
essentially?
I mean, there's a
I
lot
think that
of.
makes a lot of sense, but okay.
Okay. I know we were discussing this a little bit before this, but like for example, if you go to like the biology of like human attraction, it's like women do look for men that have resources. And I guess you can also like tie this into toxic femininity, is a lot of women will almost some women will abuse men for their resources, but some men will kind of use that as like a weapon in a sense. It's like,
What do you mean? Use what? Their resources as a weapon?
yes.
What, they like will buy a girl a purse and throw it at her? What are you talking about?
Well, there's also like sometimes you can like, you know, guilt trip people with that stuff, or sometimes you can make someone so dependent on you, like dependent on someone's resources. I feel like this is getting really off topic. I have no idea. Like,
Well, no, but I'm trying. The conversation was about masculinity. You referenced toxic masculinity, so I'm trying to get at what precisely you mean when you say toxic masculinity. Because I'm arguing the position that I don't believe there's toxic masculinity. You said, whoa, you had a big reaction. You're like, that's a hot take that there's not toxic masculinity. So I'm asking you to provide evidence for the toxic masculinity that you assert exists.
okay, see, I can't use a lot of what I can very well argue without it getting bleeped out.
Are you talking about people deleting themselves?
No.
Are you talking about essay?
For example, I'll try to use soft terms here. As far as mental health and stuff, it's sometimes toxic masculinity doesn't so much. I'm not referring to. Man, I don't know how to say anything without like triggering things or.
Who are you gonna? Who's gonna be triggered?
No,
It's
you're
okay.
triggering words that we can't
You too.
use.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Fine.
So sorry.
I mean, that sounds like a cop out, but okay. I guess another question for you. Questions for you on this. Do you believe in like some of these other terms? Like, do you think mansplaining is a thing?
I mean, I like to use that term all the time. Like, I get caught up in mansplaining to men a lot of the times, and I laugh
you
at myself.
mansplain.
Oh, yeah. It's just like the over explanation. It's also funny, like, when you tell a guy something, and then they turn around and tell you exactly what you just told them, but then they, like, break it down, and it's like, well, I was the one that just told you that, like, very clearly. I
Okay.
understand.
Do you? Let me ask you a question. Do you think toxic masculinity is a sexist term?
No.
Do you think toxic whiteness would be a racist term?
No.
Do you think toxic blackness would be a racist thing to say?
I don't know.
Whoa, fuck! Jesus Christ. I clicked the wrong button. Do you think toxic Asianness would be a racist thing to say?
I mean, man, okay, I am not in a position to, I've never heard those terms.
Would it be, but do you think it would be racist to say that there's toxic blackness?
Well, yeah, I don't.
Do you think it would be do you think it would be hold on. Do you think it would be racist to say toxic whiteness?
Well, in all my arguments with toxic masculinity, I feel like a lot of toxic whiteness kind of plays into that, so I can't really say.
Wait, toxic whiteness? Nick, keep it on her, please. Do you think toxic whiteness plays into toxic masculinity? Is there toxic heterosexualness?
Yes.
Okay.
You're like literally making me sweat, like with this.
It's a little stuffy in here. I mean, the doors aren't open.
Well, like the
Speaking of which, Nick, if you could let a little air in, please. Wait, so, okay.
Metaphorical hot potatoes making me feel like a hot potato.
Okay.
Okay.
But so just to clarify.
Uh-huh.
Toxic whiteness.
Uh-huh.
Not racist. Actual thing, toxic whiteness.
is it okay to say, like, since I'm white, I'm allowed to think that? I don't think that's an argument. I don't know. Well, just statistically in the United States. There. Can I say that?
Can you say what? Oh, so okay, just toxic whiteness is just a U.S. thing.
Actually, no, I take that back. You could, like, go through history.
The other colonial powers, like...
Yeah, you know what? I don't even know what you're asking.
Great word. Was it a good word to throw in the colonial thing?
Colonialism, yes,
Yeah,
thank you.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah, I just gave you a layup there.
Yeah,
Okay.
see, this is...
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you. I'm bad with words. That was needed.
Okay, so there's toxic whiteness,
Yes.
but and that's not racist.
No.
But toxic blackness, is that racist?
No, I think that's just, like, not a thing. I don't know.
What about toxic Latino-ness?
No, I don't
Toxic
know.
Asian-ness?
No, I don't know. I'm looking at this like...
Okay. All right.
What are you getting at?
That's like triggering. It's bringing me back to like middle school, like
Wait, middle
lab.
school?
Yeah, when we go to like have to learn how to type and like the little labs. I was so bad at that. I'm sorry. The Windows.
Oh, the noise thing? Okay. Yes. I triggered you with my Windows reboot sound?
Yes.
Okay, good times.
Okay.
So is mansplaining sexist?
It's funny.
Mansplaining is funny. Is womansplaining sexist? Would that be a sexist thing to say? What are you womansplaining right now?
Well, when I refer to myself mansplaining, I've had men refer to it as like, no, actually you're womansplaining. So I'm just like, I don't know.
But is womansplaining sexist? Like, do you think that'd be a sexist thing?
I just consider it like an Urban Dictionary term.
Okay.
Is that allowed?
What about white-splaining? Is that racist?
I've never heard this before. Also, I feel like comparing masculinity and race is just like so completely... Yeah.
Look, I what I'm trying to get at is I like to use the hate speech test. And if you replace the second word with other groups, and if it's either racist or sexist, then it's probably not appropriate to say about... By the way, Nick, that was just a temporary thing. So, for example, if toxic, like if you replace that second word, so toxic blank, and you replace it with another group, and you determine that it's either racist or sexist or anything, it's probably not appropriate to say about men or white people.
Hey, Brian.
Thank you, Robin. Thank you, brother.
For dinner? But on another note, I'm pretty sure the septum piercing girl
She doesn't
has
look
the
happy
monkey
about
with
that.
cymbals playing on repeat in her head. Not a thought.
No,
behind those
she's
eyes.
doing good. Guys, be nice. Thank you, Robin. Appreciate it. Do you have a response to Robin?
Sounds like my dad.
Robin's your dad? Do you want to you can roast him back. Like, if they roast you, feel free to roast back. Like, it's cool.
You know what? My dad told me the other day, he's like, the human brain's 8 pounds. And I told him mine was 10. And he's like, yeah, with just all that hollow space.
Your dad and me would probably get along. Probably.
Yeah.
Your dad's a legend.
Hey, you know what? There's thoughts in
That's
there.
a good example of like not like masculinity, but like, you know, chaos and order. They're both necessary. So are like femininity and masculinity. You know, men are just gonna like be more straightforward than women
Wait,
are.
what?
Like,
Exactly. Also,
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
but it's necessary. Like we need that like straightforwardness in life, but we also need like the comforting of a woman.
Yeah.
So I think that's why I said masculinity is necessary.
Also, it like reminds me a lot of like negative and positive empathy. I guess that's a good example of maybe perhaps toxic masculinity is like in relationships you need both negative and positive empathy, and they say that positive empathy is more important.
Word.
But I feel like potentially men seek out more positive empathy than negative empathy, and then assume that females need more negative empathy than positive empathy. Does that count? Huh?
I kind of get that. Yeah.
Can somebody translate that shit for me? I have. Okay. Cool.
Because a woman is always gonna be
Wait,
more.
who
like,
here believes
comforting.
in who here believes in toxic masculinity? It's okay. It's all right. I don't hate you for if you do. Becca? She doesn't want to argue. Okay. All right. There you have it, folks. I got some. You guys were so kind as to provide some pre-show notes for us. So I'm going to go over some of those pre-show notes. So let's see. We have. who do we start with? We'll start with Becca. You wanted to talk about situationships and the male-female dynamic in dating. Hot take, you can be highly feminist, independent woman, but still need to have a man take the lead.
Yeah.
So do you consider yourself highly feminist and an independent woman?
I would definitely say I am pretty independent, highly independent. Feminist, I'm not sure how feminist I am. I guess compared to...
Sorry.
You make fun of me just looking up at the sky?
You're just...
Okay, that's how I think. I look up
okay.
there.
I do that too. I just had to roast a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, I guess in terms of feminist, I guess
now you're going to be self-conscious.
Yeah, I know. So I will look right here, right at the microphone. I guess when it comes to feminists, like...
Are you a feminist?
I would say yes.
Hardcore feminist?
I would say no.
Radical feminist?
No, not radical.
Are you a
feminist.
TERF?
I don't know what that is. TERF?
Trans exclusionary radical feminist.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's a doozy. That's a
doozy.
Okay,
I
good.
didn't take
Okay,
enough
all right.
classes in college on
so
that.
do you consider yourself highly feminist? Because you say hot take, you can be highly feminist, independent woman, but still need to have a man take the lead. So you're highly feminist.
Yes.
You consider yourself a independent woman.
Yes.
Okay, but still need to have a man take the lead. When you say have the man take the lead, what do you mean by that?
I mean, like, I think for a guy to be in his, like, masculine energy, like, there does need to be that, he kind of takes the lead and you know, whatever that looks like, you know.
What does that? Well, you tell us.
Okay,
What does that look
I
like?
will tell you.
Do it, girlfriend.
I will tell you now, right now.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
Okay, I will.
We're so ready.
I'm so ready. I came prepared. Taking the lead would be like him making the first move.
Wait, can I help out here a little bit? Okay.
Sure.
Approaching, sending the first message, carrying, leading the conversation, soliciting a first date, soliciting your number, setting up the date, carrying, leading the conversation on the date, paying for the date, soliciting a change of venue perhaps, soliciting subsequent dates and the setup and financial responsibility for said dates, moving things forward physically, closing the distance gap, going for the first kiss, and moving things forward even further from there physically and sexually speaking.
Yeah, can you send me that list?
Do you want to send it to one of your guy friends?
Sure.
So they can get on it?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, yeah, that all sounds like the guy taking the lead. So, yes.
So I think probably the easiest conversational thread that we can go on this, you say you're a highly feminist, independent woman. Who do you think on a first date should pay?
I would say the man.
Okay, we'll go around the table on this. We'll start with you, then we'll go around. Go ahead, Rachel.
Whoever asked the other person out on the date.
Whoever asks should pay. Okay. What about you?
The man.
The man.
Okay. Violet?
The man.
The man should pay. Okay. Manithian?
The man.
The man. So just to address your thing really quick, whoever asks should pay. I want to go around the table on this again. More often than not, are you asking guys out or are guys asking you out? Go ahead. Have you ever asked a guy out on
Oh
a date?
yeah. Oh yeah. many
More often
times.
than not, though. Is it more so the guy asking you or you asking the guy?
I mean, I don't remember the last time I've asked a guy out on a date. So like I would say
Been a
now it's more highly concentrated with men doing it.
Okay. What about you?
Definitely them.
They ask. What about you?
The man asks.
Have you ever asked a guy out?
No.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if I've ever asked a guy out. No, I have not.
How many first dates do you think you've been on?
Ballpark it.
Yeah, just range.
60.
60?
I was running the numbers. 60.
60. Okay.
Yes.
Beautiful. 60 first dates. All the 60 first dates, they asked you. Is that correct?
Correct.
Maybe there was one you kind of suggest. Okay. Violet, what about you?
Oh my gosh,
Closer
I'm
to the mic.
blanking. What
on
was
the question?
it? Yeah.
More often than not, who's asking who
Oh.
on the first date? Is it the guy or you?
The guy, yeah.
Have you ever asked a guy out on a date?
In 4th grade.
Well, come to think of it, actually, Violet. Okay, never mind. Actually, we don't have to go there. Madison, what about you?
I've only ever been on 2 proper first dates, but I asked the first one, and then my first proper date, it was the man asking.
Well, let's remove the proper dates from this and let's include just more casual hangouts. Who's initiating the casual hangout? The guy or you?
The guy more
Okay.
so, but I
Sure.
would too.
Right. So on the whole, whoever asks should pay. It's conveniently ignores the fact that men are overwhelmingly initiators. So if your standard is, okay, whoever asks should pay for the first date, well, you might as well just say men, because men overwhelmingly are the ones asking for first dates. So that this whole idea of well, whoever asks should pay would make kind of sense if there was some degree of equality when it came to initiative, but there isn't equality when it comes to who takes more initiative when it comes to dating.
I can say the advice my dad gave me in 5th grade, which
Please tell us.
men are pathetic and have low self-esteem, and as a female, if you ask them out or give them a compliment, you're making wonders for them. It makes
Well, yeah,
them
that's true,
special.
because most men never have the experience of a woman asking them out. So they'll probably remember that shit. If you ask an average guy out on a date, he'll remember that for the rest of his life. Whereas most women, some women get asked out so frequently, they don't even remember it later that day.
It makes them feel special, and everyone wants to feel special. It's that's also why females like when men approach, and they don't necessarily want to approach men, is because it feels good. And also asking someone out is extremely terrifying for a lot of people, especially men. It's not just especially men. Actually, no.
So what you're saying is that women are privileged.
No, I would say.
Of course they are.
Okay, well, yes, but
You're in the privileged position of never having to get off your ass to put in any effort into the beginning of a relationship.
yeah, that's true.
You just allow men to approach you. You get to pick amongst all the men that show initiative.
Yeah, that's true. I've had a lot of guys complain.
You don't risk rejection.
Yeah.
Really. So I don't know why I brought it there, but so this was the first. Who pays? Oh, I was just addressing whoever asks should pay, but it conveniently ignores the fact that men by default are initiators, de facto are initiators. So convenient. You said that the guy should pay, but you said that you're a highly feminist, independent woman. So how do you reconcile being a feminist, claiming to be an independent woman, but still needing to have the man take the lead and pay for the first date?
That's a good question. I think you can, or for me, feel I think it kind of comes down to the guy. I feel like most guys on average want to be the one to pay or to feel in control or have that ability to provide. So
Sure, you're not wrong. I think there is a large proportion of men that are prepared to pay for the first date. They're going to pay for it. They're happy to do it. But that doesn't really answer my question, because would you, if a guy, let's say you go on a date with a guy, and the waiter comes, do you guys want anything else? And he's like, no, we're good. Can you get 2 checks, please? Would you object to the guy asking for 2 checks?
I would be kind of confused, and maybe if I'm not being confrontational, I would pay the tab, and then there probably wouldn't be a second date.
Why wouldn't there be a second date? Would you lose attraction for him, or?
Yeah. I think I would kind of be off put by that and not maybe I would ask him about it later. Be like, why did you want to split the tab? And see what he says.
But so if it came down to it, you guys end up splitting the bill. Is that's a strong negative for you?
Yeah, just because in the past I've had guys go out of their way to make sure, like, even before, like, I never even see the bill come to the table. Like, they make sure it's paid for ahead of time. So I've had that treatment and enjoyed that. So I think, I don't know, maybe I've been spoiled.
Well, I mean, it's a holdover of chivalrous, traditional male behavior when it comes to men paying for the first dates. I guess my whole qualm with men paying for the first date is you ought to only pay for a woman if she also adheres to or believes in traditional, she considers herself traditional, because to me it's like, you can't be feminist until the check comes. Like, if you believe in gender equality, then you shouldn't, like, and because if we're talking about, how do I explain? You cannot recoil at the very idea of gender roles, but then expect men to pay, because men paying is a gender role. So you can't just throw out and discard all the gender roles that have to do with you, but then expect the man to still abide by every gender role that applies to him.
No, yeah. No, I see your point.
So if you want to be, like you said, a highly feminist, independent woman, enlightened, progressive feminist woman who doesn't believe in gender roles, and that men and women are exactly the same, then shouldn't you pay for your own meal?
Yeah, that is fair. I guess it comes down, well, yeah, because I do believe in gender roles, and then I guess with being a feminist, it's wanting that equality with gender roles. So, but then at the end of the day, I with the logic of me wanting the guy to pay, that would be me wanting gender roles.
Why? So do you believe in the patriarchy? Is the patriarchy a thing? And Rachel can chime in on this too.
Patriarchy. I believe that for history's sake, that the world has been typically dominated by men in in areas of control and leadership. But there are cultures that are more matriarchal.
Okay, sure. Well, I guess my question is, why do you support a patriarchal traditional belief of men paying for a woman's time?
Yeah.
Like, isn't that kind of the patriarchy? Like, aren't you reinforcing the patriarchy by holding men to this very traditional gender role? But you're a highly feminist, independent woman.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I've been in situations where I did offer to pay the bill, and
Were you just not interested in the guy, though?
No, it was the one instance I'm thinking of. I was very interested in the guy.
But you said you've had, like, what, 50, 60 dates? First dates?
Yes.
With different men.
Yes.
So there's one time that you offered to pay the bill, but you're a strong, independent, feminist woman?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I was lacking in self-confidence and didn't feel like I wanted him to feel the pressure to buy the meal for me. But
you were lacking in self-confidence.
It was when I was, like, I don't know, 19. Young.
You were 19.
I was young.
Okay.
So.
But it sounds pretty clear to me if a guy asked to split the bill. Let me ask if before the date, I feel like this wouldn't be an organic way to go about it, but if a guy was like, hey, are you cool with splitting the bill? And he was asking you to go to dinner, I feel like that would be kind of cringe a little bit, but would you just say never mind on the date, for the date, when you otherwise were interested in going?
Yeah. Shoot. I guess I would still go on the date and pay the tab. Split.
Yeah.
Do you like expect men to pay for every date? Say you went on a date with one guy and you kept seeing him after. Do you expect him to pay for every single date? Say you really, really liked him.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good question, Madison. So beyond the first date, would you like a guy to continue paying for dates?
I guess it would the first few dates, and then and then after that we could have the conversation of like, hey,
there would be a conversation.
Yeah, if I saw it, going somewhere and we wanted to keep dating, because I guess I don't want that pressure of being the financial provider.
Hold on, but we're talking about splitting the bill.
Yes.
So why you're not being the financial provider, you're just equally contributing to the start of the relationship.
Okay.
The provider would be, I'm paying for the whole thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I feel like I've been, like, if you really did really like the guy, like, I feel like I've been in multiple situations where it's like, oh, like, hey, do you mind paying for yours? I'll just pay for myself. And I feel like it's something that you can easily look past, especially if you're super duper interested in this guy, unless you expect him to pay every single time. You're just seeking for financial or seeking for money and for him to provide for you all the time. But, like, are you really all that independent if that's what's all that you're looking for in a guy?
Yeah.
Okay, so you said you want the guy to pay for at least the first few dates. How many? When you say first few, you mean 2, 3, 4?
2, 3. Yeah, 2 to 3.
3 to 4, and then you would want to have a conversation about moving forward. Is that a conversation you would bring up, or he? Let me ask. You said your longest relationship was 2 years, correct?
Yes.
In that 2-year relationship, did it become 50-50 at any point, or were you guys living together? What was the?
We weren't living together. We did get to a point after, like, I'd say like 4 or 5 dates where I'm pretty sure I brought it up, like, hey, like, I can pay for a date and then you could pay for a date, and then it kind of became
what's
like
that called, like trading off or whatever?
Yeah, that way it's not like we gotta split the bill every time and keep track of every penny.
Well, okay, but so eventually in your 2-year relationship, it was like switching turns, taking turns.
Yeah.
How long did it take to get to that point? Was he for the guy you dated for 2 years, was he paying for the first dates? First couple of dates?
Yeah.
How many dates did you go on until it's switched?
I would say 4.
4. Okay. And then it's something he brought up or you brought up?
I believe I brought it up because
And did you begrudgingly be like, I guess I kind of like you. Do you want me to start paying?
I don't think it was begrudgingly. I wanted to be with him, and I guess I didn't want him to think I was only in it to be paid for.
What do you think it changes about a man if he starts paying for the first couple of dates, then you guys split things, or just split things initially? Like, do you think it really changes anything about the way you see them?
I don't. I would say I would like to have the conversation with them, and
I would just say,
now
like,
it's my turn.
if it doesn't change anything about them, then what's the point
of starting off?
Yeah,
starting off
having
with them paying for everything versus splitting the tab. I guess it wouldn't make that much of a difference if I'm really interested in them.
Yeah.
And they, like, let's say they really can't, like, pay for the whole meal or whatever.
But okay, so you said that you're a highly feminist, independent woman, yet you expect men to not only pay for the first date, but pay for 2, 3, 4. I assume you'd probably prefer, if the guy just continued providing indefinitely. I assume that'd be preferable.
Yes.
Okay. So how do you reconcile being a feminist, being independent, because that word means something,
Yes.
but having like a very, very strong preference to the point where if a guy didn't pay for you on the first date, he has to split, you would not want to have a second date. How do you reconcile that?
I guess I just would think that it's, at the end of the day, I would want him to, I guess that's the trade-off with considering myself a feminist, independent woman, is that I still believe there are gender roles, and that I want the guy to feel like he's still in his masculine energy. So I don't know, mental gymnastics.
I mean, that's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like. But it sounds to me like you want equality only when it benefits you. The guy paying for the first date, the guy holding. Let me ask you, do you want to get married?
Yes, eventually.
Would you be? Will you take your husband's last name?
Ooh.
Keep it.
I do the hyphen thing.
Okay. Who has final say when it comes to household decisions? Who's the head of the household?
Ooh. Shoot. Yeah. And I would love it to be both of us. But
this is exactly what I'm talking about. Equality only when it benefits you. So you want a guy to adhere to his traditional gender roles, lead, pay for the first date, but you don't want to adhere to what would be a very traditional thing, tradition, taking the man's last name in the case of marriage. That is traditionally what women do.
Yes.
I don't have an issue with hyphenation, but you best pay for your own way on a first date if you're about that hyphenation shit. You should pay you should try to initiate at comparable levels. That's my thing.
Okay.
You want all the benefits of traditional treatment from men, but you yourself, you don't want to be a traditional woman. So we got a lot of women who are feminist who love traditional treatment from men because traditional treatment benefits women. But you guys don't want to be traditional women. Because I suppose in some ways not being traditional comes to your benefit. Don't you think that's a bit selfish?
Do
you have a response or should I move on?
You can.
Or are you thinking? I'll give you more time to think if you'd like.
I guess in a way it is me being selfish if I am not taking, or if I'm expecting these things of men and claiming to be wanting gender equality, but then I don't want it when it's on my side. So.
But you want traditional treatment, but you don't want to take your husband's last name.
I didn't say I didn't want to take it.
But what's funny is, forget the who should pay shit. That's kind of small.
Yeah.
You said that you want a man to be a leader, right? But you don't want a man to be head of household. That's a big deal to me.
Okay.
You want a man to lead, but you don't want to be a follower. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So I got to send the asteroid on that one. Holy shit. Okay.
I guess that
You
brings
cannot.
feminists.
This is the big thing. Like, forget the who pays shit. Women want men and are attracted to men who are leaders and who are masculine and who are dominant. But women have been, there's this mind virus of feminism which tells, like, on a biological and attraction level, I would say most women want men to be leaders, pay for the first date, take initiative, make the first move, do all these things, right? But you also simultaneously You want men to be leaders, but you don't want to be followers. And that's the breakdown, I think, in most relationships, is you have women who desperately want men to be strong, to be masculine, to be leaders, but you're not prepared to be followers. You cannot be a leader with a mutinous, is that the word? Does that mutinous? With a mutinous non-follower. I cannot lead somebody that's not prepared to follow me. You can, it's like a dance. Someone's the lead, if both try to lead, it's a disaster. If both try to follow, it's a disaster. Someone has to lead, someone has to follow. And that's the problem. You're shaking your head, you disagree. I think if you want to be, as a woman, you want to be more masculine, you want to be more dominant, you want to take more of the lead in the relationship, that's your call. But if you're a woman and you want a guy to be the leader, you ought to be the follower. That's the only way it works. In order to lead, like, let's just look at this logically. In order to lead, someone has to follow, right? Can everybody, let's talk about businesses. In an organization, can everybody be the leader in an organization? No, somebody has to be the shot caller. Somebody has to lead.
Yeah, I guess it comes down to trust, and maybe I haven't had that, like, trust in a relationship where I feel like, oh, like, yeah, I really want to follow this guy. Maybe it's just like this tension I've had within me too. I think too,
that's because you've been injected. You've been injected with the feminist mind
Maybe she
virus.
isn't looking for a leader then.
She's not looking for
In the
what?
end, maybe if it's...
No, but she wants a guy to pay for the first date. She would not go on the second date with a guy if he didn't pay for the first date, which is some, like, gut instinct, like, because, oh, this guy's not a provider. That's not leading as a guy, I suppose you could say. You want a guy to lead. You want a guy to initiate. You want a guy to do all these things. But when it comes time for you to hold up your end of the bargain, when it comes to your traditional gender role expectations, you're like, I don't like those, never mind. We're going to hyphenate our last names. You're not going to be the head of the household. I'm not going to grant you your ability to use your masculine instincts to make the best decisions for this family. Hey, and that's within your right. But I guess what I'm getting at is, go date like a guy who's down to split the bill and is gonna, when you ask, he's not gonna be decisive about what he wants to eat, and he's not gonna be decisive when he's gonna have plans. He's gonna be like, whatever you want, babe, you pick. Do you want that? Maybe she does, I don't know.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead. By the way, I just want to say, other girls can, if you have something you want to say,
please.
If you have something you want to say to what I say, somebody, you can come in. Go ahead.
So the whole feminist movement really just confuses me because it's like double-minded. So I have a question for the both of you guys, since you guys seem to be feminists and you seem to be also traditional as well at the same time.
Yeah.
Where do you guys both draw the line between being a feminist and then being traditional? Like, where do you draw the line at? Where you can be feminist in this aspect, or more so like, no, just where you draw the line. I don't want to get too deep into it.
Yeah.
I feel like that's mostly just like what you consider yourself in, like what you consider a feminist and what you believe in, I guess, for feminists. But I don't know.
Yeah. I would say, yeah, it is hard because I do want that gender, like, equality when it comes to women getting equal pay and work and things like that. But then there is this other part of me. I mean, I was raised in a very traditional home where, like, my dad was the sole provider and my mom was a stay-at-home mom, so I do have that part of me that still wants that, but then there's this also part of me that wants my own life, or I guess, like, I want that control in terms of, like, oh, I'm providing for myself and I'm making the rules in my own world. So It's
are you willing to compromise? Like, let's say you meet the right guy and he's like traditional and he meets like all your, you know, checks the boxes, right? Are you willing to put aside the feminist identity that you kind of have a little bit and then jump to being a transitional woman?
Yeah.
Traditional woman.
Traditional woman. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, I want to have that.
What? What do you want?
I mean, if it came down to it, I do want the more traditional relationship. So that would have to be me reevaluating, like, what does it mean for me to be feminist and independent if I do want the man to be providing for me and if I do want these things.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Do you think that a traditional man who's going to be a provider, who's going to take care, do you want kids, right?
Yes.
Do you know how many kids you want?
I wanted 3, but now with financials, probably 2.
When you start having kids, are you going to want to pull back from work a little bit? Do you think you'll want to take extended time off of work?
Probably, yes.
How much time do you plan to get back to work quickly after you have kids, or do you want to be a stay-at-home mom?
So I was just saying that I grew up, you know, in a very traditional home. My dad was the sole provider and my mom was stay-at-home mom.
Okay.
I think for me, I want to be a stay-at-home mom up until a certain age for my kids, maybe till they hit like kindergarten, both of them. So 5, 6
years.
Yeah, 5, 6 years.
And then if you have 2 kids, so like 7 years total. So you want to take 6 to 7 years off.
I know.
So no, that's not wrong.
No, yeah.
I don't think that's it's not wrong for you to want that, but I'm trying to reconcile it with your feminist, independent woman position. So during that 7-year period, you want you want to stay at home, take care of the kids. You want your husband to be sole breadwinner for a 7-year period. I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm just asking if that's what you want.
It would be.
I'll bring you in just a sec. Go ahead.
It's hard because I think in my mind, in this like ideal world, like I would be stay-at-home mom while also still bringing in some kind of income from like a side hustle or something, and then
a side hustle.
Yeah, I don't know.
What?
Blogging about kids. Who knows?
Blogging about kids?
I don't.
That sounds like a waste of money. Not gonna lie. Blogs? Do people even
vlogging?
do that shit?
I don't know.
Oh, vlogging?
Vlogging about kids.
Okay,
I'm just bringing in a hypothetical.
So while your husband is a sole breadwinner and you just had 2 kids and you have household expenses and child expenses, you're gonna want your husband to go like drop $1,000 on like camera equipment and like editing and.
Yeah, no, I know it is a big commitment.
Okay.
I'm just trying to think of other ways I could help bring in money at the time of raising kids.
So you basically want to provide for yourself up until the time you're married and are ready to have children, and then you're willing to put all your efforts into being a traditional wife, correct?
I would say yes.
Okay, so the question you have to ask yourself is you might want that treatment from a man, but because of your mindset and because you consider yourself feminist and independent, you don't want to take your husband's name. You want him to be sole breadwinner for a period of 7 years. Do you think a traditional man wants you? Do you think first off, do you think traditional men are feminist? Do you think traditional men tend to be liberal men?
Not
I
really.
assume you're liberal, right?
I'm liberal to moderate, yeah.
Okay. So the other part of the equation is, does the man you want you? You have a lot of like progressive liberal women who want, actually there's Nick, I'll find it, but there's this video that went viral a couple of months ago. I think it's in one of the Dropbox folders. We reacted to it. It was a woman in a car and she was saying how she's super liberal and progressive, but she still wants the traditional treatment. I'm going to see if I can find the video because that's kind of topical.
Okay.
But do you think a traditional guy who is going to be okay with you not taking his last name and you being a feminist, like, do you think most traditional men want that?
I don't
You don't know?
think so.
Okay.
Which
But so don't you think you should... Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Continue.
Well, the last name thing is funny because I just really like my last name. If it was like a lame name, then I'd be like, okay. but I know it comes down to like it shouldn't matter if if I had a cool last name or not. It's more of the principle of it, I guess. So, anyways, that's a side note. But yeah.
Okay.
I guess I'd have to do.
Here, you had something.
Soul searching.
Yes. My whole thing is like I think you can be a feminist and still want those things because like biologically, like you want a man with resources. It's like you're talking about having a kid someday and wanting to support it. Like that's a biological part of us, and like biologically you want a man that's going to protect you. It's like you're going to want someone that's going to be able to provide for you because it's like, hey, pregnancy and having children is hard. And like I think men do see it that way. I think part of feminism is like it not being necessarily completely transactional. It's like you don't necessarily want to feel like you're bought. Also, I don't think a leader is necessarily a provider because you can have a provider, but you could like boss that bitch around. Like you can get what you need. And like I think that's the same as like going on a first date is like initially you want to see that person is going to put it in, and also it's like that courting, like that courtship. Like you could look at flowers, for example, like a bouquet of flowers. It's like people buy them now, but back in the day people used to pick them, and it was like a proof of their ability to forage. It's like, look at all these qualities I can provide for you.
Keep going. Go ahead.
And like it's nice. Like I'm not gonna lie, like one time some guy like hit me up at like 1 a.m. like as a booty call, and I was like, no, you have to go out and like literally pick me flowers, like pick me a bouquet, and like maybe I'll come over. It's like it's that sense of like effort.
Have you ever had a booty call though?
Oh, a lot, yeah.
Okay. Like two standards. This is like so okay, you objected, you like almost were offended. How dare he ask for a booty call, yet you've had plenty of booty calls.
Yeah, I've had so many booty calls that I was like, you know what? I want to feel like someone actually like wants to work for it, you know? It was just like hey, you know what?
So did he work for it?
Yeah, he picked the flowers.
Let me ask you a question. So while he did all this work for it, he went out and he legit picked flowers?
Yes, a whole bouquet. He even got a variety. He walked 2 blocks for it. It was nice.
How long did you make him wait before hooking up or whatever?
Until he finished picking his flowers. I thought it was funny.
So y'all hooked up on the first date?
It was not a date. It was a booty call. There's a difference.
Oh, so it's still a booty call, but he had to go get some flowers.
Yeah.
That's so I mean, it's funny. It's very arbitrary though. And what's so funny is like women have so much fucking power in relationships. I can't imagine a guy being able to say to a woman, like, go get some motherfucking flowers and then maybe I'll give you some dick. Ain't no girl gonna be like, okay, let me get right on it, start picking some flowers so I can get some dick. Like, bro, that shit's okay.
It's also different when you have to ask them to do that.
Call,
you know what I mean? They should naturally do that. But
we had this was a long time ago. We went around the table with some girls, and a girl said she told a guy, like a guy who was pleasant, asked her out, and she was like, oh, she's kind of a fence sitter. She's like, oh, I don't know. Tell me why I should go out with you. Prove to me, or some shit like that. And like all the girls laughed. Oh, ha ha. And I was like, let me ask, if you were interested in a guy and he was like, prove to me why I should go out with you, all the girls were like, I'd just be like, who the fuck does this guy think he is? Fuck this guy. He's got a big fucking ego. On to the next. Boom. But okay, so the guy, fuck. So okay, it was a booty call. You said no to the booty call, but then he picked you flowers, and then you said yes to the booty call.
Yeah, and then I guess once the booty was over, it was just interesting. But that's like completely besides the point. We're like getting off track.
Loose
Yeah, I
pussy
forgot where
energy
we
donated
were on that.
$99. Toxic feminist is about wanting everything in females' favor but expects guys to be traditional while being a non-traditional hose. It's like having 8 bodies and forcing her simp boyfriend to be okay that his girl got ran through. Shout out to number 9.
You wished you were number 9.
Uh-oh. Yo, LPE, thank you very much for that comment, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of how dating is. You have a bunch of, basically, there's an expectation on men that we adhere to our traditional gender roles with non-traditional women. They want all the benefits of equality and all the benefits of traditionalism. Doesn't make it make sense. I don't really get it. Oh, Nick, the video that we were talking about, what's her name? There's a New York Post article. I can't find it in the folder, so you're gonna have to Google it. It's progressive woman wants man to pay for dates. That should probably find it for us. Okay. I don't know. What were we talking about? I don't know. Paying for dates.
Valerie booty calls. We were talking about her feminist independence.
Yeah. It's just, look, you were saying that it's normal, like that's what women want. Like it's normal for women to want a guy who's like provider, protector, leader, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Because that's like biological.
Yeah, like I don't know if you've ever heard of Buss, but he's done a lot of like
David Buss.
I don't know his first name.
Oh, just his last name? Okay.
Yeah, but he's done a lot of like research with that. They like did a study across like 37 countries, and outside of like one of them, because of like culture norms, like that was the overall take, and
sure,
it makes sense.
Let me see here. Nick, do you have it?
I'm looking for it. I think I might have it, but
Here, I'm going to read this while I remember seeing Violet on iFunny and other social media several years ago. Glad to see she's still relevant. I wish her much success and happiness moving forward. Fally, hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Sorry, Rachel, what were you saying?
Huh?
What? Were you saying something? I don't know.
I was just saying research. I think I finished my
Oh,
thought.
okay. Nick, he said you have it?
I might. Is it this one?
Oh, dude, ad block, rip. No, that's not it. Do add TikTok to the search term. Can you pull it out over to this screen so I can see it? Yeah. Just so we can try to find it. Go back. No, it doesn't trigger. Just progressive women, TikTok, men should pay. Sorry, guys, we're... Yeah, that one. Hopefully the ad block. Please don't fucking ad block.
It is.
Just turn off ad block on that page. Do you know how to do it? Okay, very top by the search bar. Top by search bar, there's a hand sign. Nope. Sorry, guys. Give us just a sec. Click that. Pause on the site. Always is fine. Just always. Okay, refresh. Cool. All right, if you can pull that up when you can. Sorry, guys. We're just getting this article pulled up here. Okay. I'm a liberal. It's hard to find masculine men to date who aren't conservative. Can you scroll down just a little bit? I think, let's watch the actual, scroll down. I think, is this the actual video? No, that's just a screenshot. Scroll down a bit more. Usually they link. That's a screenshot. There we go. Pause it. Audio, full screen. What the fuck?
Do you want to know
Pause. Full screen, please. Okay, start it. Go ahead, I guess.
Do you want to know
Wait,
one of
pause. Video tab, please. Go ahead.
realizations I recently had was that as a liberal woman, it is really hard to find a man who's willing to play the more traditional masculine role in the relationship in today's day and age, who is not a conservative. A man who wants to pay on the first date, who wants to open your door, who has that want and desire to take care of you and to provide, who is not a conservative. And obviously, as a liberal woman, I do want to be respected for my independence, and I do want to have my own autonomy in the relationship and not be confined or conform to the traditional female homemaker, childbearing role. And most of the men that I've dated who do have that more natural provider masculinity about them are normally conservative. So I don't really know what to do because I don't want to compromise my morals and values just to find a man. But am I asking to have my cake and eat it too?
Yes. Yes, you are. Okay. So does that video kind of capture a little bit of how you feel?
Yeah, I'd say yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. I think it is hard because growing up in a very more traditional setting, and then trying to want to just seeing it. I guess it kind of comes down to seeing it not work out with my parents. It's like, okay, they did the traditional route and it still didn't work. So
They're divorced?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not clear to me if they're divorced because they were traditional versus other reasons, but go
Yeah.
ahead.
I was gonna say the video sounds so contradictory. Like, it doesn't make sense. You can't have one and then want the other.
I think she just answered her own question in the video, though. So it's like,
Yeah,
what
why
she
do you want him
wants-
to be
Yeah.
traditional, but you can't do it? Doesn't make sense.
like she
He doesn't
said
deserve
herself
that.
that obviously naturally traditional people are more conservative and stuff, but she said literally that she wasn't willing to be a traditional wife and homemaker. So sucks to suck.
Sucks to suck. Look, if you're a feminist, you're an independent woman, start paying for first aids. Problem solved, right?
Yeah.
Are you gonna start offering to pay for first aids? Probably not.
I can give it a shot. I can.
You seem deeply disturbed by the idea of paying for the first date.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm gonna walk and do my talk, then comes down to it, then I should
Go
be.
find a nice soy boy who paints or some shit, and yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Although I do think like there is such a pressure now on men that men are even starting to and actually have been providing for feminist women. So like you will find like what in my opinion are simps basically, who are still going to pay for you even though you're super feminist and super non-traditional. I'm not saying hey, it's your choice, but I don't like this idea of men being traditional men with non-traditional women. It just doesn't compute for me. It does not make any sense.
So you're saying that it would have to be traditional men with traditional women, and then
That kind of makes sense,
non-traditional men with non-traditional women
right? That
to keep things.
that seems like
Exactly.
But wouldn't it make sense? Wouldn't a traditional man want a traditional woman? I think the differential here is that you have non-traditional women who want traditional men, but it's not gonna. There's enough traditional women. That's kind of a tough one, but traditional men want traditional women. I don't think they want non-traditional women. Non-traditional women clearly see the benefit dating-wise to dating traditional men, leading, provisioning, protecting, etc. I'm curious, what are the benefits of dating a non-traditional man?
You can walk all over them.
Maybe, I don't know.
Wouldn't you walk more over like a traditional man? Like you're really just like squeezing out the goods, you know?
But traditional man's like a leader, so you're not gonna
You're, like,
like
respecting
be
him.
yes.
Yeah.
Non-traditional man, they don't like put the frame of respect there.
Yeah, like some guys are so nice, you know, and like they'll go along with everything, and they're nice, but I would never get with a guy like that because I just need you to be, you know, I'm the nice one and I go along with everything. I need you to be like, no, we're drawing the line here, you know. So
I definitely think traditional men can get taken advantage of, can get played, certainly. So, yeah. Nick, can you pull up Twitch really quick? I want to shout out Twitch people. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow in the Prime sub. Yo, operator, thank you for the Prime. Moonshine, thank you for the prime. Joma, thank you for the 4 community subs. Thank you, man. Espada, thank you for the prime. Ricky Marie, thank you for the tier 1. Steve-O, thank you for the prime. Much appreciated. Thank you, man. Go drop us a follow on the prime sub if you have one. All right, moving on to a different topic here. We have Rachel. I have a lot of personal experience in regards to relationships and sexual activity.
Yes.
And you provided, and I thank you for providing this, you got a long list here, and I'm trying to give you prompts, and you can tell us the full Cliff Notes version. One of your exes took your car and totaled it. What happened there? Give us the short version if you can.
Okay, short version. I was in high school. They had my keys. Little did I know that they were actually going to drive my car. They went to get McDonald's and totaled it into a waste management truck, and then they Ubered me there from my school, and then told the police officers that I did it, even though I didn't, because they didn't have a license or a permit. And yeah, and then that was the end of the relationship. And really expensive, especially since I had already totaled 2 cars in high school. So yeah.
Okay. You said that the same dude who did he steal your car, or he just borrowed it?
I would say steal, because like he wasn't allowed to drive it, and he had taken it, technically stolen it before without me knowing.
Okay.
Yeah, he told me he needed to charge his phone in my car, which I don't know why I believe that.
Sure. This same guy, you said that he faked his own death.
Yes. Yes.
To try to get me back?
Yes.
Get you back?
Yes. So after the whole car accident situation, I don't even know how, but he went to like the emergency room. I don't think he actually had any emergencies, but then he like posted a picture of it, and then he had his friend call me and tell me that the nurses said that he wasn't gonna make it and he was unresponsive. And so I'm sitting there freaking out, and then all of a sudden I get bombarded by him, and yeah, I don't know why that would fix things, but
There's more. He tried to stab you.
yeah, that was also after the fact too.
After what fact?
Oh, after him crashing my car.
Okay.
I guess that
What
was
did he try to stab you with? A spork?
No, a knife.
A knife?
I went over to his house. He wanted to talk it out, and he kept being like, "Oh, come sit next to me." And I was like, "No, you have a knife." And he's like, "No, I don't." He's like, "Do you see a knife?" And I was like, "No." And he's like, "So then sit there." And then he pulled a knife on me. So yeah, that's that.
So he was he just had a knife? Like did he actually make a stabbing motion to try to stab you?
Yeah, and this sounds terrible, but I like.
Was it a butter knife?
No, it like nicked my finger. Fortunately, nothing
You got
else.
a little cut. Okay.
Yeah, he just kept like yelling, "I want to stab you." So like that was.
He kept
nice.
yelling he wants to stab you.
Yeah, but it was fine. I didn't get stabbed.
But you stayed there. How many times did he say he was going to stab you? How long?
I don't know. He just kept repeating it and like
Why didn't
trying
you leave?
to. Well,
He kept trying to stab you? What the
yeah.
fuck?
How were you? Like,
Were you like
dodging
fighting
that?
him
Yeah.
off? Like
Oh, I dodged it because like I don't know. I was pushing. Unfortunately, I think he knew if he did stab me, there'd be consequences. So I think.
so
there
he was like fake stabbing you?
No, I think it was like he really wanted to, but also like part of him may have been holding back. I mean, but yeah, I got out of it because I had sex with him. So, yeah.
Whoa.
It's okay.
Did he propose that, or did you propose that idea?
No, I just found that that's like a really sneaky way of getting out of things with guys.
So you proposed
That's a
it?
yikes.
But
So were you like, "I'll have sex with you if you don't stab me"?
That's a little.
No,
I
not
mean,
exactly.
I would've just
It's just
dipped.
like you kind of distract them, and then you can kind of get.
I mean, that's just. I mean,
yeah.
Sounds like a Lifetime
that's
movie.
that's a really fucked up
That's crazy.
situation. Fuck. Okay. So he stole your car, totaled it, faked his own death, but you still went over to his house? Like, were you, I assume you were broken up.
Yeah, I had just gone over to his house because he wanted
To get
like,
stabbed?
No, because he wanted to make it up to me, like talk about things.
With his penis?
No, Like about
How would he make it up to you?
That was him being seductive. He
Yeah.
wanted to talk about things to get
Yeah.
her into his house so he could.
Yeah, also because he was going to owe me a lot of money. We took him to small claims court because he never paid for it. But
paid for the car shit.
yeah, but in the state of Colorado, you cannot get charged with negligence as a minor. So he lucked out. It's okay.
That sounds terrible.
Very toxic relationship through and through. You said he was your best friend's ex, so karma's a bitch.
Mm-hmm.
He was your best friend's ex. So karma's, you got revenge on your best friend?
No, I would say like that whole relationship was karma for like getting with my best friend's ex. Cause
Oh, karma in
On
your
me.
direction.
Yes.
Okay. Because it was your best friend's ex.
yeah, that's pretty a shit move, you know? That's not really that great.
This was in high school, you said?
Mm-hmm. My junior year.
Your best friend?
Mm-hmm.
Is this like a small town or something? There were no other men that could stab you?
I mean, no, like, I don't know. It just kind of happened.
Plenty of men who would be happy to stab you.
I mean, I'm trying to
I
keep
can find you one tonight. Are you into the stabbing thing? Is that what it is?
No,
Some girls have
no.
like a knife kink. It's like they want a knife held to them. It's weird. Don't ask.
Interesting. Yeah, not me. Trying to keep everything brief here. When they were dating, he bought a turtle. The turtle ended up going into my possession. I absolutely hated the guy for a really, really long time, but the turtle.
Is the turtle still alive and kicking?
No, he took the turtle and then sold it for a cat.
Valid.
I don't know. Basically, out of anything, I'm a simp for pets, so that was a easy
What? So okay, but it was your best friend's ex. So wait, they had broken up and then you got with him, or did you steal him from her?
Oh no! It was like months later. They'd
Months
been arguing.
But you were her best friend.
Mm-hmm.
Did she not tell you any crazy stories about this dude?
No, because like they never really had that kind of stuff.
They
Like
didn't-
most of their interactions were at school and them screaming at each other. But
I mean,
would,
that sounds pretty bad.
yeah, I just
already.
wouldn't pay attention. So, yeah.
That wasn't a red flag for you that they were having yelling matches in high school before going to fourth period bio class?
I mean, I don't know. I was in high school. You don't really know all that much.
I mean,
then.
I think even in high school, like people yelling at each other is pretty unhealthy. So that was like the thing that turned you on, like, oh yeah, he's gonna abuse me verbally. Is that kind of what was exciting about him?
No.
The verbal abuse?
No, it was most. Well, I
Like
don't know.
you had pre-evidence of his abuse, like verbal abuse. So I mean,
Yeah, I mean.
maybe she was abusive too. I mean,
Yeah, I don't know.
a lot of that shit can be mutual.
I would just say he's like good at manipulating, so kind of sounds like a different person.
Okay, all right.
Mm-hmm.
You went on a Tinder date and the man threw up all over the back seat of your car, and you didn't know this.
Okay, so this is disgusting, but I used to
Same
have
guy or different guy?
different guy.
Okay.
This was only a one-time thing. It's really disgusting, but I used to have digestive issues, and so like
Dope.
driving would be hard because I'd throw up. So you know, I had a big gulp cup, and this man, our first date was to go get my flu shot, and then afterwards he insisted on hanging out in my car, and then wanted to move to the back, and I don't know why, but he just decided to chuck the thing in my back seat, and so I had to go home and clean that.
Chuck the thing?
Oh, it was
The
your
thing.
own throw up?
Yeah, the big gulp cup of my vomit.
Okay. So I thought he was the one it was you who threw up
Yes.
in the back of your car.
Indirectly.
But you
yes.
said you didn't even know this. You have two different throw up
Oh,
stories.
my bad. I never proofread anything I said.
You said you went on a Tinder
Yes.
date. The man threw up all over the backseat of your car.
Oh, no.
And you didn't know this.
He threw my throw up in the backseat of my car, and he
Oh,
didn't
through
notice.
my throw up.
And the thing is I don't know why he didn't notice.
Bro,
and he
what
just
the
kept
fuck?
going. And I was like, no, you need to leave.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
interesting. Good to know. We have, some guy picked me up from a club and you did what to his parents' bed?
Pooped. I know the internet's gonna shit on me for this one, but I shat in his bed, so you know what? It works out. It's fine.
Why? Like you did it on purpose?
No, I just like woke up and I thought he farted. That wasn't the case. He was nice though. He like cleaned it up and he played the guitar for me to try to make me feel better.
Did you ever see him again?
Yeah, actually. I did. On his accord.
Okay.
Rancid.
What was the Spanish kid story with the Spanish class or whatever? Not the Spanish kid, the Spanish class.
Oh yeah, so this guy in my Spanish class, I guess a bunch of girls thought he was really cute. I didn't really think much of it, and then we went on a date and it was super awkward because he's like, "Oh, I haven't done this in a while." And I was like, "Done? Like, what do you mean? Like, it's okay." And he was like, "No, like I actually haven't like hung out with someone outside of school." He was like, "The last time I did was like a year and a half ago with my ex," and then he was like, "And before that it was like 2 years." And then we went like miniature golfing, and it was super awkward because he was trying so hard to like flirt with me, but also at the same time kept like insisting that I didn't like him and all this stuff. I hung out with the dude for like 3 hours. And then when I had to go home for dinner, he was like sitting there being like, "Oh, you're trying to make excuses because you don't like me." And it was weird. He told me like the back of my head was hot. When we were putt-putting, he told me I was good competition, even though I'm really bad at putt-putt, but he said it's just because he usually goes alone. Yeah, no, it's just a very awkward experience. Very sad.
Okay, so he's kind of insecure, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's see. I'll come back to some of your other stories later. Let's see. You said you were unaware that you were in a love triangle and I was the pawn. What does that mean?
Let's go back to circa 2020. I was dating this guy. We met on Instagram. He ended up still being in contact with his ex. I didn't know any of that until I did some digging, because I don't like to assume until I have my facts all straight, so I don't do that, because that's crazy. So found out about her, and I found out about her kind of like accidentally. I had posted a TikTok challenge. It was Ariana Grande's Point of View, and I posted it at like 6 o'clock. She posted the same exact challenge at 6:01. So I reached out to him. I was just like, "Are you still talking to her?" No response. I went on her Instagram, seen his comment, and sure enough, they were still talking. Never spoke to him again. A few months later, he said, "You know what, Ariel, I'm so sorry. I never intended for that to happen. It was just all messed up," and never spoke to him after that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I hate when people use like "I never intended for that to happen," but you like did. You did.
Okay. You said that you've noticed a mass increase in interracial relationships, marriages, dating, and you said ever since I started dating outside my race, I've been happier, and that you've gotten a lot of backlash from it. I enjoy it. Ignorance is bliss. What do you mean?
So I definitely have seen a lot more interracial marriages and relationships, especially in California. Ever since I did start dating outside my race, it's been pretty good. I've enjoyed it, but a lot of my friends kind of had some comments about that. And that doesn't really bother me at all, because I mean, if someone makes you happy, then they make you happy.
So what is your racial preference?
I date white guys.
White guys.
Mhm.
Okay. Latino guys?
No.
Asian?
No.
Black guys?
No.
Like, is it you just have a preference for white men, or you just will not date those races?
I dated black guys before,
Yeah.
but ever since I switched to white guys,
White
definitely
guys.
more happy.
Okay.
Became a preference.
You prefer the white men.
I do.
She prefers the white men.
Why did your friends have
There you have it,
issue
folks.
with you switching it up?
You realize you still have an AirPod in? I just
Yeah, I
fucking
do.
noticed that, bro.
It's
You
dead,
can
though.
what? Do you have like someone sending?
I was
you
having
fucking,
chat. Yeah, they were like, "Look at your face. Look on your face at the screen. The faces you're making are so funny."
Wait,
so I kept hearing it.
Your friends are on the line
Yeah,
with
they're
you?
watching. Yeah.
Why you? Oh, they're talking to you.
No, like one sent a text. She's like, "The faces that you're making are hilarious." I didn't even realize I was making them. But yeah.
Okay, what?
But to
wait,
answer your question,
is that on your phone or in here?
yeah, it's in my phone. It's connected to my phone. And then to answer your question, I think because they have their own preference, and I guess they wanted me to do the same thing as them.
Speak straight into the mic, please.
Like date within your own
Yeah.
race.
Technically, yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Wait, who's Noelle? Oh yeah, that's one of the girls that flaked. I got notes on her, but okay. Rip. Okay. Does anyone else here have a racial preference? What about you? Do you prefer white people? You prefer
I don't
Blasians? Do you
discriminate.
prefer Wasians? What do you? Any color of the rainbow? Okay. What about you? Do you have a preference? White guys, black guys?
I mean, if I had to pick, same race as myself, but I'm not picky.
Which
Persian,
Persian?
but I'm not picky.
What race was your last boyfriend?
Persian,
Before that?
Persian.
Before that?
I've had 2 boyfriends.
Hat trick Persian? Oh, just okay. All right, Persian. Okay. That's super specific. Like, okay, cool. Hey, cool.
Yeah, I prefer white guys.
Wow, racist over here.
What can I say?
Such a racist, Becca. Wow, rude.
Yeah.
Okay, Violet, what about you?
I don't have a preference.
What was your last? Oh yeah, you haven't really had a boyfriend. What was your last ting?
Asian.
Okay, Madison. Uh-oh, she's about to get clipped.
I don't have a preference either. I'm down
But-
for any color of
But
the rainbow.
say it, Madison. Say it.
I do find myself more attracted to white men, specifically brunettes, brown eyes, thick eyebrows. So
You're
Frankie.
just describing your boyfriend.
Yeah.
But what about the Asian men?
I wanted to say, like, I was actually thinking about it. The first 2 guys I ever like had like a little ting with were Asian.
Huh. There you have it, folks.
So I'm not racist,
There
guys.
you have it.
I'm not self-hating.
There you have it, folks. Maddie is walking back her Asian hate, self-hatred. Okay. Let's see here.
What is your preference, Brian?
My preference, I'll date any race, but I'd say I have a slight preference for white or Asian women. But I'll date any race. I don't really. It's not a big thing for me. Did you have a response?
Oh, I was just gonna ask, like, what were all your past tings?
I mean, geez, where do I begin?
So many, huh?
I mean, I've dated a couple Asian women. I've dated some white women. I think that's specific enough, I reckon. Let's see. I mean,
I think Violet's a little out of focus at times.
yeah, that's fine. She's in the corner over there. It's okay. Let's see. So, I'll bring it back to Rachel here. Let's see. Rachel, you were in an open relationship which all fell apart when I slept with your drug dealer. And then your boyfriend got pissed because apparently the relationship was only open on his end.
Yes. Well, I didn't know, but I had taken his virginity, and for him, like, that was very important to him. At the time, I used to view sex as just an activity. And so we decided to have things open because it's going to be a long distance over the summer, and I was very adamant about him being able to, like, sexually explore himself. And I asked so many times to make sure he was good with it and he was fully on board. But then I slept with someone, and he said that was unfair because it was unequal, and he expected it to only be on his side. His exact reaction was, "I think I'm gonna vomit."
Based.
But yeah,
That's why most open relationships fail, though, because it's never really communicated exactly how both of the people want it, and it's just like it's never really fair. I guess
we tried to work it out. I tried to like leave it open on his end because like I was really in love with him a lot, and I was fine with that. But man kept blowing his chances. He just kept like telling girls about me in the process of trying to fuck them, and I was like, dude, no female wants to hear that.
Was it like a mutual decision that you would be open as well, or you just talked about him being open?
Well, it was always kind of assumed and talked about that it'd be open both ways until that didn't work, and so then I was open on his end, not my end, and then eventually I asked for equity and he wanted equality, so we kind of mutually went other directions.
Wait, so just to be clear, you started dating a guy, it started open for the both of you.
Mm-hmm.
Then he wanted to close it on your end.
Yes.
You agreed to that, correct?
Yes.
And then you wanted to open it back up again.
Yes, because at that point...
And then you slept with your drug dealer, but then you said he got pissed.
Oh, no. So the thing is like, that's how we came up with, how I found out that apparently he always had assumed, because, like, all of our conversations, it sounded like open on both ends. That's when I found out he actually thought it was only open on his end, is when I was honest about that, and that was about 3 months into our relationship, and then that was my longest relationship, which went for 7 months. And so, like, during those 4 months, I was eventually kind of like, I don't know what you do with that, you know?
Okay. So
Distance.
you were in an open relationship. This was your longest relationship. This was a 7-month relationship that you referenced. You slept with your drug dealer, and are we talking marijuana? What are we talking here?
The goodies.
What's that?
The stuff you can't get at the dispo or the grocery store.
Molly? What do we...
The gas station. I've actually never tried Molly. I'd like to. Mostly just like shrooms.
Meth?
I have gotten weed from him before.
Meth?
No, not meth.
Heroin?
I'm not
Crack,
too
cocaine?
crazy. It's like the hippie drugs, you know?
Are you a hippie?
I've been called that many
Just
times,
like
yes.
psychedelics.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You said you had a guy obsessed with you. You felt like you were a babysitter. You told him to go make friends. He comes to your house banging on the window to show me that he made a friend, some random girl he had just met. Definitely low-key stalking, or just lots of stalking behavior. And that one's kind of whatever.
I don't know if you've caught on to a trend, but I really picked the cream of the crop.
The cream of the crop.
Yeah, I don't know why. I've been told that I just find like the weirdest human beings, and I'm like, yes. But yeah, so I graduated high school in 2020, so I started university in 2020 online, and my English teacher told me that I should make friends. So someone in one of my classes, she like hooked us up, and so we were just like talking virtually. We kind of liked each other. Things started getting really excessive, and then when we both came out to school, it was like way too much. That was when I had to tell him to make friends, and him liking to show me these friends. And also, like, I'd be trying to study and I'd have to print him out coloring pages, so he'd like let go of my arm. Yeah, it was very uncomfortable.
Sure. Okay. You have so many more. I'll do one more, and then we'll come back to some of your other dating anecdotes later. But you said that there was a different guy who was obsessed with you and would literally do anything for you. He was your bitch.
Yes.
Your words.
Yes.
What happened there? What's the story there?
That's when you could talk about providers, someone overly trying to provide for you out of anything. Also, that's the thing too, is like his whole thing was like, oh, because since you don't want it, it makes you more deserving of it. And everything just got really excessive. It's like if I made a joke once. I was like, can you get a puppy? Because I want to play with a dog. Literally that night started looking at dogs, ended up buying my favorite breed of dog.
Okay, he bought you a dog. What else?
Yes. Bought me a lot of things.
How much what was he like a sugar daddy type of thing, or? But you guys were dating / sleeping together.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He was your bitch though. Why was he? How was he your bitch?
I don't know.
Did you boss him around type shit? Like he had no spine? He was spineless?
I would say he was spineless. I was never trying to like take advantage of him. But it's like he tried so hard to like almost purchase my love, and like he recognized that. So like that's like literally what kind of made him my bitch. It's like, oh, for example, I crack a joke about wanting a dog and he goes out and gets a dog. It's like, oh, I'm going abroad, so he's gonna buy tickets to surprise me, even though I don't want him coming explicitly.
You said you almost got a restraining order against him?
Yeah, for that same reason. Just because a lot of his other behaviors were extremely unhealthy.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back to some of your other anecdotes in a little bit. We were talking about vulnerability a little earlier. I don't know if I want to swing back on that. Maybe later we'll talk about vulnerability. Is it Yasmin?
Yasmin.
Yasmin. What do you want to talk about?
Men being men and women being women. I don't know.
What do you mean by that?
Gender roles?
What do you mean?
Are you looking for a man?
Yes.
So you're like actively searching. Are you doing the approaching, or are you?
I'm not doing the approaching.
So you're just waiting for a man to come to you?
Yeah.
Basically. Okay.
Don't you have like, okay, Yasmin, is there anything that you want to talk about?
Not particularly.
Oh, these girls, they drive hours to come be on the show. These girls asked to be on the show. Brian, I want to be on the show. They have nothing to fucking say. Okay. Nothing? You don't have a hot take? Anything?
I mean, gender roles, that's one my hot take. Women to be women.
Okay.
Men be the providers, and women do what they're supposed to.
Women do what they're supposed to?
Yeah. Like
Rachel, what do you feel about that? Do you disagree with her?
Women being women and men being men?
Yeah.
I vote being human.
Why don't you guys argue for a little bit? Let's see that. I'm going to step back. I'm going to drop the lead of the conversation. Go ahead.
Okay, this might be like, I hope this isn't like an offensive question, but like my issue with, as we put it, my bitch, he was Persian, so he was constantly telling me like, no, like this is okay because I'm Persian. He's like, Persians like to shower people with gifts. I don't know if that has affected or influenced you with the flaunting of resources, if that makes sense. I'll put it in
Well, the
biological
way
terms.
I see it as a woman, what makes us happy is like, or like personally for me, what makes me happy is being in my true essence. Like I'm in my 30s. In my 20s, I tried doing like the boss babe, like make money. And I'm like, okay, career, like focus on that. That did not make me happy. I'm like, okay, what is really going to make me happy? What's my purpose? And it's like, oh, having kids and conceiving and like taking care of my kids, my family, like devoting myself to my husband. And for me, my essence as a woman, and I feel like most women, their essence, that's what makes us happy, is like being able to nurture and conceive and procreate.
Also, what does it mean to devote yourself to a man?
To take care of my man, take care of my kids, to nurture them, to nourish them, to make sure they're healthy and happy, to like serve something other than myself.
What do you think is the root of the issue that women are turning away from those specific feminine qualities now?
Well, when I think of myself when I was in my 20s, it's like, oh, you need to focus on a career, you need to focus on making money, and that's the most important thing, and that's what's going to make you happy. And that's what I learned in school. Like, after you graduate college, go get a job, go make money. Like, you need like to climb that corporate ladder in order to be happy. Mm-hmm. And there was nothing else telling me otherwise. So I was like, oh, this is what I have to do to be happy.
What about men? Like, what do you think is, yeah, just that same question, but for men. Why do you think men aren't masculine anymore?
I think same thing, like school programming, TV society has like programmed them to be a certain way, and then there's like the whole thing we're talking about, toxic masculinity. It's like they're like being programmed to be like, oh, being masculine is toxic, and it's okay to be emotional. It's okay to, like, I don't know, as a man to like cry, or you can go 50-50 on a date. Like, why should a man pay? Things like that. Some men are like, why should I be doing this when?
Because women want to hyphenate their last names.
Right,
and
exactly.
They want to not
also,
hold
like,
up their end of the traditional gender role bargain.
Yeah, and then women try to be leaders in a relationship and be like, oh, this has to be this way. And it's like, there can't be two leaders in something. And I feel like it can be frustrating for a man too.
Word.
I
Also,
think that
go ahead.
society
Go ahead.
has really, like, you know, they've advertised for women to be strong, independent. Like, even my mom's generation, you know, she had kids really young, and she always told me, like, never depend on a man. Just make sure, you know, you don't get pregnant young and you'll be fine. Just focus on your career. Like, I was always told that. Even my stepdad, he would be like, if I were to, like, go out with a nice, rich guy or something, or I just wanted to surround myself with good people, but he would be like, oh, you're a gold digger, you know? And so it's like, women are just really, like, pushed away from being traditional, and it's sad.
I feel like it's okay to encourage women to go to school, blah, 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 focus on themselves. I think the problem with it now is that they're taking it to a certain extent where they think they don't need a man in the long run. Does that make sense?
They think they can survive without a man, be happy, but then when they're like 40, 50, 60 and have no kids and they're just alone, like, I don't think they are happy.
But yeah, like, it's cute in Sex in the City, but you know, when you get, like, way older, it's like, okay, what are you doing?
Rachel, go ahead. It sounded like you wanted to come in.
Oh, I was gonna say, like, that's the same thing with men. Like, aren't men, like, all sad? Like, I swear, most guys I talk to, it's like, oh, what's your, like, long-term goal? And it's like, I want to have a house, and I want to have a wife, and I want to, like, support them. And I'm like, that's your only goal and aspiration? Like, I feel like
beautiful.
yeah,
That's amazing.
But I mean, I think everyone, like, really cherishes, like, relationships and stuff, and I think it's great. Like, obviously no one wants to be alone, but
like, why else are we here on earth if it's not to be with someone else and procreate and have kids?
yeah, I'm not arguing that.
Well, you quite literally are arguing against it. Well, one thing that's interesting to me is when men make a lot of money, they think, great, I can provide for my family. I can provide for my wife. I can provide for my kids. When women make a lot of money, they think, I'm a strong, independent woman that doesn't need a man.
I think men tend to be more afraid of being alone when they're older than women are. I feel like most women kind of have a little bit more, maybe, confidence, I'd say.
Well, it's easier
you.
it's pretty easy for women to get men, so maybe that's where that confidence is rooted in. But I mean, there is a different biological reality where, as a woman, if you want to have children, you can age out of that. Whereas men, I mean, obviously, if you're 55 years old as a dude, it's going to be harder for you to, like, find a woman who's younger who wants to have kids. But you can technically, as a guy, at least from a purely biological level, have children into your 70s and 80s, which is just a biological impossibility for women.
Mm-hmm. But you're also saying, like, as you get older, like, your goals have shifted a little bit, right? If I'm understanding correctly.
Well, it's because I fell for the mind virus of, like, when you're, like, be a boss babe, focus on your career, make money. And I do think it's a mind virus. And that's what I was taught in school and college. And
Into the mic, please.
now I'm in my 30s. When I was 20s, there wasn't content telling, like, women, oh, this, like, being in your feminine energy, this is what's going to make you happy. The only thing that was available was, like, go be independent and make money. And I tried that, and I thought that's what was going to make me happy. Now in my 30s, I'm like, oh wait, I'm like 30, I want to have kids, and my biological clock is ticking.
Okay, technically, yeah. You could also call that your third stage of life. if you break it up into stages, because like through their 20s, like, yeah, you really want to work towards those things, and then as you get older, like, yeah, I guess what I'm saying is like,
But it's not fulfilling as a woman. Like focusing on career and money, it's not going to be fulfilling at the end of the day.
I don't think that's fulfilling for anyone, like not men either.
So what is, you said that having a family and children is not fulfilling, but you also said career is not fulfilling. So what is fulfilling?
Self-satisfaction, that's not a word. Just like you have to be content with yourself. It's like I see it as one day you want to become a tortoise, like you're wise and you're content.
What the fuck? Hey, I can get down with that. Tortoise. Have you seen Dragon Ball Z Master Roshi? What do you think about that? Like he lives on an island all alone. He's got like a house, like fucking super powerful beings come to visit him every once in a while to train and shit, and he does have like a tortoise shell on his back. Agree or disagree?
Can you play like the for him? I don't know what this is.
I only control that. Sorry, Nick cannot. What do you think about collateralized debt obligations? Collateralized debt obligations.
Are you talking about financial or like when
Like
you're
in a
investing in a
divorce?
relationship?
No, like subprime mortgage loans.
I'm only 21, man. I'm like, oh,
Okay,
I don't know
cool.
anything
All
about
right.
loans.
I'm going to do a couple chats here. Nick, can you pull up Twitch really quick? Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. Yo, Jan Z, thank you for the tier 1, man. Appreciate it. Okay, so we have Josh Berg. Chat to Violet. Where's the I am a gorilla shirt?
Oh, I should
LOL.
have wore that.
Into the mic. If you can scoot.
I should have wore that. Sorry.
She should have wore that.
I'm just going to really put this rod up on me. That's better, right?
Wait, what?
And this
Yeah, you can straddle it proper.
it's not very ladylike, but feels good. No.
We have, this is my car face. So,
Okay.
what's up? What's going on back there? You have to go? You, okay. Bro, these people asked to be on the show, like they don't, okay. You should have let us know that you couldn't stay for the whole thing, but okay. This is my car face, Canadian 100, stop talking to her, please. I don't know if this was in, we need to, I think we got to move people over a little bit. Do we move Violet there, I think? Do we move? No, that doesn't make sense. I think we move you in that seat. Okay, and I'll adjust the, yeah, just
one?
move,
Okay.
just take that seat, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, she's being rude anyway. She was like on her phone and shit, so whatever. All right, Hearn, thank you, man. The first woman is making absolutely zero sense. The reason she can't articulate her beliefs is because she's been told and influenced what to think. So when she's pressed on why she believes what she believes, she also tries to move it on to someone else.
Okay, I already know I make like zero logical sense most of the time when I speak, so
well,
like
at least
I'm not even mad about
self-awareness.
this. Also, I think especially at the beginning, it's like it's hard because like I do study biopsychology, so they talk a lot about this, and I'm not trying to be like a little factoid nerd. And also, some of my arguments, I guess, are not appropriate for YouTube. Also, I'm also like very surprised and taken aback by a lot of your guys' responses.
What do you mean by that?
I don't know. This is just
You've never heard a dissenting opinion in your life?
oh
basically?
no, I have.
Oh, okay.
Just usually I feel like I'm more convincing.
You're more convincing?
Oh, so
Are you?
I hope. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Bender the Offender, ladies, do you think that women deserve their dream man if they have made bad decisions in their past and have a bit of an attitude?
Like,
I feel like that's so targeted.
as in the
gonna fix
ladies
this
have
too.
made the bad decisions in their past and have the attitude.
Did she
Okay.
leave?
Oh, yeah, she's gone.
Oh.
She had it go.
Oh. Do you think that women deserve their dream man if they made bad decisions? It depends what you consider bad decisions, what extent it's gone to have a bit of an attitude. Probably fix your attitude if you want the man that you dream of. But I don't know, that's like a very broad question.
It is.
Yeah, I would say define what bad decisions means, and I assume that means being promiscuous. And if they have a bad attitude, that's probably like they probably feel entitled, and if they are who they attract. So if they've like they're entitled, have a bad attitude, that's what they're going to attract. It's not going to be their dream man. So if they want their dream man, they have to change something.
It's very hard to say you deserve your dream man, because I don't think anyone is going to be your dream man like perfectly. But I think, yeah, if they've fixed themselves a little bit and don't have an attitude. Why do you ask that, Bender the Offender?
I mean, for me, it's like I made a lot of bad decisions. I'm not very good about making good decisions. And, like, obviously, I'd like to think that I deserve my dream man. But I also know that my dream man and men that I have loved in the past, because of the person I am and the decisions I've made, I can't have them. And it's like you always want something you can't have. So it's just working on yourself.
Exactly.
Did you respond to this, or?
No. I think, you know, everyone makes, I mean, I guess the same could be applied to a guy. Like, does a guy deserve his dream girl if he's made bad decisions and has an attitude? So, yeah, it's, I guess it's a
I suppose
two-way
for
street.
Bender the Offender, we ought to define the terms. Okay, so
Yeah.
what are we talking about when it comes to bad decisions, and what are we talking about dream man? So here, I mean, perhaps something that makes sense to me is, I'm trying to think of the criteria here. And
promiscuous.
she made bad decisions in their past. So yeah, let's say a past of promiscuity, and she made a bunch of bad decisions in her past. Her dream man. I don't know what. It depends what her dream man is. She wants a knight in shining armor to come rescue her after she's made a bunch of.
Someone to provide and protect. That's probably a dream man for most women.
Provide and protect.
Oh, I thought you said tax, like they did their taxes for a second. I was like, what?
All right, we have Praxis here. Brian, I've looked for the what? What? Soundbite that's on your soundboard, but have had no luck thus far. Where can I find it? Is it from one of your videos? Any help would be greatly appreciated. I want to make it my text notification sound. Thanks. It's I mean, I just found it from a like a clip, but I don't think you'll be able to find it from like one of those soundboard websites, because like a lot of my soundboard things I just like got from like not soundboard websites, but like just funny things that I found. I mean, some of them are soundboard shit, but yeah. So FDG, thank you for the Argentinian 500. Ladies, can you rate the rest of the panel? Oh wait, I think before we do that, we should go around. We should have done this before she left. Fuck. Okay. Whatever. Ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10. Go ahead.
10. Sorry, but this doll creeps me out.
Just rate your own looks.
your own.
My own looks?
Yeah.
Like how I think I look?
Yeah. What do you think like your looks are on a scale of 1 to 10?
Depends on the day.
Average.
Average.
So some days you're a 10, other days you're not.
Yeah,
Well, it sounded like you're about to say 10.
No. I don't know. Can we skip me?
No, just answer the question.
I don't know the answer.
Okay, here, we'll come back to you. How about that? Go ahead.
On average, I'd give myself an approachable 7.
Okay, what about you?
5.5.
What?
Violet?
7.
An 8.
I'll give myself a 6. What about you?
Probably like a 5 then.
It sounded like you wanted to say 10, but you wanted to hear our answers first so that you could
No,
maybe readjust.
It's like I don't think I'm a 10.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, we have this one from FDG. Ladies, can you rate the rest of the panel 1 to 10, first on looks and then personality? Obviously, you don't know each other, but according to what you've heard so far, I'd love it if you could justify your answer. Can you rate the rest of the panel 1 to 10, first on looks and then personality? I don't know if they're open to it, but I'll ask them. Do you want to rate all the girls and then looks, personality?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, I can. So
If you
far,
want to, go ahead.
Can I, like, as a collective, because, like, I feel like I know you guys all to, like, the same extent. Does
Just
that count?
individually, just go.
Okay, individually, I think you seem like a really cool, sweet person, and I think you're really pretty, and I like the pattern on your dress. I think it was a very nice choice.
Thank you.
I really like your hair and your makeup. You're also very pretty. And you also seem like...
you.
Wait, are you talking to her now?
Yes.
You didn't rate. You just gave her compliments.
I'll take it.
Yeah, and like you seem like you have a really
What?
bubbly
No, but she's 1 to
personality.
10. First on looks, then personality.
10 and 10, 10 and 10.
What about Violet over here?
10 out of 10. Honestly, I like
What's
you.
the
You
number
seem
on
like
that
you got good
microphone?
confidence. You're doing what you do.
9 or
Nick.
6.
6. Okay. So Violet, what's Violet? She's a 10.
She's a 10-10, yeah.
What's Lily? Dude, I just called you Lily. Fuck. What's Madison over here?
I mean, 10-10. I feel like I haven't heard you talk much, but I would assume you got a good personality. You seem cool.
All right, I'm gonna get fucking. Okay, what about me?
I'm just kidding. I don't want to answer this one.
It's
You're
probably,
10 out of 10.
Go ahead. I don't care.
I don't know. I feel like you've been making me angry.
Good.
Yeah, so I can feel myself boiling over here. So like, it's sus. It's like, can I just give you a squint eye? Can that be like a skill?
Okay, you
review?
dislike me. Like, we get it. Okay, go ahead.
Do I have to do the ratings?
If you don't want to, that's fine. Do you not want to?
I do not want to.
I'll skip it too. I feel like we're all
Okay.
going to lie about it.
Violet,
No, I'm dead.
skip.
I just like don't really know. Like, it's hard to rate people when you don't know who they are.
Come on, you're ruthless, Madison.
What? Just, do you want me to do it?
FDG, she's asking.
I don't want to do it.
Can you rate
but-
the rest of the panel? Okay, fine. She doesn't want to do it. Okay, all right. There you have it, folks.
Wait, can you rate us?
She said, "Ladies."
Okay.
Okay, I'll rate you guys. I'll just do looks. I don't know if I don't know you guys well enough for personality. Let's see. You asked. You asked. Asking, you shall receive. 5, 6.5. The fake titties kind of give you negative points, so I don't know. It's 7.
That's what I give myself.
7.
Thank you.
I don't rate Madison because we have a professional working relationship, so I give her a 1,000 out of 10. Not like in a simp way, but in the like, I'm not going to give you my actual honest answer.
Who's Lily?
I could rate you.
Who's Lily?
Don't worry
by
about
the
it.
way?
Don't worry about it.
He accidentally called me Lily.
Don't worry about
Who the
it.
fuck is Lily?
Don't worry about it. Okay. Let's see. Did we have another chat? No, we have this. We have Ricky Marie. If you're on the stream or podcast, shouldn't you not have your headphones in? Are her friends, emotional support friends, just seems rude. I didn't even catch it till the very end there that she had her headphone in. And I saw that she was fucking texting people towards the end there. And I was just like, all right, whatever, dude. She wasn't really contributing much anyways. So it's so weird. Like, a lot of people ask to be on the show. Put me on, Brian. And they don't say shit. I don't know. Guys have to carry the conversation, though. It is what it is. Jay Nicho, Brian, rough panel tonight. Yep. Dude, this is one of our, we had what, 10 flakes today? Yeah, it's like, the fuck, bro. Rough panel tonight. Thanks for carrying the conversation. It feels like a dating app in person. Where do decent, average-looking men meet women in this social climate? I hit you up on IG earlier today. Think about my offer. Is this like the financial assistant or the you're like a financial planner or something? Thank you, man, for the Streamlabs donation.
I do have a question. Where is a good place for, if someone's not on social media and social apps, where does a woman meet a man these days?
I met my boyfriend at the beach.
Nice.
Sunshine every day.
In the world, in the outside world.
I feel like doing
Walking on the street.
Yeah, like doing hobbies
How
and activities. I don't know. Like
Yeah, you're still expecting men to take the initiative and approach you in all those situations, though. So
You can ask a stranger out. I wouldn't recommend it, but you could do it.
why?
I like to be in my gender roles, though. I don't want to ask a guy out.
Probably like just like she said, like your activities, like things you do. Say if you're Christian, you go to
Hobbies.
church a lot. Like you probably find someone at your church that you're more into, that will have the same morals and values that
Interests.
you do, and interests as well.
I mean, there's probably still a feminine way to put yourself within proximity or of a guy that you're interested in. I mean, you can go about it very indirectly, and unless the guy's totally, well, granted, a lot of men are socially retarded.
I thought you couldn't say that word.
I get the pass because I am R-slurred, so I'm allowed to say it. Like, I'm part of that community, so I get the pass. Why are you squinting? Are you upset that
You
I
just get
dropped?
squint
Huh?
on. Yeah, I don't like that word.
You don't like that word?
No.
God, we could have a debate on it, but
No, it's okay.
she doesn't like the R word.
Back to what you were saying
Why
before.
why don't you like the R word, just out of curiosity?
Because it's
It's
not
offensive.
nice. Yeah.
I think they used to say it like all the time, like in the 70s. It was just
Yeah.
normal, and then all of a
Well,
sudden it
it's-
became like
Even the
all
90s.
offensive.
Let me just respond. What she's talking about, what Violet is talking about, is the euphemism treadmill, where we come up with a new word that is supposed to be politically correct, and then through years of use, people will misuse it to refer to like someone in an insulting way, and through that, like idiot, or what is it? Retard used to be, God, I'm gonna get canceled. Like that used to be a medical term. Now it's viewed in this like very derogatory way. Also, isn't there something from?
You don't call retarded people retards. It's bad taste. You call your friends retards when they're acting retarded.
Do you disagree or?
Like, I mean, I have used it in a medical sense in
Oh, you have?
biopsychology. Like,
whoa, that's kind of inappropriate.
like
Are you referring to people who are R-slurred as R-slurs?
no, it's like for
That's
example,
really inappropriate.
Like psychomotor retardation.
I think mentally
means you-
handicapped. Wait, what's the appropriate word? Like mentally.
They use the word.
What's the appropriate word now?
Special needs.
Oh yeah,
What?
especially.
Special needs. Yeah, it's the euphemism treadmill, and now that's probably in 10 years is going to be deemed like inappropriate. So
Well, it's just like because people misuse it, like you were saying. It's like once you start using it derogatorily.
yeah,
makes
but
it
I don't
wrong.
think people use that word like directed at people who are actually like mentally handicapped. I feel like even mentally handicapped now is not appropriate. I don't know what the.
But it actually has like a
special needs.
definition in the medical field.
Well, French, like, okay, so I was born in France. I speak French at like a R-slurred level. And like retard, it's like slow or to slow down. That's what it means in French. Tu parles français?
Well, yeah, that's also psychomotor retardation. Like that's actual
Huh.
like. Well, that also refers to like.
Like, what are we
no, like
talking-
slowing down
Yo,
an
we're talking about the
conversation
R-slur. Let's
but like
go.
no, even
Oh
like
my
here,
God.
like in the DSM-5, like that's still how it's like defined. It's kind of like
How did we get onto the R-slur thing? I brought it up. What did I say?
It's like
You
you
just-
said that, and then she just said that she didn't like the
yeah,
word.
she squinted.
You're saying how you were like in
I'm-
that. Yeah.
that I'm R-slurred.
Yeah.
Why can't I call myself R-slurred? Am I?
I feel like it's like the term, like if you're calling, say, like a woman fat, like that used to be, or I like now you say like BBW
Bro,
or
why
something
did you
like
save
that.
this until now?
What?
Now you're gonna like take a stand on that acceptance after she left, bro.
I was just we were
Bro,
on
she
the-
didn't want. You didn't want the fucking.
No, we were on the conversation topic of saying how the R word has been like
It's been.
how it's like super offensive now because people misuse it, and like
Oh
that's
my
why I'm just
God.
referring to like.
But like,
word
you know, how
fat
people used to be
is
like, "Oh,
offensive
that's
now.
so gay." You know, you
Yeah.
can't say that
Watch
anymore.
out! Watch out with
that
that one,
too.
Violet. Watch out!
Like, it's not that bad to say
You're
that.
such a fucking bigot, Violet. What the fuck?
I'm just.
Oh my
I no. I believe in free speech, and you know, I say.
You're gonna get canceled, Violet. Watch out.
I don't. Okay. I don't think you can cancel me, but
She's
right?
uncancelable. She is uncancelable. You can't cancel women, I think. I think you can't cancel. Can
or
you
like once
cancel
you've
women?
seen their butthole, like you can't really cancel.
Once you've seen, once you've seen a woman's butthole. Okay,
Then we're
where
like-
were
we're-
we? Where were we? Was I reading chats?
You're reading, yeah.
I was reading chats. Okay, I think we got through all of them. Let's see. Okay, I'm coming back to. We were. Would you guys date somebody who legally owned a firearm? Starting with you.
I've never asked someone if they legally own a firearm.
That's not the question.
I don't know. I've never thought about that.
Let's say you found out a guy owned a firearm. Would you? Because like maybe you have a position on guns. Like
Personally, I don't like guns. I understand that people have them.
Okay, what about like a significant other who, if your position is you don't like guns, would you then not want to date somebody who was a gun owner and who was like pro-gun?
It depends on the extent. Like if they're like super like, yeah, guns, like that's not attractive. But it's like I understand like some people find comfort in having like a gun in their house for self-protection, the right to bear arms, and like stuff like that. It's like, you know, you do you, but I mean being like super gunman, like that's personally I don't find that characteristic attractive.
Okay, so yes, you would date a guy who owns a gun.
Sure.
Okay, Becca,
Yeah.
what about you?
I feel like my position has changed on this. I used to be very like no guns, and then I dated this guy for a while who took me to like a shooting range, and like his grandpa was like a retired cop, and then he kind of showed me like, oh, like you can use guns in a responsible way, and like it was actually kind of fun like going shooting with him. So to answer the question, yes, I would date a guy who owns firearms.
I think there's a reason for the Second Amendment, and yeah, I would, and I would want someone that I'm with to be able to like protect, and gun is a form of protection.
Violet?
Yes, I own two, so
Oh, she
I would like them
owns
to own
two.
guns as well.
Oh.
Do you want to like? Are you talking about these guns? Do you want to flex?
Oh, wait. Oh, that's not very flexy.
Wow, you just missed it, Nick. Okay.
I what?
You.
Huh?
He missed your gun show.
Oh.
I was like, Madison, what about you?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. Have any of you ever had a sugar daddy?
Unintentionally.
Unintentionally? Was it the guy who was your biatch?
Yeah.
Yeah. What about
Yeah.
you? Have you sugar daddy?
Nope.
Sugar daddy?
No.
Violet, I'm assuming sugar
Yeah, all of
daddy?
my subscribers are my sugar daddies.
All her subs are the sugar daddies. Okay. Because, I mean, there's obviously a difference, though. There's, like, people who subscribe to you on OF, but then there's people who you have a bit more of a conversation with, I assume, right? And then...
No, everything I do is for my content. Like, it's transactional through that. I don't
Sure.
go off to the side and...
What's the most a guy's,
Get
like,
it.
ever tipped you or just, like, sent you out of the blue? Like, here's $1,000, anything like that?
Yeah, I think someone's tipped me like 5,000 just like in a night just to
Damn.
be nice, and that's amazing. Like,
Wow.
thank you.
Good times.
Um,
Good times.
But yeah.
What's like the weirdest request all of you have gotten from a guy? Random question. But
Ooh. I won't talk about that one because it's like they like it. It's mean. It's just like pooping. They want you to poop,
on them.
and I would never do that just because I'll like pee, but I won't poop.
On them? Is that what they're
No,
asking?
just like on camera.
Oh,
yeah.
oh, yeah. I've heard that before. Yeah, that's crazy.
It's just fucking haram.
I've
Cool,
never
though.
peed on anyone or had anyone pee on me. I've done like content where I go out in like nature and I pee, and then I record it, and yeah, it's fun.
Failed society.
But OF
Failed
doesn't allow
society.
that. Actually, they don't allow peeing.
Really? That's where OnlyFans draws
They draw
the line.
or sticking like your panties inside of you. They don't allow that.
They don't allow that?
Yeah, and I'm like,
What?
It's such a like
Wow.
common fantasy to like stuff your panties.
Why would
I've
that?
never
That's
heard
so
that.
like I could kind of see the peeing thing, but why would putting your panties?
Because they don't want other objects that aren't like dildos or dicks inside of you.
Oh, so it's like a catch-all thing.
Yeah,
I
and-
see. Because they don't want people like, okay, I think that kind of makes more sense.
Wait, so they're shoving your underwear
Oh,
inside of
dude.
you?
Yeah, it's like shoving my own panties in my pussy.
I feel like that's like a clown trick. You start pulling them out, you know? But I've never heard that.
No, I actually started on Snapchat. That was where I started, and when I worked for Nudies, I posted on the Nudies app, and that's where I uploaded my content until 2020 when I started posting on OF. Yeah.
Word. Okay, I'm going to bring it back here to our good friend, Rachel. So, Rachel, can you tell us a bit more, like, how would you make that guy your biatch? Like, would you just talk disrespectfully to him? Like,
No.
boss him around type shit? Or?
That's the thing is I literally did nothing. And the thing is I would yell at him and like, it sounds terrible. Technically it's domestic violence, but sometimes I get angry and I'd slap him. But it's like, cause like, I don't know, I get so frustrated. And it was frustrating cause every time I got frustrated, he'd just sit there and smile and be like, I know it has nothing to do with me. You're just going through things. And I was like, no, but I'm literally mad at you.
You were mad at him?
Yeah.
So were you the toxic one? Or was it mutually toxic?
I mean, I would say technically I was toxic, but that toxicity came from the unintentional toxicity. It's like when someone cares about you to an unhealthy extent, it kind of makes you a little crazy, a lot of crazy. And it's like, I know I was a terrible person to that individual, but also a lot of the things that they did to me were like very unforgivable. So, yeah.
So you hit him? Yeah.
Nothing like hard or bad.
Is Wayne Brady gonna have to choke a bitch?
Also,
Did you ever choke him?
no, but I guess like that's the thing too is like even with like
Wait,
sex.
question. Was this non-reciprocal? Like he didn't touch you at all, but he made you angry in some way, and you would walk up to him and hit him? Like slap him across the face? What do you mean?
Not in the face, like in the arm. You know, kind of like you do with your siblings, but like out of
But this was
anger.
like an upset hit.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was nothing like hard, nothing that left a bruise. Also, it's like one of those things where it's like, oh, like he'd hit me and stuff during sex because that's like a sexy thing, and it would leave.
Well, you wanted it though, right?
I mean,
you asked for
I'm
it.
really apathetic about most things.
Okay. I mean, usually
And
there's conversations about that sort of stuff, but okay.
Yeah, so I think also that kind of added a lot of pent up anger. Also, he would like tickle me all the time and like not stop, which also like I don't know, I think a lot of that also kind of built up as like a lot of like you know? It's like that just extra energy going into your good slapping hand.
Sure. Let's see. Something about, I don't think the whole, you got invited to a party with a bunch of old dudes and got disinvited. I don't know, that one's nuts. You got invited to a sex party with a bunch of old men.
Mm-hmm.
You got disinvited because you offered to bring Viagra, or you asked, excuse me, if you should bring Viagra.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have Viagra?
I mean, it's easy. You can just go to like 7-Eleven, pick it up.
I think Viagra, you need a prescription from a doctor. It's
Really?
not OTC.
I didn't know
I mean, they
that.
have those like weird rhino pills or whatever, which I don't think that's what is the generic of Viagra? Is it sildenafil? God, now the chat's going to be wondering why I know this. I just listen. I'm a man of. I've been educated. Okay.
But yeah, they do sell stuff that like.
Does that shit work? I've never taken any of that gas station Rhino fucking pill, whatever. Okay. Let's see. You said you tried sex work out, but realized that the immediate gratification of cash money probably was not worth it in terms of long-term effects. What do you mean by you tried sex work out? What does that mean?
God, I don't even know if I should be like saying this on camera.
It's cool. You got a sex worker right here. Solidarity.
I mean, it's like a little bit different than that.
What are you talking about? What are we talking about here? Talking like sugar baby type shit? Are you talking about like are you talking like prostitution?
We'll just say I found this person the same way I found you. Craigslist.
Okay.
I don't know. I found through Craigslist.
What did the Craigslist ad say? Or did you put up the Craigslist ad saying, I'm selling my pussy for $50?
No. The Craigslist ad was looking for someone to help with catering gigs, like poolside catering gigs, with like bougie people. Also helping like cater at poker events and stuff. And I was like, oh, that sounds really cool. But they needed like pictures of me for, I guess, the application process.
It was like a bikini.
Oh no!
Catering gig. You had to be in a bikini.
Well, they did ask about bikinis, but I didn't have to show any of my body or anything like that. And I guess the guy liked me and wanted me as his assistant, as he put it.
Oh, so it was like a bullshit fake Craigslist ad, and he was trying to get women through a Craigslist ad?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've heard of this. That's usually used. Was it a talent gig?
No, I would consider it close to waitressing originally.
Wait, so did you initially did you do the actual job?
Oh no.
So he asked for a photo? Okay, so
No.
it was like a scam, but he wanted to fuck. That's so weird. Bro, get fucking Tinder, you dork. Okay.
Yeah, when I was 17, I almost got fooled into a Craigslist photo shoot also, and they were like, it's just gonna be my apartment, and I was like, I don't think I should go.
Super sketchy.
Yeah.
But you said you tried sex work out. So I'm a little confused because the way you're telling the story makes it sound like you accidentally got baited, but you said you tried it out. So what do you mean
like I went for the bait.
But was there other, besides this anecdote, were there other situations where you tried sex work out?
I mean, to an extent, but it's like usually not like full execution. It's
What do you mean?
Like preparation, if you will. Man, I don't know. I feel like I'm being overly vague.
Like
just go for it, bro. We got Violet here.
Like
She pees on people. Or sorry, you don't do that. My bad. She wants to.
In nature.
She pees in nature, bro. She's got you beat. You're good. Spill the beans.
I pee in nature all the time. Like,
yeah, it's just like,
what do you mean?
It's become very like, oh, okay, thank goodness.
Okay,
I'm
I don't care about the
doing that.
peeing thing. Just
Okay.
You said that you've tried out sex work. What have you done?
Okay, the man has a wife who is career focused and would not sleep with him. And I think it's even sadder the fact that he had to pay someone else to then do that for him.
How did you meet him?
And did that person
Craigslist.
do it for him?
Actually, no, I never actually fucked him, thank goodness, but old men are really easy to,
How much money did he pay you to not fuck him?
I mean, honestly, not enough, because I actually had no idea how much you were supposed to charge for that.
What did you just talk to him?
No, I just like.
You met up with him? Did you meet up with him?
Yes.
Did you do anything sexual with him?
Yes.
What did you do?
Um.
BJ?
Yeah, and like it was super easy. It was like very quick. Didn't take much time.
How old was he?
He said he was 39. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Which is like not that old. It's not that
how
bad.
much? Wait. So how much did he charge, or did you charge?
If I say, it's gonna make me sound really sad.
No judgment. This is a judgment-free zone.
I mean, I made like 129 and then 100.
129?
Yeah.
Did you add on 99 cents at the end of that? Or?
No, like $129, and then another time $100.
$129. Okay. How did you said you met him on Craigslist?
Yes.
They've took it. I'm pretty sure on Craigslist there's no more of these, like there used to be like a dating thing, like a classifieds on Craigslist, but that's been gone for a long time.
Bro, everything's on Craigslist. You search gigs, it's like one person was like, oh, I want to build my photography portfolio, and like I like photography, so I offered to help. I was like, but you have to show me like an actual portfolio, like evidence that you're a photographer. And it was like all ladies naked. I also had someone who wants to pay me to be their friend. Like, I'm done with Craigslist. Like, this is sad. This is making me sad. I need to stop talking.
The guy who you went over to his house, who had the wife, who was busy with her job, whatever. You met him on Craigslist. What was his ad?
It was the one to like help, like, you know, serving.
Like, help what?
Like doing like the catering, you know.
Oh, it was that guy.
Yeah, but he wanted pictures because it was poolside, and it wasn't pictures of my body, but he didn't think I was a 5 out of 10, so yeah. He just asked for other things.
Was it a legitimate job, but then he transitioned into...
It was a legitimate job. It did not last long enough for the execution of the actual job itself. The actual job description.
So did you go over for an interview? I'm trying to understand like timeline here. You never actually did any catering. You went over to his house to meet him for an interview. And then he was like, I actually don't need you to help me with my non-existent catering business. I'll give you $129 for a BJ.
I mean, the interview process, it was kind of like already insinuated that. It was like after the pictures, that's when he was like, oh, I want you to be my assistant instead. And then assistant was the other thing. And then I went over there, and for my interview, I got my $129. And then the other time I went, came out with 100. And
oh, you went another time?
Yeah. It wasn't until one of my housemates made a joke about me having old man cum in my mouth, and I was super baked, and then I thought about that for a long time, and I was like, yeah, I don't like that. So yeah, that's that.
I love old man cum.
Bro, Violet, what the fuck?
Violet's probably like the chillest like sex worker we've ever had on the panel on the show.
Thanks.
Wait, so okay. First off, like, I want to hold men accountable too. It's pretty, I think it's pretty kind of scummy to like put a supposedly legitimate job offering on Craigslist and then like try to maneuver that into getting pussy. Like, that's,
of course that's scummy.
My guy. There is Tinder, there is Hinge, there is Bumble, there are dating apps. So it's sleazy. I'm just confused, like, did you...
He kissed like a straight girl. That is like a nice way to put it. So like...
He what?
I said he kissed like a straight girl.
Who, what?
He kissed...
Oh, he kissed like a straight girl?
Yeah, that's just like a figure of speech. It's
You
funny,
kissed
though.
him?
Yeah, like he was...
Wait, so how did the whole conversation about the money exchange go down?
I don't know. I'd have to look through my text messages. It was...
Sure, pull it up.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you want me to go grab my phone?
Nick, can you grab it? Do you know where it is? Nick can grab it for you.
It has a green snail on it.
Nick will grab it.
It should...
Oh, so wait, but I thought this would have been a conversation in person.
It's the gray one with the...
This was not a conversation in person?
No.
This Craigslist journey has just been around here, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm like, there's a lot of sad men in Barbara. I'm like, oh man. It's not like I have a problem with it. Like, I'm definitely like pro sex work and stuff like that. I think it's just like, for me, I also have like an unhealthy relationship with sex. So I think I realized that's what I mean by like long-term versus short-term. Like, I was like, oh, this is really great. Fuck. Like, I'm fine with this. I'm having fun with this. But then I kind of realized, oh, in the long run, like, this isn't going to be good for me, like, for my mental health. And also, like, it made me feel a little, I don't know. Like, I think about it and I was like, oh, what would my dad think? Like, which sounds dumb, but it's like no parent wants that.
You met him for the first time. Before you went over to his house, was it clear that he was like romantically or sexually interested in you?
Yes.
So before you went over to his house, was there a negotiation on price for what you were going there to do?
I guess. Yeah. I don't know. I didn't really negotiate much because I didn't really know what I was like getting into.
Here, let's read the text. Go ahead.
Okay, well, it's not in my purse, so I'll be like.
Oh, okay. Well, why did here? Oh my God, bro. Where is it?
I don't know. I never. Oh yes. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Fireworks.
Oh my God, bro.
I know that's not guns. No.
Oh no. Okay. Hold up.
Can you like scoot into the table or something? The mic's blocking you.
Get nice and close again. No.
On the topic of sex work, I guess, like, what made you want to start?
Nothing. There was never a decision like, today it's D-Day, you know? I think I left my hometown when I was 17 and I really wanted to just road trip and figure things out. I just graduated high school early, so I was just a mess. And so I was like, I just want to make some money and go on the road. And so I started chatting with some guys on Snapchat, and I got $40 and I hit the road, and then it all started from that.
You got $40 for what?
For sexting with a guy, and he came, and then he was like 3 minutes in, and he was like, okay, I came, thanks, here's $40. So I was like, whoa, I can hit the road, and I was like so excited. And I went to Vegas, and
life on easy mode.
Yeah, so from October of 2017 to February of 2018, I was just living on the road, making content, and that's when Nudies discovered me, and I signed with them and moved to Phoenix, got my first apartment.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's go back to your text. So,
I mean, there's like obviously normal job conversation, and then
just the relevance.
Okay, so he was like, I'd pay 50 to 75 for an interview in person with potential for you to make more. And I was like, start off with 75 and I'll show you why I'm worth more, because I was like, I'm better than $75.
Per hour?
I had no idea what
for the interview.
Yeah, for the interview.
Just for one interview.
Yeah.
You typically don't get paid for an interview.
And he was like, I'll spend 30 minutes showing he's like, spend 30 minutes showing me why you are worth it and possibly hiring you on the spot. And like, it wasn't even 30 minutes. I made more than $75.
So when you read that text, did you already know that he wanted something more?
Yeah. Oh, my sister's now texting me. I don't like this. I'm like, I don't know if she's watching right now. Oh my God. Yeah, she is. Okay. Okay, besides the point, basically, yeah, that's how that went.
Brian hates today.
I feel so
it's
bad.
It's like fucking pulling teeth with you guys.
Well,
Jesus fucking
it's hard because, like, I don't know. I have, like, people out there watching. Also, technically, that's illegal. And, like, also, I'm just, like, sussed out. I'm trying to be a better person.
Okay, so you had the first meeting, he paid you $129.
Mm-hmm.
But then you went back to see him again. He paid you $100.
Yes.
And that was the extent of your interaction with him.
Yes.
What happened on that was a subsequent BJ?
Yeah, that was fine. And then, like, I don't know, that's when
What?
What?
It was, so head.
Yeah.
Okay.
So easy. But the thing is like, afterwards, that's when I got high, and my roommate said that, and then I kind of contemplated everything. And then there's just like a long thread of text messages of him just making himself look really, really, really pathetic.
Him? The guy?
Yes.
So
Yes.
you ghosted him
Is that
after?
the only guy that you tried sex work with?
I mean, in high school, the guy I lost my virginity to so badly wanted to fuck that obviously I wasn't planning on actually fucking him, but I kept just seeing how high of...
Put the phone somewhere else, please. Holy fuck, I'm getting so fucking triggered, guys. I'm sorry. Okay. Continue.
I just kept like seeing how high he would make it, even though I wasn't actually gonna execute it because I don't know, I was in high school, but I thought it was funny.
So it was not sex work?
I guess no, technically not. Outside of that, it's like, I guess everything's been free. That's why a lot of the times when people call me a whore, I like to be like, actually, I'm a slut because I don't charge. But I also, that was part of my change of mind, is I was like, shoot, I can't keep saying that.
It's kind of funny. Okay. So you said that you tried sex work, but was it just this weird sleazy dude? Was that it, or were there other instances?
Well, no, there was just that, and then like other people on Craigslist I was planning on or thinking about executing, but I've had a shift in my mindset.
So you did engage in sex work with other people?
Not an execution, only the one. There. Is that answering your question?
Did any other men pay you for your sexual
No.
attention?
No. But men
Okay.
should.
Men should?
They should.
What do you mean by that?
I feel like sometimes I'm doing God's work. Like sometimes I'm like, damn, I really threw you a bone.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I've just been with like men of all shapes and sizes, and also sometimes I take pity on men, and so I am generous.
You fuck men because you pity them?
You just sometimes I feel bad.
Are your parents still together?
No.
Was there any childhood trauma?
Yes.
Okay. Checks out. So, God, bro. Holy fuck. I don't even know where to. Okay. I don't even know what to say, bro. Okay, hold on. Let me do a couple. Sure, let's do Twitch. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. Did I say Steve-O? Jan, thank you for the tier 1. Duckman, thank you for the Prime. Nibble Muncher, thank you for the Prime. Jennifer, thank you for the Prime. Chroma, thank you for the Prime. Peps, thank you for the Prime. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub if you have one. Okay. Also, we have a chat here, I believe, from Errol Collins. I'm Violet's sugar daddy. Love you, girl.
He is. Love you.
Do you know
Master
Errol Collins?
Yes, that's Master Errol.
Master Errol?
Yes.
Okay.
Love him. He's the best.
He wants to be called Master?
Yes.
Okay. That's only if he pays you money, though, right?
Yes.
Okay.
We have an agreement.
How much does he... He's your sugar daddy?
No. Yeah, yes, he's on my OF.
He's one of your subs.
Mhm.
Okay.
He's a very loyal subscriber. Love him.
Okay. The whole Craigslist thing's wild to me. That's some wild stuff. Okay. You said you slept with a dude out of spite because he called you a whore?
Yep, that word that I...
A, she was a whore.
I can't argue
B,
it anymore.
she was a whore.
Do you think you're a whore?
Well, now technically, by definition, I have done that. I see it as a profession. I feel like it can only be used in a professional context.
Okay.
Outside of that, you know, it's a little offensive. I would say, I mean, yeah, I guess I am. But basically what happened was when everything was going on with my open relationship, which ended up only being open by one end, is I'm Jewish and I was at Chabad, a very holy place, and I was having a conversation with my friends.
What? Sorry, keep going.
About, you know, the relationship drama, and then one of my friends there called me a whore, which I was very surprised by, especially considering the fact that Chabad is like very orthodox. And so then about a year later, I matched with him on Tinder because like every time I see someone I know, I like to swipe right because I think it's funny. And he hit me up and like wanted to hang out, and I was like, I don't know if this man's trying to sleep with me or what. And I went over there and he was like talking to me like all flirty, which was really confusing me. And you know, I could not stop laughing. I was like, this is so weird. But you know, one thing led to a next, and yeah, it was funny because he was like, went to put on a condom, and I laughed, and then he's like, why are you laughing? And I was like, no reason. And then afterwards, when he went to take it off, I started laughing really hard. And I was like, because I was just talking to my sister about how I should be using those. And he kind of freaked out. And then I proceeded to tell him a bunch of, you know, horror stories, like me shitting in a guy's bed.
Oh, you've told that story too many times. Stop telling that story.
Yeah, can we not talk about that? Wait.
Well, no, but...
So, hold on. Let me ask a couple clarifying questions here.
Yes.
The guy, okay, he called you a hua, and then you were determined because he called you that, it was like you wanted to spite fuck him. You wanted to sleep with him out of revenge.
Yes.
And you did.
Yes.
And then when he, why did you laugh when he wanted to wear a condom?
Oh,
because you're like...
Because it was just funny because that same day I was talking to my sister about how like,
much you raw dog?
Yes. And how like that's something I should be using. And so I was like, this is great.
Were you on birth control?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
So I was just like, oh, this makes the revenge even greater. I thought it was hilarious. Like he got kind of, I could tell, very uncomfortable and was kind of trying to push me out the door. I don't know. I thought it was really good revenge. I thought it was funny.
You said the evil plan went so well that he kicked me out of his house. What was the evil plan?
Showing him a whore. He called me a whore. I was like, fine. You want to sleep with a whore? I'll show you a whore. And it freaked him out.
So your idea of getting revenge was letting him hit?
I'll show you a whore.
Yeah.
And then
like,
he kicked you out of his house.
Yes. I thought, I mean, it was...
Wait,
it was all I
so,
wanted.
but your revenge was making him come? That's revenge to you? Is that a W? Is that the W?
No, my thing is like, you don't just call a woman a whore and then want to turn around and sleep with them.
Oh, so you were like trying to prove him like he's a hypocrite because he called me a whore. You do realize that men will fuck whores?
Yeah, I've learned that now.
But so what was did you actually, that was the revenge? You wanted to sleep with him out of spite because he called you a whore.
Yes, I thought it was hilarious, especially because like I even brought it up to him and he was like, no, like I'd never call a woman that, all this stuff, and like blah, 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 because he's like one of those kinds of guys.
So he called you a whore, and then just like, and just this light bulb over your head came up and you're like, I want to fuck this guy.
Well, I didn't really want to necessarily fuck him at the
slept
time,
with a
but
man,
it worked out that way, and I was like, this is great revenge.
You
I thought
is
it
that
was
a
funny.
W? Is that a W for a woman to fuck a guy she does not like? That sounds like kind of an L.
Well,
That's
it was
kind
out
of
of
an
revenge.
L.
It felt like a win to me.
Did he come?
You said before that like women
it's
can have
hilarious.
sex with like anyone they want.
Yeah.
So why would you have sex with him?
Also, now I know some weird kinky shit about him too, so it's like I got dirt.
What?
Okay.
Stop it. Get some help.
I'm a little speechless. Okay.
Where? Oh.
can only like I feel like it's only men that can spite fuck. I don't think women can spite fuck because if like you spite fuck us, like still hit though. Like it's still a W.
I mean, no, that's not true. It's like
You showed him. How did you show? Did you give him herpes? Is that what?
No.
I could maybe that. Do you have?
No, I am a
Do you have-
clean individual, sir. Do not.
What? I'm
Was
just-
he like, you're a whore, I don't fuck whores? Is that why it was revenge?
Yeah, that's
Because
just
he
kind
was
of his
saying he doesn't
There's
fuck
no way.
whores, and
There's
then
no way he said that.
I don't know,
It's
I
like
was
not
just
that he
the
said
idea,
that, but it's
yeah.
like the whole like that's just his personality. Like that's the kind of guy that he is. It's like that's the same thing. It's like I don't know. Like when I got out of my 7-month relationship, I then also turned around and slept with a bunch of people because I knew that was the last thing he wanted. Like that's also kind of the same thing, right? A little revenge.
It's a little
fuck.
bigger of a revenge.
Is that really a W to like?
No.
Is that a W to just go and fuck a bunch of dudes who you don't care about and they don't care about you to get back at your ex-boyfriend?
No, that's what
that
I'm
really a
learning
W?
with age. That's what I'm talking about. New mindset, going places,
Okay.
bettering ourselves.
Wait, it's okay. Did you like fuck him really well? The guy who called you a whore? Bro, that's a W for the guy. How is that revenge?
You're
Like
right.
you'll never get this hoe or pussy again.
I thought it was
Look how-
hilarious. I mean, yeah, that too. Also, it's really crazy.
Did you S his D?
S his D?
Did you S his D?
What does that mean?
Did you S his D?
Blowy in the holy.
Oh, I don't remember.
Were you drunk?
No,
Were you high?
no.
How do you not remember if you S'd his D?
Because like sometimes you.
There was P in the V. It sounds like there was P in the V.
Yeah.
There was V on the P.
It's just I don't know if you fuck like you don't necessarily have to remember every time you fuck.
So you're telling okay.
I did not fuck him again though. If that's what you
You
mean.
wanted to sleep with him out of spite.
Yes.
You hooked up with him really quick, and then your evil plan went so well that he kicked you out of his house.
Yes.
Doesn't that kind of sound like a W for the dude? Like-
I thought it was funny. I mean, I guess it did come around and bite me in the ass.
You thought it was funny.
Because
Is sex like a funny thing to you? Is it
Yes.
just like such a casual? It's just like a handshake.
yeah.
Have you totally detached intimacy from sex?
Yes.
That's kind of depressing.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm not gonna deny that.
Do you want to get married one day?
Yeah, that's also why.
Do you want to have
I don't
kids?
know.
Do you wanna have
No,
kids?
I have
No
a
kids?
cat. If I have a child, it will take attention away from my cat. No, I won't do that. I don't know. I probably won't get married, but that's okay. I'm perfectly content with that.
Have you ever spite fucked any other guys? Like, I hate this guy so much. Like, it's like you've been squinting at me a lot. Like, do you kind of want to spite fuck me?
No.
A little bit?
No.
I've pissed you off beyond the point of no return. Kind of like a guy's climax. It's beyond the point of no return. I've said too many, not because I'm like, you could be like, Brian, let me go S your D right now and I'd turn you down.
Yeah, because I'm a 5 out of 10.
No, just like your past disqualifies you from even anything sexual. But
Well, yeah, that's also why I probably won't get married.
based.
Did you just say piss?
Based. I said based.
What does that mean?
Never mind.
At least you know.
Failed society.
At least you're taking that into account.
Mm-hmm.
Are you okay?
No.
What's wrong with you?
Too many things.
What is wrong
Too many things.
Are you okay? Holy. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Say it. Say what you want to say, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're a deeply damaged individual. I'm not saying that to be mean, but like this is like very intense shit you're talking about.
Yeah, I also wasn't expecting this to be live.
Oopsies.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad for her because she came and she was like, I have no idea what this thing is. I just found him on Craigslist.
Yeah.
I didn't know that we have Craigslist ad out.
Yeah, you know, we're putting ads on various places to get people to be on the show. So let's see. Okay. Bro, what the frick?
I should have put less things on that list.
No, this is great. This is wonderful. Because, see, I feel like a lot of people have your kind of stories, but they would never admit to it.
Well,
they would never admit this shit. So, I mean, first off, without endorsing some of these things you've done, I have to give you credit for your forthcomingness, your openness, your honesty. It's, you know.
I mean, I'll stride with pride. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, a lot of it's like funny. At least I think it's funny. I laugh at it.
It's funny?
Yeah. I laugh at my own life. It's an ongoing joke.
Wait, question.
Huh?
Okay, so kind of overall though. So you said you've had like a lot of experiences, right? Let's talk about body count. Do you think it's wrong for a guy to judge a woman on her body count, like to not want to be with a girl because she's had a lot of previous sexual partners?
Yeah, because it's like a huge double standard.
What if it's not though? Like it could be, but what if it's not?
Like, not a double standard?
Yeet.
I mean, yeah, with some guys it's not a double standard. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't think things tend to work out when people are on different pages. Like, even with my friends, I found that relationships are hard when people are not. Like, it's not about being sexually compatible. It's like also sometimes like people care a lot about experience too. Like, because jealousy can derive from those types of things, along with like spite or judgment. So what I found is like most of the time when people kind of have those things in common, there's less complaint? Question mark? I don't know.
Do you object to men caring about body count?
I think it's, if he's gonna ask about my body count, then I feel like, okay, I'm gonna look here.
Oh, okay.
Then I guess I would want to know his body count. So
do you think it's like immature or insecure for a guy to care about body count?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, body count for men and women is different. And I feel like part of a woman's value comes from her purity.
So you don't object to men like caring about body count?
No.
Violet, what about you?
I think men and women can care about body count. I think it's a little like unclassy to ask, you know, like in regular people sense, but if you're coming to someone like a sex worker, like you definitely should ask. I think it's very responsible.
A guy should ask a woman who's a sex worker her body count?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Madison?
I don't object.
Okay.
If they're planning on having sex together.
Sure. Yeah, I think it's important. Okay, so some of you said body count doesn't matter. If body count doesn't matter, what's your body count?
I only count certain things. It's 35.
What do you mean you only count certain things?
I don't know. Like, I count it as I think what the definition is. I just know some people. Yeah.
P and the V?
I just know a lot of people that define it differently than that, if that makes sense.
Do you mean like some people will define it like they'll only count long-term relationships or they won't count one-night stands type
Like,
of shit?
some people will count like oral and stuff like that too.
Should we do, let's do P and the V count and S-ing the D count.
Oh, I've lost count of that. I don't know.
Well, okay, so P and the
I
V.
don't count that.
What's your P and the V count?
35.
What's your S-ing the D count?
I don't know.
Estimate.
Maybe like
Into the mic.
440.
Hide that neck.
40-ish.
40-ish?
40-ish. I really have no idea.
So 100 plus?
Don't know. Could be. Just kidding.
Well, because I mean, you said 35 for P and the V.
Yeah.
But it sounded like it would be much higher, S-ing the D, because you've forgotten.
Well, yeah, because I have a list in my diary of people I fucked. So
You
that's
have a diary?
It's not
Can we
really-
see it?
No.
Can you fax me a copy or some shit?
You'll just look at it and be like, why?
What
is
do you
this-
write? Do you like write a page? Do you just have like a one-line entry? Oliver, this date, his penis was this big.
Oh no, I don't take notes on the guys.
You just name. That's it.
And then everything else in there is like completely unrelated.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
35. Would you say, because you're 21, right? Like, of your female friends, do you think that like 35 is pretty typical?
No. Most of the people I hang out with are different than me in that sense. My best friend from home, like, we're very similar in those ways. I'm also
Right.
not from California, and I feel like people's mindsets here might be different, or at least all the people I've met since I've been at school are a bit different.
Okay. So 35 body count. Okay. Becca, what about you?
Can we pass? No.
Can't
Okay.
pass.
Cool. Got it. I would say total body count probably around 20.
Around 20?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, not something I want to share.
She said it does matter.
Violet?
I don't think I'm comfortable sharing.
Here, tell us what Violet's body count is, and tell us what Elizabeth's body count is.
Look, I've been doing sex work since I was 18, so I've done a lot of shows and stuff. But it doesn't mean my body count is like really high. It doesn't mean it's low. It is what it is.
Also, why did you make her have to answer and not them too?
I mean, I can't force her to answer. It seemed like she was pretty definitive. I mean, do you want to... It's one? At least one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Violet, I assume it's at least one for you too.
I don't know.
I'll be right back.
I need proof
Madison?
of that.
Madison?
Hello?
Oh, are you going to answer the question? Or?
8.
Okay, I need to get up really quick. If there's anything you guys want to talk about, does anybody have anything, please?
What do you think Brian's body count is?
Is that
Do you? So he's been in a few serious relationships, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Is
I
he
don't know.
from California?
He was born in France.
Oh yeah, he was. When did he move to California? I guess I
have
could
no
ask
idea.
that.
He's like 12 or something.
Oh,
He's
okay.
probably like 2 years old or something.
Considering that we're in Isla Vista, I would say it's above 50 to 100.
Wow.
Who?
That's my assumption.
Oh, well, yeah. I feel like
For
the
him?
college
Mhm.
kids here go pretty crazy,
Mhm.
I would say.
I feel like you have to work pretty hard to get like 50 to 100. Like,
That's,
Not
Not
if you're a
whenever-
woman.
yeah, and
Yeah.
whenever
but
you're
it does
strong-
time consuming at least, right?
Not really. I feel like if you have nothing to do, if you're a college student, all you have to do is school. Like, there's parties here 5 days a week, so it's like not 5 days a week. Maybe could be, but a few
Pretty
days a
much.
week.
Y'all are just
So
whoring
it's
for
just
free.
like, yeah, exactly.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
But y'all all went to Santa Barbara. Is that like the common thing right here?
Well,
Like
UCSB is like the #1 party school in. Is it in California or
I'd say
America?
one at least
Yeah,
top
it's
3 in
at least
the US.
top 5 in the
Yeah,
US
yeah.
for party school.
Oh,
so I don't
wow.
know.
Mhm.
It's
That's
just like I
fun.
guess the party environment.
Mhm.
kind
Yeah.
of
Yeah, even my grandma knew.
makes
She's
people
like, "You're
little
going
do
to
things like
UCSB?" So
Oh, did you go too?
She's like, I don't know what's going on.
I transferred. I went to a Christian university before I came here. So very 180.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I just
Yeah.
feel like the
Are
party
you guys-
environment here is a little more.
You guys talking about school? Or?
Mm-hmm.
No, we're talking about like party environment.
Oh, okay.
And like, I don't know. She was saying like, I don't know. Yeah, how it's hard to rack up like
Does
a 50
any-
body count, and I said like not if you're a woman, especially here.
Who said that?
I just think it would be time consuming. I mean,
Some
I
girls,
understand like women are turning down guys every day, but
Yeah.
that's,
Some girls will do that shit their first freshman semester or quarter. 30 bodies.
yeah,
40
and it's
bodies.
amazing that like people think porn will wear you out, but college girls are doing that. It's crazy.
Well, I think the difference, the criticisms of women involved in porn is that shit's like on the internet for life.
Yes, and you definitely have to be okay with that. And
So I think probably a lot of guys have an issue with both. They don't want a woman with high body count, and they don't want women who have naked photos of themselves or like sleeping and fucking other men on the internet for the world to see. That's probably, they're both undesirable, I'd say, for most men.
yeah,
Do you
for sure.
disagree? It's okay if you disagree, Violet.
No, I
Said she
agree.
agreed.
You agree?
Yes, sir.
But you continue doing the work that you're doing despite you.
Yes, because I love it.
You love what precisely?
I love creating content. I love being free and traveling and kind of just creating my day around what I want to do. And I understand that it's not going to be like that forever. So I'm just making the most of it right now and getting it all locked in.
Good times. Okay. Let me see if we got any chats here. We have Darian Murphy. Do you want to read this one, Rachel? I think it's directed to you.
Yeah.
No, like out loud.
Oh. Here we go. First girl, serious advice. You need to stop making decisions and choices. Find a man in your family who is sensible and who really cares about you. And just take their advice seriously. Also, abandon feminism. It's truly poison. Okay, you guys are all just like really misogynistic. I don't necessarily need a man to tell me. I also have females who can support me. I feel like women and men can both provide that.
Wait,
So I don't
what
know.
is misogynistic about his statement here?
Well, I don't know why it has to be a man. Why does it have to be a man? I think the problem
why
is...
is that?
Well, I would
I'm
say
not sure
most
why
of
that's
my- I would
misogynistic,
say,
but
no, not that. I mean, like... never
what's
mind.
how do you define misogyny?
There's a lot of answers up there, Brian.
Yeah.
No, how do you define misogyny?
I don't know. I don't like this.
What? I'm just asking how you define misogyny.
Can I go?
Are you okay? Like, do you want to go as in leave? Is it because I asked how you define misogyny? Is that the?
No.
I wanted to make sure that we were like talking about, because in a debate, it's very important that both people are talking about the same thing, and both people have things defined.
Well, I'm not going to answer how I'm using this in the context because I have signed a waiver.
Wait, what?
Never mind. I don't...
Do you want to just take a little breather? Or you could just stay at the table. I mean...
No, I'd like to go home, if that's allowed.
Because I asked about how you define misogyny. That was the precipitating thing. I've said some way more...
I don't know. He's asking me to abandon feminism. It's like, do you even know what feminism is? it's like, hey, I was never the one that's been like sitting here wanting a man to be a man.
Wait,
Just-
what? Well, let's
I
talk.
just
Let's
like
try
to
to
go
talk.
home.
Well, let's try to talk it through. Let's try to get to the bottom of this, because it seems like it's a position you're really strong on, and we'd like to hear your stance. Nick. So let me try to maybe parse what he was saying. So Darian Murphy, he was saying abandon feminism. You object to that, which is fine. You also objected to him saying find a man. You can certainly find like a strong woman in your family to guide you too.
The reality is like, it doesn't matter about other people. Like, the only person that can fix you is yourself.
Yeah. But you can always go to like a parental figure.
Also, you're already talking about like pornography, and like no man is gonna marry like, yes, there are men that will marry women that do pornography, but you were also talking about how there's a lot of men that are judgmental of that, and like things being potentially
sure.
online forever.
Yeah.
It's like this is like literally no different for me. Like for me, it's like anyone can look this up. I thought this was gonna be like some little student podcast that like maybe 5 people listen to. I have no idea.
But okay, so are you just on the adult content thing? Do you object to men having a preference for not dating women who have been engaged in that kind of adult content?
No, I think it's really ridiculous that guys are. Also, I've had a lot of guys sit there and complain about how they're jealous that women can actually go into that profession, because a lot of males do not feel like they have a platform in that business. And I do think it's an industry. I do think it's a business. I respect it. It's good. It's dandy. Can I please go home?
If you want to leave, you can leave. I was hoping we could continue having a conversation, but
Just let her go.
okay. I mean, if you're leaving, we can't really offer that, but okay. What? Did it? Bro, I don't know. The chat's like, what? I'm trying to like have a conversation about it. Okay, whatever.
I think that was the first time in her life she was faced with like the truth of and the consequences of her actions, and
I think she was just like gathering like everything she said on here, and it just hit her kind of. I could see that in a bit.
Bro, I mean, like, everyone in the chat's like, bro, let her go. Like, I'm trying to reel her back into the conversation. She was upset. I don't know if it was that super chat that got her or me asking her to define what misogyny is. But like,
But if she was just
that
like,
was really a pretty tame conversation. How is it, bro? Okay. I was trying to like, she was having a reaction. I was trying to like calm her down by talking to her. The chat wants to white knight, then fine, whatever. So, okay, whatever, bro. Bro, like, it is what it is. I'm gonna read a couple chats. Let's see. Kate Robinson, thank you for your honesty. You have made me laugh a lot. Or Rachel, ? What's your cat's name? She left. Sorry, Kate. Let me see if we have any other chats. But I mean, was that crocodile tears? I don't know.
What do you mean? Like,
I think it was the first time
What's
in her
funny
life.
is, what's actually funny is, if I can just like be meta and address it, is she started crying and then you started reassuring her, even though you disagree with her.
Mm-hmm.
You weren't prepared to step up and actually be like, because once the tears come out,
Yeah.
you're going to placate her. But that does nothing to actually address, and Chad is roasting me here, but like,
Simps.
I don't think it was.
it's
anything,
white
like,
knighting. It's fucking
specific.
white knighting.
Guys
what
fall
was
for that a lot in arguments, like girls crying, but they shouldn't fall for it because it kind of gives into the girl, and like then they end up, doing habits like that, just crying to get out of
Well,
arguments.
the way I see it though is like this is the first time in her life where she's like, oh shit, these actions I've done in my past like are gonna have consequences, because I don't think she's ever thought about like there are consequences of what I've done in all these stories, and it's gonna like it's shaping her as like who she is as a human, and now she has to like
She just
deal with
probably
it. And I don't
regrets a
think
lot
she
of the
ever
shit
like
that she
has
said.
processed
Hey, like,
what she's gone through, and for the first time she's like, wow, I've gone through a lot of stuff and I need to process this. And
It was
I think that's what made her emotional.
Honestly, yeah, the chat was spamming, and maybe this is why I ultimately I should have probably tried to keep her here and allow her to talk through what she was feeling, but the chat was like, Brian, let her go. You're exploiting her, blah, blah, blah. It's like, yo, let's talk through what she is going through. Like, honestly, if any of you said like we're again, just unsubscribe. Like, if those of you who are like, I literally asked her how she defined misogyny, and that made her cry. I'm sorry. Like, there's way heavier fucking shit going on in the world than asking somebody sitting at a table how you define misogyny. I get that there was other conversations going on during the table, but like, holy shit, chat. Like, if you think that I was like being a dickhead, fucking unsubscribe. I don't want you as a viewer. Unsubscribe. Like, I'm not gonna be fucking guilt tripped here because I was literally asking her how she defined a word she fucking used. I was trying to understand her position, and then she's gonna start. Okay, whatever, bro.
It was probably.
And Maddie over here didn't have my fucking back. She was like, "Oh, you should."
Let's not drag other people into it.
What do you mean?
Let's just move on.
Not.
I also don't think it had anything to do with anything you said. I think it was just
It was probably more so
her
the
own
super
life.
chat. Huh?
Yeah.
I think it was just more her own life overwhelmed her. She's like, she
looked like she wanted to cry for a while.
Yes, exactly.
Mhm. I think it was a culmination of everything. It just was building up. So.
Okay, whatever. I don't even know. I mean, obviously the super chat was kind of digging into her a little bit, but I just asked her how she defined misogyny, so whatever. But no, Maddie, you were like, oh, just let her go, whatever. I
I
don't know.
just don't think keeping her here crying would have done any better. Like, she was already so set that she wanted to leave. Like, she was super uncomfortable, so I wasn't gonna like.
Well, I wasn't forcing her, but I was trying to like.
Yeah, I understand
Okay,
that. I think you
relax.
handled it well. Like,
let's.
you weren't,
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you
No,
handled
but
it well. It was just like it wouldn't have done us any justice. Just had her sitting here crying the whole time.
Because if I immediately was like, oh, okay, like go ahead and leave, I wanted to try to like reel her back in, be like, it's
yeah,
okay,
and I thought
it's
it was
okay.
Working. Like, it was.
No,
working.
I was trying.
Like, I
was
thought,
trying
she
a little
started
bit.
talking again. Like, she chilled down on the crying and started talking. So I thought it was fine, but.
Okay, all right. All right. I don't know. I saw like literally every chat I saw. Now it seems like the chat is kind of back in my court a little bit. But like every chat I saw was like, L. Brian, let her leave. Like every single one. So I don't know. I wasn't like forcing her to stay here. I was just trying to like, it's okay. We can talk about it. No big deal. So whatever. I don't know if we've got any other chats. Bro, today's just been a fucking absolute shit show between everybody flaking, that girl leaving early, Rachel crying and leaving early. Bro, okay, relax, Brian. You can still continue with the show. Alfred turning on. Okay, whatever. Let's see. I think we got through all her stories pretty much. I'm thinking. if there was anything else. Let's see. We could do a little bit of after show, I guess. Yeah. All right, Nick, do you want to hit the lights? Guys, we're going to change the, we're going to do a short after show, then we're going to wrap. I think we need to, I guess we can keep it like this. Guys, I'm going to change the triggers on Streamlabs. It's going to be 20 and up to read/answer, and TTS is going to be 69 and up. We're going to do a 20-minute after show, then we're going to wrap up. All right. Bro, okay. Hold on, guys. I'm just getting that changed. Sorry, guys. I feel like, honestly, I've literally carried a 4-hour conversation. Not to be mean to any of you guys. I know I'm the host, but like the burden of conversation has fell really fucking heavily on me tonight, which is difficult for 4 hours. Normally we have a bit more people, so I'm the host. I'm taking accountability. It's on me, but it really felt very one-sided conversationally. So it is what it is.
Well, you shouldn't focus on her so much because she was going in circles. You know, you should have passed it around a little more.
Well, I mean, I tried, but
I think she was just getting.
No, but so like, my goal is like, if you hear something that somebody says, anybody at the table is free to like, oh, let me add to that. Here's what I think about that.
And I feel like you even said in the beginning of the show, you're like, if you guys have anything to add, like, just say it. Like, don't even ask if you can speak. But I don't know.
Yeah, I just think when the first chair is like a rambler, it's hard to jump in, you know? So, but you can't really expect that. And she was like, I
don't know, she was telling her own personal stories. So like,
it
was
she had a lot of fucking stories.
Yeah, it was a lot to process, to hear.
Maybe I should have. Now people are in the chat are saying, Brian, you were doing fine reeling her back in. You should have let her stay.
Now they're
now they're like, Brian.
Now they're trying.
I'm getting such conflicted messaging. Literally, it was spamming in the chat. Brian, let her go. Let her go. I was like, oh fuck, am I like, I don't know.
Now
whatever.
they're kissing up.
So okay.
Trying to make up.
Let me just. So okay. Oh, did I read this one? Okay, I did. I think I made the changes in Streamlabs. So TTS is 69, read is 20 and up. That's both Superchat and Streamlabs, guys. So if you, yeah, we can pull up Twitch really quick. Okay. All right, Ravon, thank you for the Prime. Superman, thank you for the 5 community subs. Thank you, man. Really appreciate it. Superman, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate it. D's Lit, thank you for the Prime. Brix, thank you for the Prime. Jordan, thank you for the Tier 1. Finga, thank you for the Prime. Really appreciate it, man. Tough episode. Yeah, it is what it is. 10 flakes today. Pulling teeth at points, but let's see. I'm trying to think what else. Someone said the optics look bad because she was crying. I mean, okay. Maybe we should have her back and like.
She's never coming back.
She might. Yo, Pubcast, thanks for the 10 gifted. She might. You never
what
say
did
never.
she ask at the end right before she left?
No, she
she like right. She said something to Nick, and you were like, "Well, that's not gonna happen if like."
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Watch. Experiment. I'm just gonna go silent.
So, what do you guys look in? What is your dream man? What do you guys look for in a man?
A beard.
A beard.
And
wait, we should have Violet take her seat. Violet, do you want to go over there?
Okay.
What was that?
Her phone. It's fine.
I know how to sit on my phone, right? So I've been doing that.
Yeah, you can sit on it. Does it vibrate?
No, it's on.
Okay, just not trying to have someone. Okay, never mind.
Like, who do you want to be your husband when you turn 28?
Someone from Texas, someone older, someone with the beard. Yeah.
What is the age range that you usually date in?
Well, if I'm going to be 28, I would say from 35 to 45 would be good, because family, kids, eventually. I like to mess around with older guys, but to get serious with someone, they would have to be around 35 to maybe even 55. Yeah.
Do you guys both, would you guys say that you both are like older men as well?
Like same age and above.
Same age and above. Like how,
Someone in
what's
their
like,
30s.
what's the oldest that you would go? You're 32, right? 32.
I think it all depends on like that particular person. Ideally, maybe someone like within 1 to like 8-9 years of my age range.
What about you?
I'd say I was more open, I guess, when I was first started dating, to date younger and older, but now I kind of lean towards older by a few years. So
Why do you think that women nowadays try to go for older men specifically?
Men my age do not want to get their hands dirty, and I want a man who...
What do you mean, get their hands dirty?
Like, I have a handyman, for example. He's amazing, and anytime I call him over, he's like leaving his job to come and paint this, or he's just like on the ball, and he's not afraid to do whatever he needs to do. And he's like 60, and I can't find someone who's like 20 or 30 to come and do that, because... And he's like, yeah, I thought I would have so much competition, but no, nobody wants to work. And I feel like guys...
Wait, is he one of your simps, or is he actually like a handyman?
No, he's a handyman, yeah.
But you says he leaves whatever he's doing to come and...
Yeah, he has an actual job, but I pay him to do handyman work.
Oh, okay.
Like, he has an actual job still. I mean, I pay him good. Like, he could probably just work for me and make good money, but...
What do you mean, just work for you?
Like, just do handyman things for me. Like, and he'll even do gardening if I need some gardening done.
Yeah, but I'm sure you don't have like a full-time job for him. Do you?
Yeah, but I'm saying...
Is your house just a catastrophe that's constantly like...
No, I have multiple properties.
Oh, okay. She's got multiple properties. Have you ever been a sugar mama?
No.
You wouldn't do that?
No.
Even with all your vast wealth and riches and...
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely like pay on a date or something.
Do you ever simp for dudes? Would you simp for a guy? No.
I don't think so. Unless I guess if that means totally falling in love with a man and doing whatever for him, then yeah, I guess so.
Because I've heard from some OnlyFans women that they have to like simp for a dude in a relationship, like almost to make up for the fact that they do this kind of undesirable thing, which is like having OnlyFans, do sex work, doing porn. Maybe, I don't know.
I'm not relating.
Well, it's like there are women who do OnlyFans who recognize that this makes them a less suitable partner, and so they feel like they have to make up for it and they'll make up for it by like financially supporting the guy in the same way that men who are deficient in one realm that would be attractive to women, like, okay, maybe he's not attractive or maybe he's not good looking, but he's wealthy, they'll try to lead with their money and try to make up for it with their money. So I think there are some OnlyFans girls that will do that. They make up for this deficiency in their character, essentially, or in their value in the dating marketplace, by simping for guys and like paying for shit.
I could see that happening.
You've never encountered that? I don't know.
No, but I've seen that happen before, for sure.
Okay.
And I think it's probably just feeling bad about what you do a little bit, and so you're like, well, I do this, so I'm good, but it's probably just a coping mechanism. I think a lot of people go into the industry and not really think about the things you have to face later in life, and I think I'm doing a pretty good job with it.
Okay.
Can you? Oh wait, I don't have water in it. Just kidding.
Brian would. Wait, what? Oh, the water?
Yeah.
She doesn't have water.
I don't have any in it though.
In this?
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm trying to remember where I was. What was my other question? Would any of you date a trans man, I guess?
No.
No.
Fuck no.
Would you object to a guy not wanting to date a trans woman? Like if I didn't want to date a transgender woman?
That's like dating a man.
Would you guys have an issue with that?
Like if you didn't want to date
A trans woman, yeah.
Wouldn't that be dating a man?
Just
You dating a man?
No.
Oh,
I
okay.
wouldn't have an issue.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Definitely don't get that, but I don't understand the like forcing people into dating someone you like. If I say I'm not a lesbian, people kind of have gotten offended by that before.
Why would that be offensive? That you're
Because
not a
I've
lesbian?
done like girl content or just like, you know.
I mean, that could just mean you're bi or not even bi. You're
No,
just
I'm
doing
not
it for
bi.
work. Well, yeah, you're just doing it for work.
Yeah.
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 I feel like I've heard that conversation though, like of people getting offended that you're like not willing to, or that you're not lesbian. I feel like I've gotten that before. It's not like they're like, oh my god, you're not into girls. It's just kind of like, oh, like it's a huge like turn off for some reason. like I've let them down. Like I've ruined their lives because I'm like not bisexual or anything like that.
I've seen that. I felt that before. The funny thing is I will do a show with a girl, but I would never do one with like a transgender. Yeah, I don't think I would ever do
You're
that.
about to be canceled, Violet.
Well,
They're gonna
I'm just
cancel
very particular about who I am doing content with, no matter who it is. You know, I'm very particular about it.
So are you like planning on not dating anyone for like a while?
Not seriously. I'm for a while because I just don't have time, or my life isn't in that spot.
But you own multiple properties. Like, if you wanted to, do you think you've made enough that you could retire?
Yes.
Okay, but obviously, I mean, there's no. Is there such thing as, like, you always want to make more, right?
Yeah.
Mo money.
And I think
mo
that
problems.
just while I have my looks, or you know, obviously I'm not going to have them forever, so I would like to make the most out of while I can be on camera.
Sure. Okay. Let's say a guy came along now, right? You're 23. You've made good money. He's made good money, and he says, "Violet, listen. Your past is your past. I want to forge a new future. I want you to stop doing OnlyFans. I want you to stop doing porn. I want you to stop doing sex work. I want to pump out 10 dark-haired, blue-eyed children. Do you accept?"
Yes, if I'm in love with the man, then yes, I accept. I'll pump
Chat,
out as
I'm
many
not
babies.
pitching. I'm not pitching, chat. Relax.
I'll pump out as many babies as my man wants me to pump out when I get to that place in my life. And I don't think I will be suitable for camera after that, unless I get, what is that, labia? Oh no.
Labia placement?
No, it's
What?
the
Lipo.
what?
Huh?
Lipo.
Lipo. Yeah, you gotta get like lipo on your vagina.
Oh. Wait, I
what?
thought you were talking about like after
Like,
you
yeah,
after you
the
have
stuff-
kids,
yeah.
like you
You
get
were saying it right.
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
yeah,
I was talking about the
prostate.
actual vagina because that's what's important on camera here, people.
Oh wait, what is it?
The puss? What?
The vagina?
You can get
The vagina?
The vagina. The vagina?
you get surgery on your vagina vagina.
Yeah, like women have done that
Labiaplasty.
before.
Yo, pull up my nonprofit.
I was,
Can you
I was
put it in the
literally
corner?
trying to plug and
Put it in the
nobody
corner.
understood.
You were trying to plug what?
Your thing.
Big labia matter.
Yeah.
BLM.
Yes.
Violet, I want you to say that you support BLM. Look into this camera right here. Say it. This one right here.
Oh, I'm looking at myself. I support big labia matters.
Raise your fist. Fist in the air. Make a fist. No, that's definitely not a fist. Your technique's decent, but fist, no. That's a grab. That's a grab. I know you're just, no, fist in the, clenched fist.
Okay.
Bro, you stop being haram.
Okay.
Hashtag BLM, say it.
I'm not saying it.
Bro, that's my it's, Nick, pull it up.
Hashtag
Big labia, that's my
matter.
nonprofit.
Just say big labia matter.
Labia matter.
Oh my God, bro. Wow. Okay.
You're trying to make me say things.
No, I'll say it. Hashtag BLM.
No, you gotta do the fist, right?
Hashtag BLM. What? The fuck? Okay.
Did you post the black screen too?
No, I didn't do that.
Oh.
I'm not a sheep.
Oh, I totally thought you would have done that.
You thought I would have
Yeah.
posted like during the
Screen. Yeah.
Well, did you?
No.
No.
I didn't.
Actually, here's the funny story. Chat, get this. I was dating a girl for 2 months. Was it 2 months, 3 months? The George Floyd riots, people are posting black screens. My girlfriend, sort of girlfriend, breaks up with me because I didn't post
The black screen?
a black screen.
Oh my God.
Yeah, cool. Well, that shit was really divisive. And this
Yeah.
was when I was still kind of dating, like got chat. I know. Look, I was kind of dating liberal women.
Was she black?
No, she's a white woman.
Oh.
It was my peer. I
remember there being so much
was
drama,
dating
like
a liberal woman.
between-
I regret it.
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah, there was a lot of drama, like
Oh yeah,
Just-
shit.
people being like, I'm unfollowing you if you're not supporting this, or silence is violence. And
If you knew that it would save your relationship, would you go back and do it?
No. Fuck no.
So you didn't really like her that much.
No, it's not about. I'm not going to lie. I believe in speaking the truth. I'm not going to lie to continue to get pussy.
Yeah, no, I just didn't know if you didn't do it purposefully or not.
No, but you're asking, would I go back to save the relationship? Would I post it? And I'm no.
y'all were together for 2 months, you said? Or
Like 2-3 months or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So good times. Shitty reasons to get broken up with, or maybe it was a good reason. I don't know.
Blessing in disguise.
yeah, you're not
Maybe.
like super deep into it if it's only a couple months.
No, I wasn't. I just thought it was funny. I was like, okay. Once I had a girl. I've told this story before. I was on a date with a girl, and I brought like this exact, not this one, but like a water bottle just like this. It used to be Poland Springs. Now it's Origin. Now it's Secret Juice. She, towards the end of the date, starts complaining about the fact that I brought a plastic water bottle to the date.
Was she against plastic?
So like you're killing
She was
turtles.
like, oh, super environmental type chick, and she basically torpedoed the date because like I believe in protecting the environment. Like, yeah, plastic is bad, but it's relax, bro. It's a fucking water bottle. I'm running out the door. I'm gonna grab a ball, and then then I flipped the shit on her. I was like, did you wear makeup tonight? Okay. That is people harvesting fucking child labor in Asian countries and in Africa. They're harvesting mica to put in your concealer and to put in all your shit. So the makeup and cosmetics industry is an incredible waste. There's no utility to makeup.
Yeah,
So,
that's true.
and then I was like, you're wearing makeup. Your makeup comes in a little plastic container, doesn't it? And then she got all, well, it's not the same. Okay, shut up. And then I was like, and then I asked her how frequently she travels, and then she just got butthurt and then left.
Oh my goodness.
She brought it up. You don't want the smoke. Don't try to make a big deal of my plastic use.
Yeah, and it's one little thing. Like, if she actually has a problem with it, it's something you can pick and choose your battle over and be like, okay, well, if I really like this guy, maybe I'll tell him later that I, if it's really that big of a deal,
It was a
your
first
little
date.
plastic bottle
exactly.
thing.
Did you meet her on a dating app?
Yeah, it was a dating app on
She should
Bumble.
have put that in her profile.
Yeah, no plastic.
That's so weird. Like,
That is
first
weird.
off,
That's really weird.
the environmental impact is not being caused, to some degree, is not being caused on an individual level. It's corporations that are responsible for the vast majority of environmental waste. So, and then also, like, if you look at, for example, shipping is a huge thing, because once, I could be semi-wrong on this, once shipping vessels get into international water, they can start burning a different kind of fuel, which is really, I don't know if what's it called? Anybody in chat, can you tell me what there's a fuel that shipping vessels burn. Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
Well, I think the environmental crisis is just another propaganda of like a form of control.
Bunker fuel, Bog, thank you. They start burning bunker fuel once they're in international water. Okay, go ahead.
What is... Sorry.
I was going to say the environmental crisis, I feel like that's just another propaganda and like just a form of control.
Word. Good times. What's up? Sure. Violet, can you read this one for us?
On the subject of rating, why does 4 to 6 average feel offensive or people feel bad saying them? Also, for body count, does it change if you compare number to established relationships compared to body count versus just body count? No, it's all the same. I think if you had a sexual encounter, that counts, right? Oh, yeah. Sexual encounters are all counted for body counts.
I think it
Compare
kind of
number
changes.
to established relationships.
It's kind of like you have a body count because you've been in a relationship or because you've had like multiple one-night stands. Like, does that make a difference? And I think it does.
Well, I mean, if your body count gets high enough, there's in between your relationships, prior to relationships, after your relationships, you've probably had casual sex. Like, it typically, most people are going to have only a handful of like serious relationships. It's just, so, I don't know. But for the first question, why does 4 to 6 feel offensive? Most people are 4 to 6. Like, that's average. Most people are average looking. It is what it is.
Oh, so, for the rating of looks. Got it.
Yeah, I think that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, 4 to 6 average.
It's offensive because most people want to think they're a 10.
Or higher, yeah.
Word. Okay, what else? Let me see if we have any chats here from Streamlabs. One sec. We have... Is fake chess girl... Okay, sorry. I don't know what I was reading there.
Is that me?
Before we wrap up, do you guys have anything you'd like to talk about? Any topics you'd like to hit on? What's a hot topic?
I feel like you have something.
No, wait, I had something and then I'm like, oh crap, I just...
Yo, chat.
I want to know the fake titty comment.
I don't know. It's just like a... Here, can you read this one, Violet? Or wait, sorry, read this one. Violet, go, quick.
Where?
I'm
so sorry.
Get this chick some glasses.
6'2", 240 pounds, tatted, 150K a year. Violet, what's the best way to slide into those DMs? Instagram at Violet Brandani. I changed my last name. Okay.
Rip. Summers, I think, was better, I reckon.
Well, can't have all, okay? Can't have what
Did
you
they
want.
like take a... did they have a... What's it called? A trademark? Did they get a trademark on it?
Yes.
On Violet Summers?
Yes.
Damn.
And he does things like that because he doesn't want you leaving the team. So, yeah. But Brandani's my real last name, so I might as well use it.
Oh.
And then one day I'll get married and I won't even have that last name, so.
Would you hyphenate?
No.
Okay, that's kind of based. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, we had this one. Can you read this one?
It's good to see someone like Yasmin on the show. That is not, wait. As good as, am I not supposed to read that?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm so sorry. That is not trying to look for control in the relationship and wants to be a mother and find something meaningful and profound. She will find it. Aw.
That's sweet.
Thank you, Bintalk. Appreciate it. Ligma, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Let me see if we have anything else here. Oh shit, wait, what was my question? I was gonna ask. Fuck. Shit. It was a good one. It was really good. Super good. One of the best questions. Oh, why don't we pull that one up? If you can read it, Violet.
I just want to tell my princess good night, and I don't care if everyone calls me a wimp. I love you. Good night. Mwah.
Did he call himself a simp?
Wimp.
Wimp.
I think he meant simp because I've never heard wimp.
I meant wimp.
Oh, really? Maybe he did mean wimp. That's
What am
funny.
I swear I'm forgetting something. There's something.
One last question.
Shit. I had something good, but it's evaded me. Let's react to. There's this video that.
What was it like training with Alex Brent?
No, not the Sean Strickland one. It's the girl. She's like, I think in a sweatshirt or something. Yeah, I think it's a TikTok.
I could have all of this in my life and still afford to be me. Why would I ever want to invite a 50-50 man into that equation when I could have 100 men and I could live in the gifts all around me like a shrine? In fact, some might say I already do now. Pick me girls and Dusties will yell in your ear about what you should settle for and how you should live your life. But you don't have to do that. Even if you're not watching me from your own apartment with your cat inside of it, like I'm posting right now, you're still allowed to not want to go 50-50. These men will either bring you up with them or bring you down to their level. And let's be honest, it's never 50-50. It's usually 90-10.
Disavow. I'll let the girls react to that first. Agree, disagree?
Disagree.
Okay.
Yeah, she's
Why?
just kind of like very short-sighted on relationships, I think.
Yeah, she wants to not commit to a guy and saying she can have 50,000 men or something. I guess disagree.
But you don't want 50-50.
Well, I don't. No.
So you kind of agree with her.
I've always been told that relationships should be a 100.
Yeah,
100.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah. Huh.
It's kind of an empty platitude, though. I mean, I think when people say 50-50, that's probably
Giving your 100 because then you make.
Well, I think when people are talking about 50-50, I think there's a difference between both people giving the how do I articulate this? There's a difference there between people giving the relationship their all and then 50-50.
50-50 makes it like transactional versus someone giving it their all.
I'm just confused now. This math shit is getting me all fucked up.
If you're both 100, and then you
Shit's
take
too
50,
complicated.
50,
Yeah, tell us
and
the
then
math.
you
Let's do some
divide
hoe math
the
here.
100 and put that up on top, you get a root 2,500, and
Yep.
then you're good till death do its part.
Totally checks out. Makes perfect sense.
Do its part. But yeah, I don't know what I was going to say after that.
What about you?
Was that girl in the video like saying that she has enough money to support herself and that's why she doesn't need a man?
I guess yeah.
It was hard. Yeah.
Also,
Well,
she's
I'll say-
very masculine, like
Yeah.
in her demeanor and approach. So
I'll say like I would want to see what she says in like 20, 30 years when she's all alone and she doesn't have her looks to rely on. And with fast money comes slow problems.
I also disagree. I think that one great man in your life can be the biggest blessing in the world.
Wait, say that again.
Why?
Where were you looking?
I don't know. I keep staring like in between the monitor because I don't know. I'm seeing things, but
shit, I'm looking for my really dope question that I definitely had lined up that I'm trying to get to. Let's see. What's everybody's type?
I asked that. She
Oh,
said
you did?
she likes beards.
A man who wants to have kids.
A man who wants to stab kids?
No, who wants to have kids.
Did Nick,
But
did
I
you
feel
hear
like
that
that's
too?
not really like
I
a
heard
part
that.
of like type.
I heard she wants to stab
feel like-
kids. What the fuck?
Generally, a lot of men want to have kids. Types
Yeah, it's like
look wise.
sticking around after you have kids,
Yeah.
maybe.
What, oh,
Maybe that's
I
a
know
good
what to do.
idea.
Stick around
I know what to
after
do.
you have
Nick,
kids.
can you pull up Asmongold and XQC? Their Instagram profiles. We've reacted to it before. While Nick is doing that, I have a question for the ladies.
All right.
Does height matter?
Ooh.
Yes.
A little bit.
So I want to ask, how tall are you? What's like bare minimum height for a guy?
Good question.
We'll start with you and then we'll just go around the table.
I'm 5 foot, so it's not that big of a deal.
You're too
but
tall,
you do have
sorry.
to be taller, so I guess 5'5" at least.
5'5" minimum.
At least, yeah.
At least.
Yeah.
But preferably what?
Preferably 6 foot.
5 feet. But Nick, can you also pull up that meme? It's in the meme folder. So go into Dropbox. Don't pull it up yet. Dropbox podcast memes. It's the too short one. What about you? How tall are you? Bare minimum height for a guy?
I am 5'7". Bare minimum, I'd say like, yeah, my height, 5'6", 5'7", preferably 5'10" and up.
Okay. What about you?
I'm 5'6", preferably above 6 foot.
Preferably above 6 foot. Okay. Madison, what about you?
I'm 5'2", preferably 5'6" or taller.
Okay. I mean, I'll say my preference, her height has to start with 4, honestly. If her height doesn't start with 4, it's just like, what's the point? You know? Like, I know you're 5 feet. You're 5 feet. You're too short for me. Or sorry, you're too tall.
I was like, am I?
No, I fucked that up. You're too tall. Sorry,
Why
Violet.
is it that you find 4 foot?
Just cross you off the list. So sad.
Shoot.
You know, I
What
was
a bummer.
thinking too, because you were like,
Wait.
actually go on. I'll continue that later. I don't want to
What?
interrupt.
No, go ahead.
You asked me earlier about getting more men getting less men because of what I do, not being able to find someone. But I come from a really small town, so I feel like either way, my chances have expanded greatly with a good man, rather than just staying in my town and finding someone there.
You want to pull up the meme first?
Yeah, let's do the meme first. So this is like short women who are like, I've got to date a tall guy who's 6 feet. So like a short chick who's 5 feet. Sorry, I don't date guys below 6 feet. And the dude's like 5'7". It's like, I'm still taller than you. What the fuck? We've definitely had on like short women who are like 5 feet, 5'1", who are like, he's got to be 6 feet.
Wow.
Yeah,
Looking
I
at you,
say that, but
Violet.
then I'm like thinking like, yeah, I'm not a size queen or anything, so 6 feet is kind of big. I don't think I've ever been with someone 6 feet tall. My high school boyfriend was 5'5", so yeah.
Okay, all right. She doesn't discriminate, I guess.
There you go.
Really. And then what was the other thing we were looking up? Oh, yeah. Would you date this guy? So we'll scroll down. We'll see the pictures. Just wait until we see all of them because maybe one catches your eyes. So his name is Zach. He's a very nice guy. He's a close friend. He's a close friend of mine. We used to live in New Jersey together, and we actually had to leave New Jersey because he got involved with the wrong crowd, Italian mafia. So he had to leave. That's why he has that axe there. That shit is in. Okay.
Well, I get off to Tony Soprano, so if it's like that, then maybe. But I don't really go off someone's Instagram.
Would you date Zach?
I said I don't go off anyone's Instagram.
Just based off what you saw, though. Would you give him a chance?
I would give him a chance, yes. I would.
I'm friends with him. Can I set you up with him?
Where does he live? New Jersey? Oh, he doesn't
No,
live
he
there
lives in
anymore.
Texas, actually.
No way.
Yeah.
Where?
I think Austin?
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah,
is-
I'll hang out with him.
Is that where you live?
Yes. Well, I live in Belton. It's about an hour north.
That's not far. I think he's in Austin. I don't
Yeah.
recall. We've kind of,
Well, hit me up.
There was an incident with a porcupine that we don't talk about. So unfortunately, we've kind of haven't talked in a while. But yeah, it's a heartbreaking story.
Is y'all's relationship okay?
It's okay. It's amicable, but there's a history there. So
Okay.
do you think? But you'd be down to like kick it with him?
If he's a normal guy, yeah.
Okay. What about you?
I'd go on a date with him.
You go on a date with him? Okay.
No.
No, Maddie. If you were single.
No.
Okay. So go back to his profile. So his name's Zach. He's a Twitch streamer. Scroll up to the top.
I love it.
His name is Asmongold, his streaming name. One of the top streamers on Twitch, very popular. So maybe Violet, could I try to set you up for a little rendezvous at Zach's abode?
I think his beard is really saving him here, and he pulls it off very well. It's full. He's got a full
He's like
head
a
of hair.
Viking,
It
isn't
could
he?
use some conditioner, but
Like-
we can fix that.
He's a Viking.
Yeah, for sure.
But he looks
yes.
feminine.
And he's in Texas.
No, that is peak male performance. Pull it up again. This is peak male performance. How dare you say he looks feminine?
What do you think?
He's got
makes him
fucking
look
axe.
Look at
Look,
that
you talked about
non-symmetrical
you were talking about alpha males. You were talking about alpha males earlier. This is the fucking epitome of an alpha male.
He will chop your head off for you. Not your head. He'll chop his head off for you.
Yes. Which head are we talking about? Never mind. Yeah, we'll do next guy. Okay, so how about this guy? This guy's name is Felix, and okay, there he is. Look, he's all right. He's a close friend. He's a friend of mine.
He gives me like MGK vibes.
Okay, all right. Look, he's got a cat. His hair is blonde, dyed blonde. He could be like a Calvin Klein model. Okay.
Oh, that's a cute little picture.
Which one?
The first one. He looks
This
so,
one, the
like,
one where he's like
innocent.
super intense looking,
Yeah.
like he's gonna murder you. That's the one.
Yeah.
That's probably like
Okay.
the most pure picture.
Yeah, very
Pure?
pure.
Yeah, I would say.
He's like, oh,
Really?
I'm focused.
Yeah.
He looks like he's like about to talk shit to say some racist shit in the Call
He
of
looks
Duty
like
lobby.
he has like puppy dog.
That's
vibes.
pure for you. What the fuck? All right. So going around the table, would you date him?
No.
No,
Not the tall, skinny, like MGK look. That's not me.
not you.
Yeah.
Okay. What about you?
I don't really like the dyed blonde look. I'd like to see like his natural hair.
Okay. All right.
So I guess no.
Also, no. He kind of looks feminine.
Madison.
No.
Sorry, Felix. Okay, let's go back to his profile. This is Felix. His name's XQC. He's a streamer. He recently signed a kick deal for, what was it, Chat, was it 20 million or was it 100 million? Was it 100 million or was it, I think it was 100 million kick deal, right? Does that change anything? $100 million kick deal. Does that change anything? That's retire you money, never have to work a day in your life money.
But
Perhaps.
no, it doesn't change anything.
Doesn't change anything. That's like a top 0.0001% earner. Nothing.
No.
That's crazy. Wow. Well, good for him.
Okay. All right. Doesn't change anything. I'm not going to lie. I might go gay for that shit. I'm just saying, like, gay for pay. You did gay for pay. I might go gay for. Whoa. Okay, hide that shit.
Well, I think
I might
give him a chance, but if I'm not happy, I wouldn't
Just
just
kidding.
stay
I'm
with
kidding, Chad. I'm
someone
kidding.
for
money?
Yeah, just because I'm like, oh well, I need this chick deal.
Okay. All right. What if you met him and you really liked his personality, though? Does that change anything? He's French Canadian.
Yeah, I can definitely fall in love, like, start liking a guy a lot just because his personality. He doesn't even have to be like, whoa, attractive. They just can, with their body language and their smooth talk.
Yeah.
That's very important. The coolness of a guy.
Is he funny? For me, humor is really important. For me.
Yeah, I guess he's funny. Yeah.
Okay.
He's a good guy. He's one of my friends. He's a close friend.
Okay.
He was also involved in the Italian mafia in New Jersey for some reason.
Wow.
I don't know.
Well, that changes things. For
For the better?
Yes.
Are you more turned on?
Yes, I told you I get off to Tony Soprano. I'll pause like an episode. And I'm like, oh, save that for later,
You fucking hypocrite.
Hey, I love her.
I don't like that kind of talk.
It's his mom.
Do you guys have any questions before we wrap up the show? Any questions you'd like to ask?
Are you going to get married?
Am I going to get married?
Yes. Do you plan to?
I'm going to stop this podcast because it is destroying my life. I'm going to marry you. We're not going to sign a prenup. I'm going to divorce you in 7 years for lifelong alimony.
No, if I get married, I'm not getting divorced. I'm so sorry.
Oh, you don't have a say, though. You're not getting divorced, but I am.
So you're going to make me quit my adult work.
No.
We're going to live happily together for 7 years.
You can do solo content.
I'm going to depend on you
You can
totally.
do solo content.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's sweet of you.
Yeah,
Aw.
I will allow you to do solo content out of the goodness of
I
my
love
heart.
the compromise we're already making here.
Yeah, it's
we're
good.
Like, perfect.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm going to depend on you for a good 7 years. Probably make like 5 kids. And then you'll leave me.
7 kids, all sons.
7 kids,
Wow.
7
all
years.
sons. We have to have at least 7 sons.
Okay. And then you'll leave.
So I don't care if we have 10 daughters, we're going to have 7 sons.
Okay, let's just get to the part where you leave.
You're going to be pumping out kids. I'm going to stay until we have 7 sons.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll have like triplets.
Okay.
3 boys.
I'm telling you, though, like, we have to have 7 sons. So I don't care, again, if we have 10 daughters.
Okay.
You know what's kind of interesting that I've noticed is, like, and I'm not saying that this is me, but hold on. Oh, can you read this, Violet?
Props to Yasmin for acknowledging the feminism programming they teach females growing up about being boss babe. Making money is not fulfilling at the end of the day. Also, helmet head, I wouldn't touch and bang with you even with Brian's dick. Hashtag streets.
Rip Madison. Is this for men?
I was
Helmet
just
head?
making a joke. Sounds like you got offended, but
Oh, damn. LPE
Yeah.
coming for you. Not even with my penis? What does
I
what
wouldn't
does
want that
mean?
either.
LPE,
I
what
wouldn't
does
want
mean?
that either.
Whoa, okay.
That's like really a lot of logistics.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
he's
a lot.
really shoving it and she's. I
Oh,
don't
he
know.
would be in the corner? Like, would he be like a
I'd
cock
report it.
voyeur? So let's get back to me divorcing you for all your money.
Okay. Yes, the fantasy.
Yes.
The dream.
Just let me know when you want to get going on that. And
I would probably, like, if we were to date, I would just reverse finesse you. Like, I would never fuck you. I'd wait until marriage, and then, like, we'd never have sex.
wow,
Yeah.
that's hot.
Is it?
Yes, I like that. I like that a lot.
I would just basically make you my servant. You'd have to massage me, but we could have no sexual contact. The only time we could have sexual contact, I'd probably have to like artificially inseminate you. Oh my God, what am I doing?
That thing where couples
Are
like,
you actually excited by this idea?
yeah, and like we're just so sexually tensioned, and then the honeymoon comes and you just like pound me and I
No,
record
not even
it.
that.
No. Huh?
Not even that.
Oh wait, what?
You know, have you ever seen those videos of like how they don't actually allow horses to fuck other horses? They have to like get it in a tube and then they artificially inseminate.
Oh, like Frenchies, yeah.
Yeah. Like that's how we would have to have our kids.
That's weird.
Yeah. Oh, you want it to be...
Okay, things got... Okay,
I'm
wait.
not sure
I think
where
I
I'm
was
going.
missing that whole inseminate part of your sentence or whatever.
I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm losing my
I feel like
mind.
you've thought about this all night. And
About
now
artificially
you're telling me your
inseminating you?
plan. Yes.
You think it's just been
Yeah, you're like, man, she's got the best genes. I know it.
the best genes? Do you?
No, I actually don't.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I'm just going to marry you for your money and then divorce you.
Is this my water?
I don't think so.
Oh my gosh, thank God.
Oh
Okay. Thank you. I thought I was drinking someone else's water.
Well, do you believe in love? After like,
Do I believe in love?
yeah, after having like all these conversations about dating
It's a good question.
Yeah, I believe in love.
for yourself.
Yeah, sure. I believe in love.
Have you ever been in love?
Yeah, I've been in love.
Is this something
think
you
you're
like would want in life, or like
Mhm.
strive to find with somebody else?
What?
Is it something you would strive to find with someone else, to like fall in love with someone else?
Well, honestly, I don't feel like... Okay, for like having kids, it's not clear to me if love is necessary.
Like kids aside, just with like a person, like
loving
having
your
a companion.
partner. I think once you have kids, your selfish desires go out the fucking window. Like, you...
Disagree.
No, I think like once you have kids, you do what's best for the kids. So...
And I think what's
Yeah,
best
but
for the
what's best
kids is
for
the parents
the
being in
parents,
love.
yeah.
So they grow up in
Sure.
a household where the
But
parents
what if you
love
fall
each
out
other.
of love? But you
I mean,
otherwise
it's like-
have, if you otherwise have a healthy relationship with your spouse, but you have fallen out of love, then I think it's selfish.
But love is work. It's like you have to put in the same effort you do the first few dates as you do like 10 years into the relationship.
Wait, what?
So like
like
the first
working
few
on the
dates, you're going to put in so much effort. You're going to be like courting. The woman's like going to be showing up as her best self. And 10 years down, you still have to be putting in that same effort to keep the love alive. Or else, of course,
Well,
you're going to fall out of love.
Sure. I mean, and this is a very hypothetical scenario. I think it would be hard for me to fall out of love with the mother of my children. That'd be very hard to do. I think it's more often the case that women fall out of love with their husbands.
I think that's just from like neglecting what you have and not working on the relationship like you said. And when women kind of are in the real world, they always are getting like, oh, you should be a part of our girl mob and leave your, it's kind of like this, especially when you're friends with single women and then you're in a relationship. I think that they clash a lot. And so it's always kind of fighting that. And then, yeah.
I mean, I think when it comes to long-term relationships, love is great, but I think you can continue having a relationship if you've fallen out of love. You're a Catholic, right? You said you don't believe in divorce.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you think divorce is warranted if you fall out of love with somebody? I don't think under Catholicism, falling out of love with somebody is a valid reason for divorce.
Yeah, I mean, don't get married if you have any chance of falling out of love with them. Or
Yeah, but don't people fall out of love with people?
But that's just making. I mean, marriage is
you said you would
sacred.
never divorce never get divorced.
Right.
So let's say the relationship is otherwise healthy, you treat each other well, but you have fallen out of love with your partner. Maybe you get bored. Have you ever been bored in a relationship by the guy? He was otherwise great guy, he was very nice, but you got bored.
I can't really say I have.
Okay, what about you?
Yes.
You've been bored?
Mm-hmm.
Great guy, nice guy, treated you well, never was toxic or abusive in any way, but you just got bored. Why did you get bored?
I think I don't know, maybe the spark was not there anymore, or it just kind of felt like we were in a rut and things. I mean, that could be on my part too. I didn't maybe put in as much effort as I could have, but yeah, I mean, I think it's very possible to fall out of love and get bored in a relationship.
Yeah, people fall out of love, people change.
Yeah.
What about you? Have you ever been bored in a relationship?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah.
I think if you really love someone, you don't really get bored. But love, like being in a relationship is work. You can't just like get in a relationship, get married, and then just be like, okay, I'm going to chill now. You have to keep continuing putting in the work through every stage.
Yeah, of course. But
and then if you don't, I think that's when you fall out of love.
Maybe you can fall back into love.
Yeah.
So that's always an option.
I think there's always work to be done. And obviously relationships have lows. Like sometimes there's periods of time where you're upset about each other. You have arguments about things. And
I feel like even if you do fall out of love with your husband or your wife, like you can still care about each other to the extent that you care about your children together. So you care about having a good relationship with each other still, you know?
Yeah. At that point, it's more of like a companionship than a like love.
Yeah, like marriage isn't like your friends. Like you're committing to each other for life. I see it like that. That's why I'm waiting to get serious about that, because I want it to be someone who I'm with forever, and I'm going to commit myself to them like that. So
absolutely,
I just think that people are very loosey-goose with marriage, and it shouldn't be that way. I think it's sacred, and they're like, it's something that came from God, not government or anything like that.
marriage came from what? God?
Yes.
Love? Or wait?
Marriage.
Oh.
Didn't it?
I don't know. We have stochastic decay here. Violet, can you read this?
Hey Brian, question for the lackluster panel. Other than simp handyman, what is the most attractive hobby a man can have?
We'll go around the table starting with you.
I like
Excuse me.
when a man is into things like sports and comedy, and I like when we can connect on things like that. So yeah, little hobbies like that.
I like when a guy likes like building stuff, like whether it's furniture or like I don't know, just doing something with his hands.
Yeah.
I'll go with hunting.
Hunting, okay.
I'll go with just straight like businessman, CEO, CFO, or I feel like being in the sports industry is an attractive job as well.
Like a sports agent?
The sports, like going into sports management or something like that. Yeah.
Huh. Okay. What's the most attractive career for a woman?
A mom.
Probably. Honestly, probably.
Stay-at-home mom.
That's probably...
it's like the best thing a woman can do,
like
I think.
An actual
Most fulfilling,
job?
too.
I want to say,
Yeah.
I was going to say massage therapist.
No, men are way better.
They are better massage therapists.
What about like as a nurse?
But then...
Or a teacher?
No, not nurse, not teacher. But then, like, women who are massage therapists, they also are like really don't want to massage you because they've been doing it all fucking day. So you think it's a catch. Like, you think a girl who's a massage therapist is a catch because it's like, especially if you're a guy who like you're an athlete or you work out, you're like, oh fuck, that'd be fucking amazing. My girlfriend would massage me all the time. A lot of these massage chicks don't want to massage you for free.
They would do it if they loved you.
Yeah, but they get it so much. They're like, women who do massage therapy get it so much that it's probably annoying. Like, okay, yeah, I get it. You want a fucking massage because I'm a massage therapist. Like,
Yeah, true.
they're probably burned out on it. But is it an L, guys? Like, is it kind of an L if you're like, she's like massaging other dudes? Is that kind of an L if your girlfriend or wife is for her career? It's like non-sexual. It's like massage is totally legit.
I would probably have a problem.
I
with
wonder,
it.
is that like an L? Chat, do you think that's a L? Yeah, it could potentially.
Really? I feel like it's not like sexual though.
I don't think it is. Like massage is like it's. Look, there are some like sketchy like massage parlor type places, but there are legitimate massage professionals. So, yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm an idiot. I forgot about rub and tugs.
It is. It is. Yeah. She's like massaging. It might be an L because it might be an L.
I think it is.
Might be an L. Okay. All right. I don't know. We have some chats here. Where did we leave off? Queen. Did we do this one?
No, we haven't.
Did we do this one?
We haven't done that one either. But we did the one.
Violet, can you read this one?
Cute in gray blue dress in middle. You're more base than you think. Black shirt, you're super base, and I appreciate your takes. Tank, I disapprove of your lifestyle, but I think you're super based. Big labia is the only BLM.
Thank you, Ligma Johnson. Can you read this? Or Yasmin, can you read this one?
Why not talk to Yasmin? We're really proud of her as a Persian woman who values family and carries herself with dignity. It's great to have women like her who make great mothers.
Word. Okay, thank you, man. Appreciate it. All right, guys, get your last chats in. I'm going to wrap up the show here pretty quick if you want to. Were we on a conversational thread? I forgot. Sorry, guys. I'm at my last bit of brain fuel here.
You're just talking about the jobs.
Jobs. I feel like I had one of my questions here pulled up, but were we going to react to... what was it? Sorry, guys. I'm just going over my notes here for the show. Is it a deal breaker if a guy doesn't go down on you? Is that it? I don't know if that was it.
I think it is if he expects you to go down on him.
I love giving head, but I do like when a guy's good at giving me head, so to not ever get it would be sad. So I guess no. Yes, it's a deal breaker.
I'd say yeah. It's a deal breaker.
No, it's not a deal breaker.
Madison answered. I haven't gone down on a girl in since the Bush administration, so that's like 2007, 2008. So it's
Are you being for real?
I'm 100% for real.
So for real.
I feel like you're a child back then.
Huh?
Since 2007.
I have not gone down on a girl since 2008.
Before that.
2007, 2008. The Bush administration. The Bush, George Bush Jr.
You should try it, maybe.
13, 16.
I have tried it. I've tried it.
Again.
Wasn't a fan.
You tried it again?
Not since the Bush administration.
Maybe
it doesn't feel this doesn't sound natural to me. Like I get girl with going down on a guy, but a guy going down on a girl. I feel like it's not.
W's in the chat.
I think Brian. I think you're gonna find a girl one day you love, and then you're gonna love going down.
No,
on her
I've loved women.
What's your issue with it?
First off, the neck hurts the neck a little bit. So there's that.
Don't you think giving head hurts the woman's necks a little bit?
Well, I actually legit have some neck pain issues, but
so I actually.
Okay, whatever, Natty.
I'm not kidding.
But it's different. It's so different.
I think it might be.
It's
well,
so
there is
different.
like a surprise for women at the end because we get the big load. But the women, when guys are going down on us, it's kind of like we gotta really let you know, okay, I'm done, because there's nothing spraying in your face.
Well,
sometimes, yeah.
Some women are squirters.
Well,
But that's
yeah, I just don't think that that's gonna happen from being eaten out.
From eating out?
Yeah, I like you can finger me and I might, have some juices like spraying at you, but not being eaten out.
I mean, that is true. I think most women,
Yeah.
when it comes to squirting, and that's actually typically tends to be from a G-spot orgasm versus, it's different. Because, like, it's different.
I do think it's different.
Whatever. You don't think it's different?
I do think it's different. I just think that
You
it's
think
easier for you
it's
guys.
easier. No.
Not easy.
Wait, Nick, you think it's easier?
Nick agrees.
The actual technical, like, it's physically it's easier, but there's other components.
How do you know that?
Granted, you are an Asian woman.
What?
Asian people don't have, like, they have less, or they don't have.
They have the cutest little vaginas. That's for sure.
Well, actually,
Wait, what were you gonna
I've
say
seen some Japanese women. What? No. Well, my understanding is Asian people don't have a certain sweat. Like, you don't have body odor.
Yeah.
And that, in addition to just like body odor, that also translates to body odor
down there
in the pussy region.
This is an armpit, right? Like, this is
That's
basically
true.
an armpit for women. That's what it is. That's why we
Well, that's
get
not what I'm
odor.
saying, but like Asian women, they lack and men also, well, men don't have pussies, but also Asian men either have minimal or no body odor because there's a certain, I don't know if it's just a gene, or is it a gene?
It was a gene, but that's
No, it's a thing.
It's actually very true.
It is a thing.
I've never put on deodorant.
It is a thing. Asian people, I
Right
don't know if it's all
on.
Asian people, but a large portion of people who are Asian, they lack a gene, or there's a gene difference where they don't have body odor or minimal body odor. So
I'm so jealous of that. That's really cool.
word.
And they don't grow a lot of hair, I heard too.
I think the hair is another
I'm
component.
so
barely
jealous.
grow,
I'm
like,
the
armpit
hairiest
hair.
person. Like, the fact
My
that you
arms
don't.
Wait, why
have
did you
to-
say based, Nick?
I'm gonna pretend like you just make my dick go soft.
But yeah, anything else?
You're what, Violet?
I'm very hairy. Yeah, I have to like shave well, I'm Mexican and Italian, okay? Lots of hair comes
Valid.
with that. So I got to shave like everything. I tried laser hair removal and that didn't work.
Now I know you're not a natural beauty, but I think with
Maybe
the
you
right
should
clothes
ask
and the
her
right
about
look, you
laser
can be
hair
very
removal.
striking.
Oh yeah, got the connection.
What?
It's different. Also, the other thing is like blood comes out of there once a month. So that's like another factor
That's
when it comes
true.
to giving
just
head.
Don't eat her out when she's on her period then.
Yeah, but it's like
I don't think our ancestors did that. Like, I don't
probably
think
not. I don't think.
our male
I don't
ancestors
know.
did that.
Actually, they probably were. Just
Probably doing
muff
wilder
diving
things.
like
My
crazy.
8th grade teacher told me that when women had periods back in the day that they would just sit on like a stick for a week.
Based.
What?
Let's go
Why?
back.
And I just think about that sometimes.
Just kidding, chat. Okay, last question. What would you say to a guy who got a girl pregnant and she wants the kid, but he doesn't? Starting with you, Violet.
Did you say a girl who got a guy pregnant?
No, what would you say to a guy who got a girl pregnant? She wants the kid, but he doesn't. What would you say to him? He's like, oh man, like, I'm not ready to be a father. Like, I'm not ready to have kids yet. Like, I'm not in the right place mentally. I'm not in the right place emotionally. I'm not in the right place financially. What do you say to him?
Step it up. I don't know. Just basically keeping her. What are you doing? You're like, Brian.
What?
What are you doing?
Ignore my facial expression.
Okay, because it's freaking me out.
Why is it freaking? Why?
Because I'm like, am I like disappointing you in what I'm saying right now?
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I think that you have to take responsibility for your actions and basically be a man. It's time to grow up.
Okay. What do you say? Do you agree with Violet?
I mean, yeah, if she wants to keep the kid, then, like, he needs to live with that and do that.
Oh, did you have more? Sorry.
No, I'm good.
Yeah, I feel like my first reaction would be like, yeah, yikes, that sucks. But I mean, at the end of the day, he doesn't really have a choice but to co-parent the kid or be there for the kid. And that the best thing he can do is like be present for that kid. And I feel like God always has a plan. So even if he doesn't feel ready once the kid's here, it might be different.
Okay, Madison, what about you?
I agree with all of them, basically.
Do you think that if he didn't want to have a kid, he should have just kept it in his pants?
Not necessarily keep it in your pants, but like use
Yes,
protection
absolutely.
or something.
Yeah.
The consequences of intimacy is getting pregnant. So if you don't want pregnancy, then you should be careful or try to do things to prevent it from happening.
I mean, have the conversation with the girl of, like, if you're gonna be intimate with her, then talk about if she's on birth control or if you're gonna use a condom or whatever.
Yeah.
So,
Nick, what are you typing?
In the chat.
Nick, can you not do that anymore? All right.
I mean, yeah, it's if he should keep it in his pants, but maybe he should find other ways.
But you're saying tough. You were saying like, oh, tough. Like, should have thought of that before.
Yeah, it's kind of like living with the consequences.
Okay. Are you guys pro-choice or pro-life?
I'm pro-life.
I've gone back and forth, but I would say pro-choice.
Okay.
Yeah, something I haven't made a decision on. I always go back and forth on, and I don't really know.
Aren't you conservative and religious?
Yeah.
You don't know?
That topic, I'm not certain about.
Have you had an abortion?
No.
You're not certain yet?
Well, I get the pro-choice, but also I don't want to make a decision for someone else. I don't think it's my place to decide what someone else
What about
wants to do.
on a personal level for you?
Oh, for myself?
Yeah.
Pro-life.
Okay. But you're just, okay, I see what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious.
Are you pro-choice?
I need to keep my opinion on that one private.
Did you have an abortion?
Last two questions. No, it's not that. If your boyfriend or husband was wrongfully convicted, how long would you wait? Like he's in jail?
Oh, gosh.
Prison.
Ooh. I don't know. It's kind of like having your man off to the war.
You'd leave him?
No, of course not. I would stay by. I would love to be a military wife because I feel like I'd be really good at it. Like, you know, I hate cheaters, and like my stepdad had his wife cheat on him when he was in the military. It's just like, how can you do that to someone? They're all fighting for your country, fighting for you, supporting your family. Yeah. What was I saying?
Would I wait for my guy if he was incarcerated? I'd say yes. Yes.
Okay.
And it was wrongfully, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would wait.
10 years.
Yes.
If it was Frankie, I would wait forever.
Conjugal visits are an option.
Absolutely.
Visitation can be done. Okay. Last question. If the Grim Reaper comes and says, should I take your life or your husband's, who do you choose?
What?
Mine.
What?
The Grim Reaper,
I would choose
death,
myself.
comes and says, should I take your life or your husband's? Who do you choose?
Myself, right?
There's no, I don't think there's a right or wrong answer.
Right or wrong.
What about you?
Mine.
I would choose myself. I don't want to live with the guilt of...
Oh my God, these girls. Okay. Okay.
But-
all right.
I said mine.
Oh, okay. All right.
But then you think about it strategically. If you were to say him, then he would go and kill him, and then maybe the guy's like manly enough to have a fight, you know, and then he kills him off.
Looking for
Actually, this
loophole.
kind of relates to what we were talking about before the show. You're talking about like alpha, beta. What was your whole thing on that?
There's a lot of beta males these
A
days.
lot of beta males. But you said like, wouldn't you would want a guy to sacrifice his life for you? That would be the alpha male thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess that's protection. Yeah.
I actually think the most alpha thing, and we said this during the show, I talked to you about this before the show, and I don't buy into the whole alpha beta thing. I mean, it's probably a spectrum. It's not like you're either alpha or beta. There's probably like degrees to this shit. Plus, I think it's just kind of cringy categorization. Especially dudes who are like, I'm so alpha. That's cringe as fuck. But wouldn't it be the most alpha thing for the guy, like, to sacrifice his woman and then continue on living and just get a new woman? Isn't that like pretty fucking based in alpha?
No.
That's kind of gangster, right? I mean, no?
But can't he do the same thing
Isn't
with
that
his
based?
own woman? Like,
Huh?
can't he just procreate with the same woman? Why does he have to like sacrifice her, get a new one?
I don't know, in just some situation where one of them has to die, like, wouldn't that be like the most cutthroat alpha shit? Like, okay, you can, isn't that the most alpha thing? Like, the beta thing would be, I'm like the white knight simp thing, I'm gonna sacrifice, I'm gonna take the bullet for you. The most alpha thing would be like,
I think it's the opposite.
push your wife.
I think the
Alphas are
in
beta
the
would
way of the
sacrifice
bullet.
the woman.
The what?
I think the beta would be the one that would sacrifice the woman, and then alpha would sacrifice himself.
Like, I do think, technically speaking, it is the most alpha thing to sacrifice your girl. Right?
I mean, evolutionarily, I guess, to keep your...
Because you could survive.
Yeah.
That's alpha. You survive, right? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Chat? It's kind of alpha. Alpha male preserves himself. He finds another woman, starts another family, boom, alpha.
What if it's like two men in war? Does the man who sacrificed the other man, is he alphaing that man who he just sacrificed?
Is he in a situation where one of them has to die and he's
Yeah.
making the decision from a purely like utilitarian, pragmatic point of view? You get to continue. That's a tough question.
The alpha is the one who's gonna just say like, no, just sacrifice me.
He's gonna yell, freedom!
If one of you has to, if one of you has to die, survival?
No, the beta would probably be like, oh, I don't want to die.
Take him.
I don't want to die yet.
Yeah, I don't know. That's
Get your calculator thing on while you're thinking.
Wait, fuck! I had another question for this. Fuck, but it slipped my mind. It was such a good question. I'm gonna wrap. I'm gonna wrap here pretty soon. Fuck, what was the question? Wait. It was the Grim Reaper, Alpha Beta. What was it? Okay, we're talking about Alpha Beta.
You want to do these chats while you do this?
Yeah, I'll do these chats. Maybe it'll come back to me. Violet, can you read this one? I think it's this one.
Just to follow up, I was telling her to get advice from men.
Thank you, Darian, for making her cry, buddy.
Because men will know what lies other men might say to take advantage of women. Also, sometimes women will let other women say something is okay because they do it. Oh, women will tell other women that something is okay because they do it. Oh, okay, I get you. Yeah, that's true. Because women are agreeable. So we just live in chaos together.
Yeah. Go ahead, Yasmin.
Let's get married and build a Persian army.
Your
Wait.
response?
Just
I
silence.
will
Just
put
absolute silence.
Danza-tastic. I need you to change your profile picture and your name to Xerxes. So go find a picture of Xerxes, change your name to Xerxes. Tell Yasmin that she will be Empress of all Greece, and I will put in a good word for you, good sir. Okay, change it, send another chat, I'll put in a good word. Okay. It's just, what's up with these dog photos? What the fuck? We want Nick in the chat.
It's just
I didn't know Nick was typing in the chat. I didn't know he was doing that. Okay. All right. Fuck, what was my question? Goddamn, alpha, beta. Was it a video? Fuck. It was something really good.
We were saying like the Grim Reaper, if it was you or your husband, which would you sacrifice?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I forgot. Shit.
Dang.
Totally lost my... Forgot what it was. Oh, here we go. Can you hide that? Violet, can you read this?
Does Brian advocate for large labias?
Oh
Because
my God.
he has one. He identifies as binary, gender fluid. Dang it.
Hold on, I'll pull it back up.
Where'd it go?
He also said he can flap his wings and fly away. He admitted it in a video.
Oh yeah, this was like from a couple years ago. I did this like video, and I was talking to a girl, and I said I identified as a non-binary, gender-fluid dragonkin. Please get it right, Nickelodeon, and that I can flap my wings and fly away, whoosh into the sky, and it went like crazy viral everywhere. But nobody credited me because people were like repost, like stealing the clip. It's fine. The fuck was something about like alpha beta? Shit. Totally, I don't remember. Slipped my mind. I think I had a question for you, Violet. What's wrong with you?
I don't know. Nothing really. I'm just very sexually free. Got a little daddy issues going on. Just your average Texas girl.
Are your parents still together?
No.
Divorced?
Yes.
Okay.
I have a stepdad.
Word. What was the thing with the alpha beta? Fuck. Did you have more on that?
I mean, that's like the problem with society right now is men are not men. They're soy boys.
They're soy boys?
Soy boys, yeah.
Huh.
But
Okay.
also at the same time, women are not women either. Like most women are just like feminists.
Can I ask
And
y'all a
focus
question
on their career.
real quick? Sorry. Do y'all have siblings?
Yes.
Yep.
All of y'all
Yes.
do? How many siblings?
I have a younger brother and a younger sister.
Okay.
I'm the
What about
oldest.
you?
I have a sister.
I have 3 sisters.
Wow.
I have a younger sister.
Oh, I'm sorry for her. No, I'm just kidding. I'm totally kidding.
Do you
That
have
was
any
good.
siblings?
That was good.
Yes, I have
That's funny.
2 sisters, a brother, and 6 stepbrothers.
Holy moly.
Yes.
Wow.
Holy
Dang.
camole,
Yeah,
That's
guacamole.
crazy.
My grandma grew up with like 16 siblings, so that's nothing.
Yeah, that's wild.
There was some topic I like in my mind. I was like, oh, I want to talk about this, but totally, whatever. Yo, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub if you have one. Kai, the guy, thank you for the Prime. 96, thank you for the tier 1. Huggin, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate it. We're going to, on Twitch, before I do my outro, we'll do a raid on Stay Safe, probably. Let me just get my... Fuck, I feel like there was something... Damn, totally forgot. It's not coming to me. I'm just going to have to rap, whatever. Okay, guys, last call. Was it a video reaction? Did we have to react to a video? Alpha, beta. Something related to alpha, beta? Sigma?
TTS.
Oh. Can you read this?
Brian, minimal neck pain if you let them sit on your face. Gorlock will volunteer. Dang it.
I'll get it. Hold on.
Gorlock will volunteer for you to test this. Violet got Chewbacca Gina. Credit to Brian for making through the pod with the BS. Doubles, and animal fries on me. Got not a fast
Get Nick a mic too. I'm out. Yo, LP, thank you so much for your patronage, man. Much appreciated. Thank you to everybody else for your patronage tonight. Really appreciate it. Means the world. It's been okay. I'll do a little debrief before I wrap up the show. We have a chat here. Here we go. Go ahead, Yasmin, read it.
You will be the empress of all Greece with our army.
Do you accept Xerxes' wedding proposal? Thermopylae.
We'll see.
Let me ask you, what's your thoughts on like the whole Hot Gates campaign?
What's Hot Gates?
Like Thermopylae? Like, what are your thoughts on Thermopylae?
What's that?
300?
Oh, the movie?
This is Sparta!
This girl. I think it was. Hold on, let me Google this. Thermopylae? Was it the war? The Battle of Thermopylae. What are your thoughts on that? I will give you $100 if you guess within a century of when that war occurred.
300 BC?
Oh, I'm sorry, 480 BC. You're close.
Dang, she's close. Give her 50.
Persian Empire. Xerxes the First. Do you have thoughts on the Battle of Thermopylae? Am I even pronouncing it right? Is it Thermopylae? 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 Is it Thermopylae?
Persepolis?
What?
Persepolis?
Huh?
I don't know.
I love the movie 300 and
It's a great movie.
Troy.
So good.
They all are just very
okay.
sexy.
Good times. Okay. I feel like something came to me and then I forgot.
Oh man.
Wait. So can I hook you up with that dude though? Are you down? He's Persian.
Depends.
He's Persian. Look,
Maybe.
Okay. All right.
I don't know
Is
too
that
much.
that looks like a 3D. I don't know. That doesn't look like him. Okay. Oh, yeah. I was going to do a quick debrief. Okay, guys. So, yeah, it was an interesting show. We had 10 girls flake. We had 4 no-shows. Or 4? Wait. It's getting... I know in previous episodes I did say, hey, we're going to like try to reduce bringing on OnlyFans girls, but it's hard because on one hand, we've had really flaky OnlyFans girls, but in some regard, some of them have more incentive to come be on the show. So we deprioritized for a little bit bringing on OnlyFans girls. Some of them are flaky, some of them aren't. So in any case, we had 10 flakes today. Before the show starts, I've already done the full workday. I'm last minute messaging people, hey, do you have anybody else who can come? I'm trying to get replacements. Madison and Nick went to the mean streets of Isla Vista to try to find replacements. That didn't pan out. I got girls walking off the show. This girl walked off the show. I'm not gonna lie, like this show is. I probably need to find somebody else to do the talent recruitment because it's like literally sucking the soul out of me. I'm getting very agitated very easily. I used to have a pretty good poker face, but now I just lose it very quickly. The show, some of you have noted this, like it's literally, I'm not like trying to be like, woe is me. The show is literally sucking the fucking life out of me. I'm not gonna lie. This is not, I'm like, honestly, if it was just the show, but like honestly, dealing with all the people flaking and being late, like to me, it's such a disrespect thing. Because I'm a very punctual person. If I say I'm going to be somewhere, I'm going to be somewhere. I like stick to my plans. I believe commitment's very important. And like for people to just straight up no show. So what I'm saying is they won't even tell you they don't even have the courtesy to take 10 seconds to say, even an hour before, which I still think is rude, sorry, I can't make it. To me, as somebody who, maybe I'm kind of old school, like I don't fucking bail on plans. If I say I'm going to be somewhere, I'm going to be there. Sometimes I start the show late out of necessity. Like, I'm a very punctual person, but I end up running late to the studio because I'm spending 2 or 3 hours before the show trying to coordinate with 10 different people to try to get the fucking show to happen. I'm scrambling before the show. The talent coordination is probably the biggest burn on me when it comes to this. If I had somebody else handling it, it'd be much better for me. And there's just like a lot of shit with the show that's frustrating. And then I'm just like dealing with like annoying shit. Like, I don't know, I told you from a couple shows ago, there's a girl that's in another country who's literally stalking and harassing me. So dude, just like I had to call the police yesterday and then today before the show. Like I was on the phone for 30 minutes with the cops today before I should be focusing on working on the show. So viewers, if I'm a little quick with I don't know what's the term. My fuse is short. It's like, bro, I'm working 80 hours a week on the show. I'm dealing with a bunch of bullshit behind the scenes. I'm dealing with like very unreliable, disrespectful people when it comes to dealing with the show. These people, whether they're OnlyFans girls, whether they're college girls, whether they're working professionals, have absolutely no respect for your time, for like just even having the courtesy to take 10 seconds to just say, even a fucking hour before, just tell us you're not going to make it on the show. Don't commit to anyways, whatever. It's just it's frustrating, guys. And it's not just frustrating for me because like we have people who, I don't know if tonight we had many people. We have people that will drive hours to be here. We have people that will fly to be here. People from the East Coast will fly 5 hours. They'll book a hotel. They'll book a flight, spend hundreds, if not thousands of dollars to come be on this show. And so I'm not just looking at this from a purely selfish point of view. I feel disrespected on behalf of the people that spend time and money to come be on the show. And these people who live in town or who they're coming from LA, whatever, don't have the courtesy to give us 24 hours notice, or don't even have the courtesy to at least an hour before, which again, I still think is rude to cancel that last minute, to just say we can't make it because it's whatever. You want to disrespect me, you want to troll me, fine. But like, we have other people who are innocent in this whole thing who go out their way to come be on the show. And if one day it's plausible that we just get a bunch of flakes and we don't have a show. We had that once where we basically canceled the show, and we had somebody who drove here for 3 hours. It's not just fucking us over. You might have your opinions on the whatever podcast, but it pisses me off on behalf of the other people who are totally innocent, and because of your inconsideration, your unreliability, and your flakiness, that you're potentially fucking them over financially. I get more upset about that than whatever. You're just flaking on us. Who cares? But I mean, it's still upsetting, but I'm trying to think about these other people. So, all right, we have Brandon Hunter. Make guests pay a deposit to be on the show. Give it back if they show up. We love Violet. Bring her back. Yeah, I'd be down. Violet was great. Be happy to have her back. I don't know if she'll be back after I kind of roasted her a little bit, but I don't think I roasted you.
I was actually going to if you invited me back.
Oh, super down. Yeah. Do you want to come on Tuesday?
Maybe, yeah.
I think we might, fingers crossed. I super overbooked on Tuesday. 15 people I booked on Tuesday. Chances are we're probably going to get some flakes. So if you want, we can have you be second to hat girl if you're down.
Just let me know tomorrow night if you
have any. Do you want to just come on Tuesday?
Okay.
Do you have a hotel or
Well,
what's
I
your
booked
sitch?
a place in Palm Springs because I was going to go out there tonight after this.
Okay.
So it's booked tonight until...
Is it Airbnb or?
Yeah.
Until
so
when?
excited. Until Friday.
Okay.
So I could just drive back out here.
And just come back?
Yeah.
If you're down, I'm down to have you.
Okay, I'll let you.
And then Brandon, make guests pay a deposit to be on the show, give it back. Well, here's the problem. So, for a period of 2 weeks, I attempted to implement this guest deposit thing. My issue is that I do think, here's the issue with the deposit. I can only request a deposit for women who request to be on the show. We do outreach too, where we invite people to be on the show. There's no way I'm gonna invite someone to be on the show, like be the first to reach out and say, pay us a deposit. Not gonna work. So that only addresses people who reach out to us. We did it for 2 weeks. My concern though with the deposit is that I believe that women who would otherwise show up, it's just one extra step that they don't want to take, and it will turn away. And again, this would be a refundable deposit. We made it $100. You get paid immediately back. You just show up. You go. If you're on the show, we'll pay you back. I do think it will minimize, to some degree, some of the women that would otherwise show up. They just like, I don't know. What if he doesn't give it back? Some shit like that, you know? So it's a balancing act. So I'm thinking I implemented it, but I unimplemented it like a day or two ago. So I don't know. What's it called? I don't remember. It's a good, no, I've definitely thought about it, but I just, yeah, I don't know. Okay. Whoops. Let me do this last chat and then we're going to wrap. Oh, shit. Violet, can you read this one?
Important question for the panel. If your partner's hurt leg, would you cut up a cucumber for him?
Is that a trick question?
No, I had a girlfriend who, like, I was injured and I asked her to, like, cut cucumbers for me and she got butthurt about it.
I don't get it.
Don't get what?
Why do you make cucumbers? Or why do you cut cucumbers for the injured leg?
No, I just wanted a snack.
I thought you were putting the cucumbers on your leg.
No.
Okay. That's cute, of course. Yes,
of course.
I'll make little cucumber sandwiches. Those are so fun.
Okay.
Those are good.
Cool.
Yes.
Stochastic. This guy.
Oh, yeah,
that was
of course.
to the girls. All right.
I'll make a whole feast.
All right, we got to wrap. We've gone too late. All right. Oh no. What's his name? Stopped. The stay safe went off. Okay, we're going to raid. If you're on Twitch, I'm going to raid Frostadamus. He's playing hardcore on World of Warcraft Classic. I don't know. Is he playing a mage? Is he a mage or a war? I think he's playing a warlock. Okay, I'm going to send you guys over to Frost now. Those of you, here, I'll do my little intro really quick. So guys, last call, hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You can have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, supports the show. Really appreciate it, guys. Sorry, I'm a little tired. Thank you to the panel. And any women who want to be on the show, DM out whatever on Instagram. We will be live again Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific, hopefully with a proper panel. Maybe Violet will be back. We'll see. And I'm going to go send the raid over on Twitch. And let's see. Are we good? Are we good on all the chats, I think? Yeah, we're good. Okay. Oh, wait, did we get another one? No, okay. All right, guys. Yeah, we'll see you Tuesday, 5 p.m. Pacific.